习武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武统即道。 真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron.
Traitor. I will not listen to Akira's lapdog. Today, I will purge you, Shun, of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，百扯不善。老伙计，这遭又该麻烦你了。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I never shared. Your fears in the flames I feel alive. The burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this throne now, trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. Never hold me back. Break this throne now, face the world with all that I have. Lay forever held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. Do I know your king is back?
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可剛，亦可柔；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无统即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道，就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron.
Traitor. I will not listen to Akira's lapdog. Today, I will purge you, shun of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
was told to be all that I can be. You can get it too if you just focus and believe. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm into the E, I'm me. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm into the
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. My name is Hiprent and I am joined by Raven. We're kicking off our first day of trios this week just before we head into those bi-weekly finals on the weekend. Raven, how are you doing? You all right?
Splendid, Hiprain. Got a lot of rest. I'm excited to see more trios and to see if they figured out more things when it comes to this current meta. We saw a lot of interesting stuff with the new rule set. I think everyone has a bit better of a handle. It was exciting to experience it last time with you for the first time. And I gotta say, I'm very happy with the rule change. I think it's very good for viewership and it's a fresh change, a little bit of a blast from the past, but a new spin on 2025 NARAKA.
Well, for you guys at home, you can grab yourself some goodies just by watching. Make sure you have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account. We are on the daily drops, which is that top bar there. So some Tay, Spectral Spilt, and a Splendid Treasure choice gift is available to you if you watch for at least an hour. Coming up on Saturday and Sunday are the bi-weekly finals. We're on bi-weekly final 2, so that champion bubble gift will be yours if you can keep yourself linked for that one. But yeah, I think obviously last time we kind of went in quite blind actually to the new hero selects, and it was very much a learning experience for me and you watching those games. I initially didn't like the mirror match, but I like the consequences of the mirror match, right? Like everyone has to play these heroes at least once, so therefore you've used up a lot of your ability to play those heroes again going forwards. So while the mirror matches are probably a little bit kind of on the more uninteresting side, unless it's a very nuanced like comp being played and there's kind of lots of angles from which you can play it, I think what's more fun is when you get to that game 3 onwards, and you know, we saw things like the Ainur, who, you know, just popped out of nowhere and seemed to be a pretty consistent pick for all throughout the day. You know, we've seen various different comps, and the fact that everyone has 0 hero points and you can't really be sharing characters between comps. Like before, you'd spend your hero points to lock a Syra in 3 different comps, but now you kind of have to be a lot more picky where you run that Syra or something like that. It's genuinely a very, very interesting little setup we got, and here is our standings. All of these players will be playing today actually. We only played 1 game, so plenty of time for these guys to rocket up the standings. SR just off by about 11 points off DRG's spot. Next locked in spot is FPX on 81 points. Everyone else, GG, Alliance, ASE, EG, are all playing today. And then we'll have a look at the top end of the table, see how our big cheeses are doing all the way up there. We had an absolutely cracking day coming in from was it OA?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my word. Yeah, it was OA, but oh my word, Bowder, very consistent 70+ days, both days.
I'm excited to see the other half of the VVV and TXJ. TXJ will be playing today, but it looks like VVV on Bowda leading the squad to the big 148 points that they'll be taking a percentage of that into the bi-weekly finals. Wolves and SS1 at the time. SS1 definitely performing a lot better this year. Wolves keeping up the J-Cup champions. Top 3, solid performance going in, and 5-2-1 taking up a decent chunk representing the global stage going into this bi-weekly finals. Like you were saying before, Hiprain, Ainur in the current meta, and just how cool it is. The first 2 rounds are basically a popularity contest, that whatever composition in the previous week was played the most, you are forced to play. I'm curious, I didn't really see the fine detail of why you have to play, or which comp is played on Predoria versus Holorock. Probably, like, I guess the most popular versus the second most popular.
Yeah,
but
I think it's 1 and 2 in that order.
It's very, very curious now that there's a new like kind of rule mechanic, how that rule mechanic will be affected strategically, because players can kind of anticipate what comp they want to make popular versus their competition, and which ones that they don't want to make popular going into the week. And if it's like between one round that pushes that composition into the favored composition, then will coaches and teams start debating like, hey, maybe we don't want to run this exact composition to make sure that our personal favorite composition is going to go into the mirror matchup, because not everyone's as good in the mirror matchup. That's one of the things that I really like in all fighting games, that the Ditto is one of the most respected skill tests. When there's no excuses, your mirror matchup with composition, weapon, everything. It's not a pure Ditto because you still got the full battle royale, and we are looking at most popular compositions, and it looks like we are still gonna go with Transformers first, and then Siphon second, and third was again the Kebab Viper, the new Attack on Titan. Wish I got to see more of that. It's cool that Enor is part of the new Cannonball. But we are going to go to some vanilla Monk endgames. I know you don't personally like it, but I remember talking to Tryhard about this, and we haven't seen a heavy Monk endgame in such a long time. It's been years, I would say. And seeing the old school Monk endgames is very refreshing after it hasn't been here for a while. I know Tryhard also loves the mirror matchup of Siphon. I personally love that matchup as well. At first, it was referred to as one of the easier compositions that we heard on the Chinese server, just because of how strong the anti-burst was. But over the years, because it's been played so much, because it's been at the top of the meta for so long, a lot of nuance has been figured out, and there's still a lot of high-level, interesting things that people discover in the mirror matchup, especially when you see the Realm of Yang and how these teams like to itemize early on, because both Transformers and Siphon are compositions that you need a ton of loot for. So your early game and your mid game and how you navigate all those situations really sets you up for the very volatile end game that we see now with the Spirit Well. And there's my man TXJ, that excellent posture, always just sitting up straight. Very curious to see how he's gonna lead JL, and I'm excited to see him fight against his former teammate VVV. VVV's not playing today, but I'm hoping now that we have TXJ, I didn't get to see the previous trios day where JL played, what he has cooking, because well, a lot of people don't know this. I say it over the years, but TXJ is a lot of times the inventor of new meta compositions, especially on the pro level. So I'm excited to see today. When it comes to trios, I've always been a fan of seeing him play. I believe OUG's playing today, so Baby U will be playing, I believe, and they have been taking the league by storm. They took the previous bi-weekly finals before EWC. SR ended up taking EWC, but they had, like I said before, an interesting rule strategy where everyone was picking Transformers phase 1, and they mixed it up and chose Viper instead. And because of that, there were more Vipers in the lobby than Monks. And when Monks get hunted down by Vipers, they're not able to loot up. So it was an interesting play by them. But SR adjusted for it, and it turned out for EWC, Transformers still was kind of the staple. I'm curious to see, now that everyone's forced to play almost all the characters on the roster. In solos, it's that way, but in trios, most players only played like 3 or 4. Now you're really forced to have deep pockets when it comes to characters. So I think there's any time for the guard to really change in Nbpl of who the most dominant clubs are, dominant teams are. It definitely would be this season, as you have to be able to play everything now. So there's a lot more creativity and innovation that will happen in this next season. It's exciting leading up to Jacob, especially with all like the new patches and stuff I saw coming in the future.
Yeah, I honestly, I think this is probably the most exciting time, because it's the warm-up to Jacob. You know, even though that is technically a long way away, it's actually kind of not that far off the bat, really. So the players don't have long to, you know, adjust the current new rule set, then also figure out what the hell they're going to be playing. Because some of these teams are, you know, in their heads they know they're going. So they're going to be using this time to theory craft new comps, get stuff locked down, you know, have something that will catch people off guard, because this new rule set in turn leads into players being caught off guard. And you know, going to Jacob, if you have a comp up your sleeve and no one else has prepared, it's a game changer, especially depending on that comp strengths and weaknesses. Like you said, the reason we see, back when Viper I'm talking early Monk metas, the reason Viper was so strong there was because Viper is very good into Monk, and Monk now I think is more susceptible to Viper than he was before because of the ult duration changes that we pushed through at the beginning of the season. Like, now seeing a Monk get stunned, and then that just eats up a chunk of their ult charge. You really heavily limit how much time you got to grab people if you get caught by that CC. And as a Monk, it's quite hard to evade that Viper. The Viper can really stick to you on it, and it's been the bane of these Monk comps. And I think there's so much crowd control right now for this game here, for any like Monk enthusiast teams. This first game where everyone's going to be forced onto Monk, this is your time to get some points on the board. This is the time to make this comp work for you, because the only counters are yourself. How you play the game is the only thing that's going to affect you going forwards. And if I remember right, most people do like Monk on Padoria.
Yeah.
We obviously have always talked about like the Holoroth versus Morris Isle debate on Monks, and people typically preferred Monk on Morris Isle than on Holoroth. But Padoria is definitely a map we have seen before we had this rule set enforced. For the players would often pick Monk here. They like it on Padoria. They think there's lots of openings for Monk, and I guess there's some pretty solid gear. You know, things like the Vulpine Essence up for grabs, potentially a red weapon if you can really get that, and that's some great scaling for your Monk. But looks like we're getting ready to go into Hero Select. And I say Hero Select, there's not really much selecting to do here. This is the comp. Everyone's playing it.
Yeah, everyone's playing the Zippying with Tianhai and Kylan. It's just the synergy between Zipping and Kylan is so strong. You even see in Endgames these two characters being able to clutch up. Plus you have the Transformer backup where Tianhai can hold his ult and play zone at the last second, hopefully winning. But the big change is the scoring. Like with the change of the 1.2 multiplier, there's not really a multiplier for getting in the top 5 except if you're first. It makes everyone play Endgame very, very differently, where everyone plays for the win instead of just for survival. Now, there's still an element of playing to survive because it is Battle Royale, and overall you're going to net more points if you're alive because you can't really get points if you're dead. But with the Monk composition, it's very fun on Padoria, very wide open. A lot of cliffside endgames with high verticality. Very rare that you get into a building situation, and even if you do, it's not as claustrophobic as like Celestra on Morris. And like Hipron was saying, in general, even before this rule change, a lot of these teams were prioritizing playing Transformers on Padoria just because there was so much room to get loot. It was since the map is so large, you can almost guarantee if you wanted to play for the first Yang, where you got blue armor, full Jades, sometimes even purple armor and purple weapon, you could do so without taking a lot of risk. And you could avoid a lot of the Viper compositions by hiding them throughout the map because of how large it is, and hopefully leverage it moving forward. There is also the red Jade on Padoria, which a lot of teams try to take advantage of for as much as possible. Now, with the new map and the overall points, my goodness, Bout is so far ahead. They are playing today, but I really like how it really shows exactly where teams are landing, and we're getting a decent spread for, like I said, everyone is taking pretty much a high yield area to themselves. With the exception of the middle, a lot of potential timing attacks. This is a nighttime day, so there are fireflies all throughout the map. GG only off on their own in the bottom right, but there is a lot of fireflies on their way to JL if they would like.
Interesting. Sorry to interrupt you, but GG are not dropping what they normally drop.
What do they normally drop?
They normally drop bottom left, and I can never remember the name of the area.
I just call it the jellyfish area.
Jellyfish area, yeah. They normally drop there. So bottom right, very, very unlike them. I am surprised by that. The GG are a team who are so stubbornly stuck in their ways, but I am surprised to see they're going to just drop somewhere totally different and not even think about it, because it wasn't like there wasn't a good armor spot or a good loot spot nearby. But one thing, get himself caught out here by ASC, looking for the lockdown onto him. Throws up the block, doesn't actually get that parry off the back of it, but JL starting to lose a lot of HP here, especially with TXJ. They're losing all of his response. Han, with those halberds, is just waiting for an opening to get that blue focus off as TXJ going to jump back away from him. Bell gets popped there. And so far, not a single kill has been picked up here for the side of ASE, but that might just be changing here with Han as backup comes in. One Fang's able to break away. You can see Mist gets himself caught out by the parry. JL looking for the turnaround here onto the members of ASE. As ASE heavily chunked out. Han gets knocked back. See a parry happen off screen. Another parry goes through as well. In comes the follow-up from One Fang, able to take out ASE, who's been on top of this fight the whole time. Han throws the bell down, but it's not going to do him much. TXJ going to make sure that he is held in place. JL takes the victory in that fight.
Wow, ASE definitely had the better end of the loot off spawn. And I thought JL was just like, all right, well, we got the bad spawn, so they end up retreating, looking like they're willing to go to a different spot and loot up. But ASE locks them down. Crazy that they're able to turn that around and bring it back. We are going to catch G rotating over versus TE. Flying knives, max range, throws the one charge back to back, but CGS is going to catch him on that second one, hard punish him with a parry. Now CGS is going to enter that Kylan ultimate with the monk ult being responded by Shionan and TE. He gets scooped up right here, slammed, but now LXM with the punch, trying to slow things down, trying to help with CGS, who keeps getting grabbed over and over, but off spawn, these monks don't have good weapons. They're not doing a ton of damage from the slam. It's more using crowd control, but Peek is going to be the first one to fall. Now 2v3 situation. He is now does get another grab. Dom tries to come in from LXM to stop the grab, but he does get a little bit of value coming off. Peek is down. 2v3 situation. Xionan and his teammate Youth. He does have the Kylan ulti right now. Slam's going to be cutting through. Xionan doesn't get the follow-up. Fistblade's not really good at hitting verticality, but 330 is going for a ride right now. Now LXM is going to fall. TE's Youth getting big value off of his Kylan ult, but now Xionan stuck in a combo from CGS. Now he's downhill, but the peel coming out from this Kylan. Youth making space. Xionan is going to get paid right here, but doesn't get the punch. Wait a second. What happened here? Xionan fades out, but Youth, he's carrying this 2v3 situation. CGS trying to slow him down, but Youth's gonna space out, go to his teammate, but again, Xionan does get parried again, but the gold F is gonna come out now. 2v3 situation. Can Youth 1v3 for the win? No, he cannot. GG locks it down and takes down TE.
There we are. Alliance currently, actually no, it's YZG running the most kills right now in this game. 5 kills over to them. I did see the percentages played. YCG are the highest percentage played on this comp. They're 33% of their games they've played this very comp. So surprises that they're kind of rocking it the hardest right now with those kills. Is SR is now caught in a little bit of danger here. Transforms come out. Junks does go down in the middle of all of this. That's going to be One Fang as well, also falling. Grab's going to break out from TXJ. He's able to get the smash off, but he's going to need a double grab, and he's going to need it quick, or it's going to be very over for him. Got some bow shots coming in from 17S. He's trying to find the grab onto him, but it's not going to happen. And that is JL. They've still got revives, so it's not the end of the world for them. TXJ, down he goes.
SR picking up where they left off. This is definitely one of their strongest composition, SR. If you didn't know, won the EWC, the International Championship, and they definitely did it off the back of how good their Transformers are. They are able to take down JL and TXJ, a veteran monk of the league. Really cool stuff coming out for them. We're seeing Alliance here. JJ and Yuma super scaled up with the double purple armor, and very interesting enough, purple armor going on the zipping and Kylan, not the monk. Ooh, on the background, though, YGG's, their monk casting the Moonbane. Very rare. Usually the sports casting it. PB is going to pop that monk ult. At least the shots are going to be coming down, but in the middle of this Moonbane, he's going to be lucky if he doesn't get hit by any of these Moonbane hits. He does get the grab, but a grab goes on to his teammate Yuma. ZXL drags him back in, but Alliance is going to find the kill with the Ballista monk grab combo. Tricky. You might have Moonbaned us, but we were waiting on the Ballista. Great play coming out from Alliance. YZG, look at the runes. They did lose their zipping. Not going to be able to res either because of the cover of the Ballista that it allows. They are going to have to back off here. They do keep one of their purple's armors, but really big pickup, though, for Alliance. Yoink that purple armor away from the enemy team. And Alliance, very, very well played to camp the time right before Realm of Yang, sit on the Ballista. They end up running into one of the stack teams in the lobby too, and because they make that play, they're able to even out that fight. Normally, if they didn't, they would have just got moonbait and actually wiped.
It's a massive denial as well, just due to the fact that YZG now need to go find a rebirth charm, need to then pick up their zip, get their zip geared. You've got to do all that in 2 minutes. If you want to contest the Realm of Yang, you need to find some decent gear for your zip, and you need to get them revived in the next 2 minutes, and also then get over to the nearest portal and jump in. So it's a big slowdown onto the team who, you know, like I said earlier, 33% of their games they play on this comp, and that just got a lot worse for them because PP was able to finish up Daoyu, and another player down now. That's purple armor onto everyone on Alliance. Daoyu loses purple armor, does have a revive though, so he'll be able to get back up, but I didn't see where YCG's Dark Tide coins were. You gotta hope it wasn't on their Kylin, because otherwise they are not getting their zipping back. Realm of Yang spawning up fairly soon. I have a good suspicion that Alliance are going to be jumping in. 3 purple armors at this point in the game is absolutely bonkers for them. And where are Alliance? They are running south. They're actually quite a distance from the nearest Realm of Yang portal, but they will be moving over towards, and I assume we're going to see them jump inside this next Realm of Yang. CBB also getting geared up to jump in. GG and SR heading towards, I believe, the same portal actually. We got 4 Realm of Yangs up for grabs, only 8 spots, and a lot of people want to jump in here.
Realm of Yang winning it. First one isn't absolutely mandatory in order to win endgame, but it sets you up to go into the second Realm of Yang. You get the armor, and more importantly, you get the gold weapons from going into Realm of Yang. You're looking at SR's loadout right there. Full Jades, 6 Jade slots. They're able to nice and easily macro up, get those Jade slots open, get that melee resistance going. Alliance super stacked going into this first Realm of Yang. Now, even though you're very, very looted up, what's interesting in the mirror matchup, you can still get diffed on any of the positions. Because before, I would say we saw the league really dominated by star monks in the league. But now it's so important how you synergize amongst all of your teammates that everyone at all stages of the fight can make a really, really big play. And because Transformers has been played so much for the past 4 years, there are little micro plays that do make a difference where loot isn't the absolute reason that you win. We are going to see first Realm of Yang going to be kicked off. WBG's year-round versus 17S. 17S going to open up with a slam. What? Gets a grab right here. Yuran comes, hits the slam on 7, grabs SR's Zhao. Now second jump is going to be coming up. No more jumps for 17S right here. Yuran is going to read the stomp, pushes him off. 17S has to be careful right now, already down to half health. On the back foot here with zipping ult still ready for the next phase. We got the Kylan ult plus the zipping ult going to be coming through. 17S going to be dropping down with the fan flank. Looking for an opening, gets a parry onto Yuran, but the Kylan's coming in, dictating most of the action right now. Yali on the Kylan initially gets his first double slash suit, but the Kylan comes over, peels him off, while SR's Kylan jumps back in, takes control of the fight. Now we're gonna go back to Zhao, trying to find Cookie, trying to hold him down. Looks for the back-to-back LMB focuses, guys, gets the stab to the chest, finishes him off. Now 2v2 situation, but Zhao and Rico both really, really low HP, and they get taken down. WBG with the upset takes down SR.
I really thought SR found the potential turnaround there, but it just went so wrong, so quick. GG first out with the buff right now. Vermilion Birthmite are actually going to be going toe-to-toe here with the members of JL. JL right now actually not on debuff. They're just fighting for the sake of it. They are able to catch CGS here in the grab, looking for the double grab, but one thing is also being grabbed up, and CGS was actually able to break away. Throws down the Kylan ult as well, so may just look to get a bit of damage into TXJ, but the fight dropping down the edge of the rock edge here. CGS just about evading some of the hurt here. Lunk trying to play escape as looking for good dash opportunity. CGS is able to get another dash through. LXM getting absolutely cooked from above, though. It's Junk's low HP CGS. It's about to time out on the ultimate, though, so he needs to get as much damage in as possible. And it won't be long before other teams start showing up. The blood's in the water. The teams are going to know that this fight is going on. CGS getting completely juggled around by the flying knives. Loses most of his armor. Is able to get some back, but he is getting bullied around. And CGS has no backup from his team as they're dealing with Junks on their lonesome. GG going to lose a player already. TXJ pops the bell. And that is going to be the end of GG. Their Vermilion Birdsmite doesn't even result in a single kill for them. JL, no buffs, take them down.
Oh my goodness, Wonfong just putting everyone in the Taj. With the flying knives, he gets the ISO fight versus a monk. Even with the combo break advantage, loses the flying knife. Longsword versus flying knife, I mean, it's an okay matchup. Very, very good stuff coming out from Wonfong. We are going to be moving on to WBG and BBE. Buff team on buff team violence right here. Minute and 34 on the buff right now. Moyihi and Year-Round going to take this dance, both ulting on top of each other. Year-Round goes with a slam or shove first, then gets immediately a grab. Now Moyihi looking for a grab as well, catches one. Excited to come out, healing him up a little bit, but a third party's coming in, and now the cannon shot's raining down. Moyihi already down to 1 HP. Not enough time to defend. 28 is going to fall, and Alliance Yuma is going to be cutting through as WBG's Cookie picks up the kill onto Moyihi, but Yuma with the Kylan ult coming through, looking for the 1 HP players. Looks for Yuma right there, not able to get it. Multiple teams diving in now, though. We got WZ, we got ASC joining to the right, we got SR showing up on to WZ's perspective. The monk Yao Yao is getting pushed out by SR17S. They are going to get the juggles on. No monk going to be coming from him, and 17S looks across the field, gets one grab. OUG's Jinyu is going to get tossed into this team and shredded, trying to make his way out of this. He double tapped out his out, is able to get the monk called off. Now 17S getting lobbied and ranged from the hill, and Jinyu paying him back. You want to scoop me up, 17S? Take some of this. And but now Jinyu is going to make his way out of there, double jumping out as SR, OUG, and ASC make their way to the center of the map.
It is absolute carnage right now. Just all of the teams with debuff trying to get themselves cleansed, while those who had the Vermilion Birdsmite are now just trying to break away. Now that safety net has finally been shattered, ASE playing escape, but SR with this Realm Yang debuff on, trying to find a cleanse target. They were able to, I believe, cleanse one. Let me double check them on the scoreboard. Yeah, only two. They only got one more to cleanse, but Rico sniped by the pistol. Xiaolin able to get the shot off, and 17S is just being juggled around the edge. He doesn't have the revive available to him at all. 17S is down, 2 members of SR down, and last one left running to the wind. Actually, someone with the Realm Yang debuff on as well, which is really rough. He's able to buy a rebuff charm though, so there is a window to get his teammates back. But it's still complete chaos. They're looking for these picks here. 2-tick potentially caught out here by the members of JL, but is able to break away. And OA, the leaders of our first day of this bi-weekly, who ended the day with 88 points. Relatively quiet game for them so far. Just got a single kill. But honestly, this week, or today, they don't have to do much. They just probably want to stay on the top end of the table. If they get another great day, that's fantastic. They're going to bi-weekly finals with a massive lead. But beyond that, OA are probably just playing a pretty chill day right now, as they are being chased off as Alliance, after all is said and done, come back 10 kills under their belt. A really, really solid start to this game for these guys, as they're going to jump into the Realm Yang, going up versus WBG. I think it was WBG we saw last time losing their round. Oh no, they won their Realm Yang. So see if Alliance can be able to go toe-to-toe with them. Both of the monks not even going to bother just going aerial. They didn't do the Darth Maul Qui-Gon Jinn stare down. Instantly jumps in, goes for both dual transforms at exactly the same time. We're going to start to go for that shot for each other. PP lost a little bit of HP, nothing too major yet, but in goes Yuran for Stomp. Able to find a grab onto Jang Jang, into the punch as well. Insta. Grab comes in onto Cookie. He also gets instantly punched up by PP. Slam going down onto Yuran, looking for another grab. Not able to find it yet, but both of these monks hunting for those as Cookie's health bar is just starting to disappear. Yoran gets himself the grab, is going to be interrupted as the transform wears off, as now PP opening up onto Cookie here, but you can see that Yali, low HP, trying to break away from the members of Alliance, but PP's being completely juggled around by the two members right now, and it's Cookie who's already gone down. That's Yali taken out, and Alliance, they're going for 13 kills. This is an absolutely stupendous game from them so far. Yoran, the last man standing, will not be standing for long.
Alliance keeping up the momentum off spawn. Their lucky loot being their lucky charm right now. We are going to go back to the outside. YZG and JLTXJ gonna get 1 grab, 2 grabs. Kablowy. Big Slam gonna be coming down. Kylan though, keeping him alive. He is gonna get re-grabbed though in the corner, and JL is gonna make quick work of YZG. Nice cooking from the Flying Knives from One Fang, but wait a second. Kylan is able to create a little bit of space, makes his way around the corner. They need to clean this up, find this kill. One Fang with the bow shot, gonna put him down out of his misery, and JL gonna find a quick kill on the outside. Now looking at the overall leaderboards, the Alliance, oh my goodness, 13 kills already, finishing up the second round as we transition into Endgame. OA, both with Yang Depletion and WBG ASC with Mystic Might. Gonna be able to move around, see if he finds any solos and duos hiding it out, trying to navigate, get a little bit of coin to res their teammates. But we are going to see an highlight here. ASC versus OA. OA's AB on the Monk. Goes for the stomp, but Han can't catch me here. Jumps over it with 1 grab. And with that 1 grab, Xiaowen with the Flying Knives is able to confirm in the hand with the Flying Knives. Now AB staying on type of Han. Han wants to de-transform, gets slammed in the corner right here. Kylan also gonna be coming out from his teammate. Missed, peeling for him, making sure his de-transform is safe. It's taking a ton of damage though going into this. The zipping ult from Xiaowen. The zipping of ASC is going to be picking up everyone, but the amount of slash is putting Miss in a low HP situation. It's not going to matter though. ASC ends up dominating that fight, going back to them on the outside as they get to reap the fruits of their labor, finding GG. Not as looted up for them, and they are going to rush them down. Take this fight with the Mystic Might buff advantage and armor advantage. Perry's gonna be going down. Jen, he's gonna be fought over. It looks like ASC finds the kill onto YZG, but GG is here as well. They're fighting over these kills right here. They don't really want to take the pure fight of GG. They end up cannibalizing the weaker team, and now moving over to the other Yang Sickness WBG team. Looks like they're scurrying on the outsides, trying to find another team in a similar situation as them. Unfortunately for them, they are running into the stacked JL, who is following Alliance, following OA. There's just a Congo line of mugs rotating on the edge of the map right now.
We're at that point as well where, you know, I normally at 11 minutes go, wow, 32 players is a lot of players left in a final circle, but it's a monk lobby. This is what every monk lobby wants. They want as many people, as many targets to kind of farm those kills off. As Alliance, I mean, we said it before, but these guys are stacked right now. Double golden armor, golden weapons. Like, they are the one team you do not want to be running into. 13 kills in already. And obviously be fighting a little bit to get some more. As we're seeing Alliance, this is them versus ASE. This was the first Rumble Yang. I was about to say, because we definitely just saw them win their Rumble Yang versus WBG, but this is the first Rumble Yang versus ASE, and how they won it. Again, it's a one where you see the grab comes through early. Yuma, though, was able to break free from Han's grab. Another grab came in onto Jang, actually. And I think the problem there was Han didn't do what we actually saw from PP, where he just found a single grab, didn't go for the double grab, and just went for the slam. Went for the early damage in the fight. And I think that was a major mistake in this Ramayama. Probably cost ASE this fight. But Alliance, calm and patient. Man, Monk Ramayama are actually so good down slow, aren't they? It's just... everyone's just posturing each other, waiting for the isolated target. As soon as someone gets isolated, they get taken out, and then suddenly the numbers advantage comes through. But we are seeing GG and OA taking themselves a little bit of a scrap here inside the Shadow Corruption are just going to head, I believe, back towards safety. But OA actually hunting here. They've not got long left on this debuff, so they need to find a kill. But I don't think they're going to be able to do it in 50 seconds. OUG are going to be gatekeeping away as they make their way back in. Cuckoo already lost a lot of HP. Same for Toothpick here. No ultimate for Toothpick either, so he is in danger. Jinyu does briefly get caught out, but that should just be the end of OA, who are desperately trying to make their way in. Cuckoo does go down inside the zone, but AB desperately trying to make his way over. Finally, will stop taking that tick damage, but OUG, I believe, probably spotted where he was, so don't know if he's going to be around for long.
Interesting that all the teams kind of are waiting to see who has Yang Depletion in order to go out and execute. Usually you can sense the body language of a team with Yang Depletion, as we see WBG going down right there. The desperation, you need to make a move to find the Soul Bloom, and the teams that can just wait it out, kite together. Obviously, the two buff teams know that they're not the ones with Yang Depletion. They're able to wait it out. Now we're going over to Alliance. We got Draco Storm now on Alliance PP. They are feasting right now. Gold armor on everyone, making their way to high ground. They still have Kylan ultimate. And that was just the first ult of them claiming the buff. They still have another set of ults to roll through, see if they can leverage more kills. Already up to 14. Now we are going to move over to OUG's Jinyu on the Monk. Going to be popping the ultimate. Has ASC making their way into the building, trying to find cover. But Baby U and XJ or XSJ making a play onto them. Han coming over, knocking Shinyu off, not letting him get grabs onto his teammate, but Shinyu with the scoop. Back-to-back stomps. Shinyu's a little bit faster, and a punch to follow it up. And now OUG surrounding ASC's Han. The gold armor immediately gets deleted in half a second. The Kylan ult lifting up into the air. Good follow-up coming from Shinyu. And Han is getting tossed to the other side of the map. He pulls out the greatsword to try to stone form, block some of this damage, but it's not gonna matter. OUG surrounds him like a bunch of sharks and gobbles up all of his loot as Xiaowen on the zipping comes over to sneak it in. Are they gonna hear the rest coming in? The Shadow Corruption is maxed, so last HP situation, and GG is gonna find this gold armor zipping. A nice pinata, a donation of loot towards them as we go to the end game, with GG picking up a nice gold armor. A nice little trade going in, 19 people left alive, as BBE is gonna get picked off by the super stacked Alliance, already up to 15 kills.
Yeah, Alliance looking very dangerous right now. I will say, though, GG getting that golden armor is genuinely quite terrifying for some of these teams, because I do feel like GG are one of the best Final Circle teams in the Nbpl, like, hands down. Their biggest issue is actually getting to the Final Circle. I swear half the time they never make it. But when they do make it, they're incredibly consistent and have a very high MVP percentage of those Final Circles they make it to. And getting that freebie, the nice little boost to them. Obviously, LXM still rocking the purple armor, so not quite as tanky in that monk form right now. But with that golden Han sword, is obviously going to be doing some major damage if he finds those slams. I didn't see, do they all have gold? Oh my god, they all have gold armor. Okay, everyone on Alliance has gold armor and gold weapons. Like, they don't get more strong than that. They don't get any scarier than that. They're just gonna play around the edge, just doing a bit of bane surfing, get himself a good situated position. Because right now, while Alliance have got the gear, they don't actually really have much else. They don't really have like a great position on that Final Circle. So they are able to just move forwards, bully out others off the high ground, and GG right now, taking the eye of Alliance, so just firing some cannon shots in. We're into that traditional monk Buccaneer phase where everyone's playing monk and everyone's just building rage with cannon shots and stuff like that. Ooh, we're seeing a transport break out here from JL. They've got a minute to find a kill. They have their spirit well that they can force onto. Alliance also hanging about. Looks like they want to grab their hands onto the spirit well. Isn't Mystic Might, though, not the most broken buff to have in that Final Circle, but still a buff to use nonetheless. Is TXJ using a fair amount of HP here. It looks like the cap's just going to go through. No contest. Alliance decide to bail off, and JL cleanse himself of the Mystic Might. No, cleanse himself of the debuff. Get a Mystic Might. and now be setting up for that final circle. Nice grab here from Yao Yao. He's taking a lot of damage though. I don't think he's going to live. No, that's the end of time.
What an interesting posture leading up to that spirit. Well, you see JL just standing in a little circle, all taking a hit of tuna, and Alliance rolls up and just Phoenix blasts their circle. It's interesting that Alliance, being as stacked as they are, doesn't really bully JL off of the spirit roll. I think they're so happy with their position and 16 kills, plus all their armor, that they don't really need the gold armor or any more loot going forward. So risking fighting such a confident team definitely wasn't worth it to them. They even bluff JL a little bit. They start peppering TXJ on the monk with Phoenix Blast, and TXJ just lets him know, like, look, we're not really interested in fighting you. If you continue this up, maybe we turn and fight you. But JL just sits there, ends up capping, and Alliance is happy. He's like, all right, well, we have our 16 kills. We want to try to secure the multiplier, because multiplier only comes from going first place. So very interesting play off the spirit wall right there. Not gonna lie, if it was me, we got the triple gold armor. You got to get off that spirit wall. We want the buff going into the second part. But I would say a 0% chance contention that the team that's on there, they're not going to really go after you after they claim the buff if you don't bother them, and vice versa. It definitely benefits you to not go for that. But you're seeing on the high ground, all the most looted teams kind of waiting this out. They don't really want to engage with each other yet, but as the zone closes in, it's going to be a lot harder to tell who is who as you already see those flying knives and that verticality. GG on the low ground throwing out dagger shots.
Oh my word.
All the monks end up transforming right here. Zionan, PP, Jinyu, LXM, TXA all transform at the same time as everyone looks for cover below the feet. But it looks like Yus on the high ground is going to be tossed around right there. Tossed by each monk, getting re-grabbed over and over. He finally hits the wall though. On the low ground though, GG and JL controlling it, T in the bottom left, but a late ult coming out from Uran right as everyone de-transforms. Now an all-you-can-grab buffet. Uran though doesn't have any teammates right here, but he's the only monk in the lobby. Everyone turns and starts hitting him. He's gonna jump into the crowd, got one slam, doesn't get the re-grab, is gonna get a bit of a chunky heal right here, but on the low ground, Alliance up to 16 kills, following Yuma, slashing, being a menace to all the other monk teams, it's causing mayhem. Oh, big chunk sends GG into the zone, not able to keep their zipping out there. 3-0 able to make his way back in, but now minute 30, second monk ults are gonna be coming through.
Yeah, PB able to get himself that grab off. Can't find the double grab, but is going to be able to get a serious amount of damage done to GG off the back of that one. PB starting to go a little bit low though. Does need to be careful. Looking for the grab. Gets the hit off from the slam. Jinyu also going to transform here as PP now de-transforms Jinyu. Going to be looking for PP. No armor, no health. Nice reposition. It actually looks like he's going to be able to find himself a bit of healing coming out here as we do see JL starting to cash in on some kills. They're on to 12 right now, so keeping up with the likes of Alliance on 17. PP's able to get a full reset off as GG are knocked out of the lobby. TXJ's knocked onto the edge of the zone. He's starting to tick a little bit too low, and now Alliance is just going to gatekeep him away. Battering out here as BabyU with the great sword is just going to be sending people flying as OUG able to secure the kill, but Yuma gets himself caught up by the parry here on to coming in, sorry, from BabyU. BabyU follows up a little bit more damage, but Alliance is still able to secure themselves another kill. They're looking at that 20 bomb as in comes BabyU with the ultimate now, trying to batter Yuma back into the zone. Yuma's able to reposition his way in to safety. Another transform comes out, and PP just being caught on the edge of the zone, can't quite make his way in, and needs to get some healing done as BabyU's looking for those slams. We're going to see the collapse coming out though, I think, from him any moment now. That's BabyU securing another kill for his team as it looks like the turnaround was there, but no one is going to be the last team standing. It's a draw. I believe that means it should go to Alliance.
What a crazy endgame going to. We see BabyU with the Warrior stance looking for the triple charge spin to win. Rarely do we ever see Greatsword in modern NARAKA. Almost all the time that it's always switched over to a pole sword, more agile, easier to land, harder to parry, but with Warrior Stance, and he's just going for one charge LB. He's looking for the triple charge. Funny stuff coming out for him. The gold Greatsword does give him a ton of damage to find those kills. Kylan on Baby U, he ends up dictating all of that last bit of zone. He shoves everyone into zone. You see GG a little bit disappointed with the outcome of that end game. OUG definitely took the momentum there, but still, Alliance is gonna run away with that MVP. Just getting lucky off spawn, I mean, sets you up for going into that first Realm of Yang when you have that nice loot. Now, still, they did have to clutch out first Realm of Yang, second Realm of Yang, and capitalizing in this end game. You see that tactical sacrifice of that last Spirit Well, hand it over to JL just so that both teams can sit on the high ground, and it ends up paying off. They're able to cinch off the win with a ton of kills. Now, ideally, you would want to get the first place for the 1.2 multiplier, but with Transformers and Highland zipping, the other health pools, it's just so durable going into the end game that it's very likely to go to a tie unless one team really snowballs out of control. We saw 3 or 4 teams though with gold armor, gold weapons going into that last little bit of the end game, so not an actual winner, but still a very, very dominant performance coming out from Alliance. Really good stuff coming out for them. Can they keep up the momentum for the rest of the day though?
A very solid start for Alliance. For the side of OA, you know, I kind of came in today with my eyes on them after the performance we saw last week from the side of OA, but ultimately they got a single kill and then got knocked out, so not the strongest opener for OA on the day. Alliance looking good. GG got taken out way earlier than I expected to in that final circle. I thought they would last a little bit longer, but definitely a little bit of an update on that one. Now, what hero will be MVP of game number 1? This is a hard question because you had to really be paying attention, and I don't know the answer. Was it Kylin? Was it Tianhai? Or was it Zippin? I'm gonna be real. A solid bet is A or B, but there is still a world where Zip could have got MVP there. There's a world where Alliance's Zip did the most damage and got the most kills. I genuinely don't know. That's a really hard question. So if someone was paying attention, make sure that you listen to what they say, because I genuinely, that's one of the hardest questions we've ever had, because there's no answer. It'll be coming up soon though, but it'll be too late by the time that comes up. Yeah, game 1 out of the way. Obviously, one more mirror matchup. This is the mirror matchup I find a little bit more exciting. Where we got the Takeda mirror matchup, although Taka mirror matchup would be sick. Here's our scoreboard though at the end of this game. 21 points go over to Alliance, 18.4 for OUG. JL walk away with 15, GG 9.5. Oh wait, it's a 1.5er for them. It's a rough start to what, you know, has been set up to be the best week for them. Off the back of last week, they had an absolutely stellar performance. They could end in first place today. It's not much between them and like third place, but from there on, you have to really start trying, because it was 70 points a day each to, I can't remember who's at the top, but regardless, whoever's Bowder at the top. There you go, MVP will be answered. It was Yuma on the Kylin. 8 kills, 33,000 damage, 8 assists. Fantastic performance there from Alliance.
That's surprising that the Monk PP did a ton of damage as well with 10 assists. It's interesting how they picked Yuma in the MVP. I've always been curious what the criteria is.
It's always kills. It's kills into then damage is how they calculate it.
Confirm is quite the interesting way of choosing. But looking at the overall leaderboard, WBG starting today decently. We saw them inside the Realm of Yang, clutching up the first one, not able to win the second one. BBE at 6.5, WZ at 4, YZG at 6, moving all higher. GG on the cusp of qualifying. They still give me push. I mean, it's pretty early in the day, probably secured at this point. I'm probably going to pick up momentum as the day keeps going. OUG with a dominant first game. Alliance with a massive first game. Always nice to get the first one out of the way with momentum, especially on one of the staple compositions. Transformers really shows the skill level of a trios team in NARAKA. Without a monk, you can't really have a trios team, but we'll see. I mean, in the new world, will another composition become more popular than Transformers? There was an entire year where Transformers wasn't really that popular. In 2023, it wasn't actually popular. Only HLG ran it when they were very, very close to TV for the Grand Finals 0.5 difference. Now we are going to go back and watch Alliance's stellar run with some highlights coming up in them. Yuma, his MVP performance, throwing out those R&Bs like hotcakes. Yuma with the gold F, and this was the cool part of the Transformers Ditto. Two of your characters have combo breaks, so it's very, very nice when it comes to playing off your teammates. High team play is rewarded for Transformers. We see Yao Yao on the high ground. This is what we are going to the center of the map, where it's absolute chaos. In the middle game, TXJ on the Monk versus YZG. They execute them with surgical precision, getting the double grab and cleaning up the last player. OUG versus ASE. OUG was outgunned in this instance, but able to pull this through. Look at all them, the blueberries, that blue armor. They're able to muscle them out in the close range fight and get looted up and curing their Yang depletion going into this endgame. Finally, we see the last leg of this endgame. Alliance and OUG battling it out for this last little bit of circle. Jinyu on the back of that zipping ult, able to hold his monk ult to the last second, come out, not able to find any kills, but they are able to secure the tie for the last little bit. It's not going to be enough though. Alliance is able to cinch up the win with so much momentum off spawn inside the first and second round with Yang, and even peppering in a little bit of extra kills going into that endgame.
Here we are, Yuma with the MVP, 33,000 damage, 8 kills. Had Phoenix Blast, aerial dash, twin shot bounce, and then just some blues after that. 13,000 damage with skills and ultimate. Man, Kylan damage is absolutely bonkers still. And this is like, you know, this is a weakened Kylan from what we saw when he first came out. And he's still putting on some absolutely crazy numbers here. Very impressive game. Now, obviously moving over to our Takeda game for our second matchup. We're heading over to Polaroff. Players are getting off the stage and ready for that one. I'm interested because I feel like the teams who are better at the Takeda comps are typically those who aren't as good at like the Monk comps. I feel like in NARAKA for a long time, it felt like certain teams fell into certain categories based on, you know, on what was meta and what wasn't. And I always felt like, I know they're now YZG, but the old KLA were a team who I always used to think of as a Sand Siphon comp and not a Monk, not a Transformers comp. They always used to pop off when they were rocking that comp. Obviously a very different team now. YZG changed around, first of all, name, but also players. So very different setting. But I'm interested because like I don't feel like I've got a good read right now on the current like players and like what comps they seem best at, because we have changed stuff since spring. But you know, this is the opportunity for those players to kind of show that this is our comp. This is the comp we look the best on and we perform the best on. When, like you said, mirror matchup, there's no excuses. It is genuinely all down to skill and understanding of how to play. It's obviously a very different sitting when it's like, because a mirror matchup in a solo match is very different because of the fact that, you know, you don't really have to worry about anyone else, especially if you're like in a Roma Yang. It's just you versus the other person stuck in that 1v1. But in trios, there's so many extra factors. You like, where's my team? You know, have I got crowd control available? Have they got crowd control? Like, it makes it so interesting to me just because there's so many various different kind of like micro things that still differ between the other two teams, between the two teams fighting, even in a direct mirror matchup. It's very exciting. I do have to admit, while I wasn't initially a big fan of the mirror matchups, I am slowly being sold on them.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring up that it's a more interesting matchup just because the old school when NARAKA was first getting very big, it was mainly just monks and trios as we changed rules. And then the new generation of the up-and-coming players who dominated on Siphon, Baby U, back when he was on KLA, before they were and then after when they were YZG, he did move to Balda for a little bit, but he made his name definitely on the back of how strong his Takeda was, almost clutching up a 1v2 to take Jacob down. It'd be a different story that year where TE won if he was able to clutch it up. And then GG's dominance that one year, they definitely did it on the back of their Siphon composition throughout the year. We are going to go back to some highlights as we set up for the next game. LXM on the Monk. Now, I always love the Monk mirror and the initiation of it. There's been so many different variations of it, but you have to always come out in the first phase where both Monks basically face each other and pop Monk ult right away. And there's a little bit of finesse of who is going to choose what for the first move going into it. Now, we are going to see WZ's Xiao Yao. One of his teammates was already taken down, and usually in a 2v3 situation when it comes to Transformers, if someone gets gibbed a little bit earlier because of the follow-up, Monk gets a grab, gets a slam, and someone is positioned well that he can't get grabbed, he can follow up with the focus attack. It's very, very easy to blow up an opponent, especially if the Kylan's combo break isn't up, or you catch her zipping in midair. Like, she doesn't have a combo break, and if one of the teams ends up popping their Kylan ultimate early to peel during Monk phase, you are most likely going to get timed out by the enemy team because the Monk pressure and delayed Kylan ult, they're just going to have 5 to 10 more seconds with the Kylan ult. And if you don't have a Kylan there to defend you, you are for sure going to get juggled. It's similar to the actual mirror matchup that we will be seeing on the Siphon, the Takeda Temi and now Syra. It used to be zipping, then it went to Kurumi, and now we have the Syra variation of Siphon. It's very much now delaying your Takeda ult for as long as possible. Try for a little bit, we saw Syra ult or Kurumi ult being led. So normally when you looked at the NARAKA, there's position 1, 2, and 3. The third position is the support position. And normally you would think, all right, support position, defensive cooldown, right? We're going to pop our defensive ult when things are going bad. So we're going to try to burst the other team. Near the end of the meta, it flipped, and we're still working off that flip where instead of trying to use your offensive cooldowns to execute the other team, you try to just fight it out and keep each other healthy as long as possible, and use your Kurumi ult first, or in this case, your Syra and Temi ult first, and delay your Takeda ult. Now, Syra's not a pure support character. She does do a lot of damage and a lot of crowd control where she can stun and set everyone up. And normally we've seen the Siphon composition where the Takeda did most of the damage, did most of the heavy lifting for the composition, but we've seen in the past year that the Temi, because Syra, because Takeda are such good facilitating characters where they have such good control of the fight, ends up doing a ton of the actual damage and frag picking up because of that fast combo break, because of the Temi wall, and because they're just not really focused on by a lot of the cooldowns. The Takedas are usually focused on each other, and the Syras are really focused on each other to kind of slow each other down and control each other, while Temi's able to really run free and dictate who is going to go down first in the matchups. Now, looking at the overall picks going up, not going to be a lot of variation with the ability choices. Everyone's going to be going with that F1 on Takeda and the V3 for that scaling up. We did see, because of the Syra change on the V2 ultimate, Syra is now kind of like a mini Viper with Siphon. So now we're seeing another even evolved form of Siphon as we kind of go on with this new rule set. And we are seeing for this mirror matchup how this is going to play out, because there are still some teams who don't run the V2. I'm very curious to see what the current line is, what the sequence of ultimates going to be going forward. And just like Transformers, Sand Siphon, very, very important to find a high yield area, get looted up. really set up your Takeda for success, because his ultimate gets a lot stronger as you get higher rarity weapons on each member of the party. But that also means if you don't really loot up, you end up going to be you're going to end up being dominated in the end game, where everyone's going to be so powerful and hit such huge power spikes. It's going to be very hard to contest anyone. So the name of the game is finding the loot early and navigating and winning that first Rumble Yang in order to keep up with the pacing of the strongest teams in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, obviously very reliant on that gear. Just one thing that I was checking during, you know, that hero, well, not really hero select, but checking during the loading, is the way that GG are now positioning 330. Because 330 used to be the monk player for their team. Last game he was on the Zip. This game he is on the Syra. They've given like that roll over to LXM, while CJS kind of plays their primary damage dealer, being Kylin, or in this case the Takeda. Really interesting, just little fact that it looks like they've just shuffled around their kind of standing within the team. But ASE taking this fight here versus OUG off the bat. OUG losing a player. I believe there was a bit of a salty run back here from ASE, but were able to get themselves the victory, secure themselves the 3 kills, and send OUG packing. No salty run back, sorry. I'm just completely wrong. As OA had a very, very underwhelming game before. Let's see if they can make game 2 work a little bit better for them, as Peak finding 2-tick here. 2-tick, I don't think is really going to want to hang around for too much longer already. Quang's coming down, and OA do have a numbers advantage after taking down Jianan. Peak committing the ultimate here, using those Fireflies to his advantage to try and just look for those beams down onto 2-tick, who is going to get caught here by the Dazzle. Second Dazzle comes in for the setup. They're going to look for the knockup. They don't quite make the opening as Cuckoo finds the parry onto Peak. And Peak now is just going to get chased off by Cuckoo. OA find themselves an advantage in this fight. It looked like it was getting a bit dicey for them. Youth has gone down as Peak now taking some range shots in, as Cuckoo should just be able to finish him up. Scale rushing away. Not too far to go. Does swap out to the blue armor. Eats the parry here from Cuckoo. Throws down the Dazzle to reposition. And he is incredibly low. Peak desperately trying to hold on, but 3 members chasing him down, and he's only got a couple of grapples left. And there's the interrupt into the musket shot. That's the end of Peak.
Really, really good play from Cuckoo, covering his teammate perfectly, like waiting for the first AoE stun to come out, and just coming in and covering that focus attack with a nice parry, healing perfectly for his teammate. We're going to catch OUG in a less common position here on the outskirts, finding a little bit of loot. We are going to go over to JL, and BBE catches BBE in the process of looting up here. We are going to pack the Syra ults right now with Junks with the Dragons. They're going to catch Roy Hee down. The stuns are going to be coming out in a second. Which Syra is going to be coming out first? It's too close to see who went out first, but Doofu is going to get hit by the first wisp right here. Junks in the thick of things right here, looking for the follow-up. Takeda also going to be coming down. Asbon, nice dodge there, going to the outside, but Junks, nice and patient, comes from the outside, looking at the center of the fight, sends a shove through, but he is going to get parried. Still, 3 shoves out. Parry's not going to be punished right here. Temi also going to be coming down, and Asbon is going to get taken down. Really, really clutch play from Junks. Stays patient, keeps the vision up, has the game sense to come to the outside, and ends up shoving at a very, very critical point to keep the fight in the tide's favor of their own team.
Well, let's say OUG, Baby U. Onto your round here. Still got 1 free range shove left in the chamber. Parry lands onto Cookie. Baby U eats a parry in response, but OUG sliding in a Fen Yoran. Throws down that last free range shove onto them just to keep them going, but Baby U dodging away. OUG have been able to take out Yali. He's got some health in, and arm swap comes in for Baby U. Jinyu going low, but is able to break away briefly here. Yoran left to 1 versus 2. He eats the parry from Baby U, and he goes down. We do see Zinyu go down now in response, so Cookie has more health, right now. Could actually look for the 1 versus 2, but I don't think he's got enough in the pocket. OUG going to be able to pick up Zinyu and take that fight for themselves. There's just more fighting going on over here at Frozen Lake. I believe the Forbidden Steel was popped onto GG as they lose one. CGS goes down. LXM caught by the grapple lock. Microwave down by Cuckoo. It's JL coming in for the third party here. On to the members of OA. Jumping into that Forbidden Steel. Just waiting to try and break out that ultimate. But the Furen shoves are just coming through regardless as Tutik gets hit by a wisp. Incredibly low HP. They're going to jump into the fight as Cuckoo low as well versus One Feng. Does find the turnaround with the fist weapons and gets some fire back. Vertical strike's going a little bit wide here as Tutik's just desperately trying to get some healing in. AB will go down. Cuckoo left on his lonesome as well. Probably just going to be using his revive off the back of this one. Because JL have that numbers advantage. Cuckoo quick goes for the blue armor swap, gets a little bit of extra health to work with, but not gonna matter much, unfortunately, for him, as down he goes. JL, great third party from them.
Cuckoo, what a maniac. Just, we got the support on support action. He just wakes up and immediately, after getting uppercutted, just immediately focus attacks back to back to back. It's so funny. You can see the reaction coming out from jail. He's like, wait a minute, is this guy really just throwing every single blue? He's like, all right, guy. Starts parrying. Previous fight, you just saw OUG's U just, he goes over, picks up the spear, and he just mashes parry over and over and over, and catches everyone as well. Low ping parries coming out super fast. Now, we are going to go into a little bit of a lull before that next Rumble Yang as the team's posture to set up for that first Rumble Yang. But looking at the actual points, away up to 6 kills, but it looks like they overextend with that third party early on at the lake. YZG looking very stacked and pretty going into the first Rumble Yang. Purple armor on their Temi, Takeda, and Syra. Not the full Jades on the Syra, but it's whatever. We got purple armor on all 3. Definitely very good. WBG. 1 purple armor on the Takeda. And even though we don't really have Xiphon in this lobby, it was the one advantage Xiphon had over Siphon as Zai was replaced in Siphon. You don't need as much loot for Zai, but for Takeda, you need everyone to get a lot of weapons and armors, unlocking the weapon slots and everything. It takes a lot of investment to get online as Takeda. We're seeing a little bit different of a strategy. Normally, if there weren't so many Takedas in the lobby, most of these teams would be playing very slow. But a lot of teams are using the strategy off spawn, taking those fights and looking for those timing attack third parties to get their loot up going into that first Realm of Yang. WZ only with blue armor, no ult on Takeda. Probably not going to be looking for the Realm of Yang. Probably going to make a play for the Spirit Well or a Cave. SR are EWC winners. Looks like they're going to be slowing down, but they are posturing to go to a Realm of Yang near the puzzle, making sure no one's sneaking up on them. They do have purple armor on 17S. That's all you really need. Not a full Jades though. And you see the difference with the macro strategy of some of these teams. Having your full Jade slots unlocked going into first Realm of Yang, actually very difficult. When every team is looking for loot with these loot heavy compositions, the map dries up very quickly. We are going to get YZG versus ASE. Both these teams actually not evenly geared. YZG is stacked to the moon. Will ASE be able to outskill them though?
It's going to be a hard ask here right now. As Zen goes aerial, full pole sword in pocket, pops the ultimate. It doesn't last quite as long, so a dazzle will really catch him off. Hasn't really been able to find much. Oh, sorry, he only popped the F, actually. Hasn't popped the ultimate quite yet, but he might need to think about it because he's caught by Wisp, he's caught by dazzles, and down he goes. ASE, against all odds, undergeared compared to the likes of YZG, able to take himself a single kill so far. Dazzle looks to break out, but with no Takeda available to YZG, this is a lot harder for YZG to find the victory. Nice work from the flying knife, but there it is. ZXL gets caught by the parry. Gets caught by the Wisp briefly, but the through Ren shove means there's absolutely zero follow-up in ASE. I mean, that just looked easy. It looked like there was no contest.
Wow, little did we know that ASC actually had gold Takeda ults on their Takeda. Same thing we see JL here, Junks. He is getting juggled right now by OA though. Cuckoo connecting perfectly right here, but the Peel's gonna be coming in from TXJ and Wonfang. Junk's gonna make his way back in. No Takeda ult, 35% on them, but they do still have the Temi ult on TXJ. Always Cuckoo is gonna be trying to back up, get to the tower here and try to kite here. Forbidden Seal has been hit. I believe that's on cooldown right here, but JL doesn't want to overcommit, doesn't want to get drowned by possible third parties as the first one. Liang is going to be coming out. They're going to make their way into the zone, play this conservatively, hit the bell so they can't be chased as the super stacked YZG is going to be coming out as well. We are going to be moving over to WZ versus ASE. Temiel already invested. Han looking for the low HP Takeda by, I believe. Yao Yao on the outside. It looks like they're going for a third party. Han comes in with the flank, able to secure the kill with his fan. And now, a little bit of cleanup crew. Their Temi is very low on their team, but it's not going to matter. Han's going to follow up with another kill right here. ASC getting on the board with 2 freebies, but now they have to worry about SR going to be coming in. Temi ult coming down. Syra ult being popped. No chill coming out from SR, immediately dumping everything, and Zhao is going to be coming down with the pulse sword and a kill as 17S tries to put Temi in the blender. 1, 2, 3. Xiaowin gets up, is going to try to stone form. It's not going to matter. One shove's going to be coming through, blasting through, and SR is going to roll on through like a boulder, squishing ASC out of existence.
That was an absolutely huge third party there from SR. Perfectly timed. You all of the ultimates are down on the side of ASE. Made it look easy. And I guess this is one of those reasons, actually, kind of just going back to the Takeda ultimate. One of the things that makes this map so unique is when the weather effects take place, all of the pros reset. So there's potentially chances to upgrade that ultimate fairly quickly compared to other maps. I think that's probably why, but as I'm saying this, GG on the Forbidden Seal. It is not doing them anything right now. They're just getting heavily juggled around. They weren't able to take down Yuma, though, with the nunchucks here from 330. So they do a little bit of work off that, but CGS is down. They need to find a way to pick him up. The LXM also going down. GG. Still have some revives available to them. The 330 is going to get popped. Baby is able to secure that kill. And it's the late bloomers, the team who rock up late to these fights with the Roma Yang debuff on. Just trying to cleanse themselves, but all of them very much aware that they need to use Optimus to try full send it for these kills. And there's a Forbidden Seal, but it's right on the back of the zone, so it's very, very rough for them here. As Baby U from OUG actually getting healed up here as he briefly gets caught out, but is going to be able to hold fast for now as YZG still that Ramyang debuff trying to hold on themselves as WBG catching on to the members of OUG doesn't find any real follow-up window, but it just continues to be chaos. There's so many particle effects going on with sandstorms and Forbidden Seals and flamers. It's hard to track exactly what's going on, but I can tell you that OUG are knocked out of the lobby as they lose their last player to WZ's Young from that flamer. It is absolute carnage here.
It's funny you say there's so many particle effects going off. I guess there's a Cyrus skin with a rubber ducky. I saw a rubber ducky floating around when the Cyrus popped their V2. I was like, wait a second, what am I looking at? But all these teams, because of the Yang depletion, coming over, and it's just a Congo line, it's just a full snowball effect that one team with Yang depletion initiates a fight and another team takes advantage of it, another team spotting it out, plus another Yang depletion team coming in. You see everyone come over and mosh pit in. We are going to see GG secure a kill onto WZ. GG poking WBG away, saying like, this is our kill, this is our loop right here. And it looks like after all is said and done, a lot of these teams, once the Yang depletion teams seem to be eliminated, slow it down and start prepping to go into the next round of Yang. They don't want to suffocate their game where they slow down their loot, especially when you're one of the most looted teams. You want to leverage the gold Takeda, like at the bottom center of the screen, you can see Takeda's ult gold. And even though when we were looking at first round of Yangs, I did think that YZG, because they had triple purple armor, had the advantage. But if I had to choose between 2 blue armors and a purple armor versus triple purple armor, but my Takeda has gold ult and you have purple ult, it is a huge difference between purple rarity ult and gold ult for Takedas. It's to the point where the shove is way wider and the stun lasts way longer. We are going to see TE's peak, get a parry into an uppercut combo, and they make quick work of Xiao Yao. Now going over to the realm of Yang. Ooh, 2 juggernauts going to be going off. SR versus JL. Junk's going to be taken into the sky with the drop down. Temi looking for the pole sword flanks. Before he hits the ground, gets the F1 off. Temi ult plus Zyra ult immediately going down. 17S already taken down. Armor strip. So much pressure going in. Zhao trying to peel Junks off here, but he's going to get flanked by one found on the Zyra. He is going to keep up the pressure onto Junks, though. 17S, very, very low. Mirror match. Takeda, 1 shove's going to be coming out, but Junks still has 2 more shoves to his name. He has no more armor for himself. His Zyra's going to be coming through, and looks like SR Zhao is going to be the first one to fall, with Junks able to follow up. Nice peel coming out from JL as we move over to YZG and GG.
Or GG right now. Also got ultimate available here for CGS. Just looking to try and find a good window to throw that down. 1 3 range job already committed, but LXM has already been a victim of the fight. As Zen just jumping in on the Wisp connects onto CGS and 3-3-0. They are just blitzed apart. A little bit of healing comes into CGS. Still has 1 free range shove to throw down, and that is all he can do with his dying breath. 3-3-0 now has to 1 versus 3 if he wants to find any hope of turning this one around. It's going to be an incredibly tall ask for him. Not going to be given over. As YZG take out GG very wholehandedly inside that realm of Yang. The first realm of Yang results in absolute chaos. Second realm of Yang, you have 2 teams running around with a debuff on, but it's not as chaotic coming out of it. So it'll be interesting to see how those debuff teams actually fare now. There's a world where they'll just look for each other and try and find the cleanse that way. But right now, as we are cresting over the mid game into the early stages of the late game, got a few teams who are pretty set up going forwards. YZG being one of them. So we're going to see SR taking on BBE actually here. Seeing if there's a world where they can take out the team of Draco Storm. Roy Hihi on his lonesome. Doesn't have Dofu nearby. Dofu's just abandoned him, and SR, if they can find this 1 kill, they're going to at least be able to cleanse a single player on their team. Roy Hihi's trying to go for the scale rushes. Gets himself briefly caught out, throws out the Wisp, doesn't make a connection on that. Drops his purple armor into the gray. But that's not going to last for long versus the weapons, but GG are rocking. They find the kill onto Roy Hihi. And that's going to be a cleanse onto at least one of those players. Now they just got to find another 2.
Unlucky for Roy Hihi, it looks like BBE was able to claim the Spirit Well on the outside. Only one of them was res, but you see the Draco Storm on Dufu as they go 2 separate directions. He's going to try to make his way, find another res on his teammate. 20 people left alive, 3 people left still in soul form, as GG's going to have to navigate around the map with their Yang depletion, find a kill for themselves. We saw the buff teams picking the Mystic Might, and this is something that I always like to favor for second realm of Yang, just because it allows you to really have a layout of the map to see who's around you, because even if you find a team in front of you, it's really about spotting the possible flank of whether or not you're going to take more risk aggressively to secure the kills, or you want to slow down, kind of put them in the middle and pick them apart versus going for the full 3-piece. Blue buff definitely, or Mystic Might, allows you to make these decisions a lot easier. We are seeing the Temi ult being invested as JL is trying to snare TE down, Xiao down though, and Peak making out like bandits trying to get away from here. They are going to pop the Zyra ult to try to slow down the Fiend of JL. Now, what's interesting from TE is that they don't really have Yang depletion, but they are only in blue armor. Now, YZG is going to see JL putting pressure onto this team as well. And again, tough break for them. Getting the 2 most stacked teams in the lobby surrounding you, just trying to break off a drumstick, just pick you apart like you're a little box of food right here. Youth is already down to half health. He is going to get shredded by the knives of YZG's ZXL. while Junk's coming over, looting up, grabbing what he can, as One Fong is going to find kills as well. And just like that, they cannibalize the weaker team and they move on to another team as they are snowballing this lobby. Little do they know, though, GG is pretending to be one of the stack teams, hovering them, seeing if they find another team. But GG has to be careful. They only have 2 minutes left to find a kill. Lucky for them, ASC is going to be putting up the initiative around them and are going to be putting a target on their back as now JL turns around and everyone is going to be coming in as GG and ASC are coming at it right now.
Good whisk hit onto GG there. CGS goes down to the pistol shot. Aurora Burst coming out in the middle of all of this action, standing in the Forbidden Steel. Absolute carnage this game. And you can see that because at 10 minutes last time, we had 31 people in the final circle. We are just under that 10-minute mark now, and there's 17 people left, Raven. Like, there is something so beautiful about Takeda games. I think this is why I fell in love with this comp, is it's just so explosive. There's so much action. Man, I love it. I absolutely love it. OA rocking 2 players left for themselves. SR right now. Royang debuff on 20 seconds. I think they're just not going to give any kills over unless... Wait, where are SR on my scoreboard?
Only that.
Oh, they know it's only one person who goes down. Okay, it's not the end of the world. They're going to hide the body, see if they can find a revive, and then get the gear back. Yeah, there's the rebirth charm. So not the end of the world for SR, but JL. Aurora Burst coming out here from TXJ. Han gets caught by it. Furen Shove connects in as well. Just to force away. It's so hard to push onto this when TXJ is channeling that Aurora Burst. The Sandstorms, there's every tool being used here to make sure that these teams are not going to be giving it up. 3-3-0 getting knocked back by the Furen Shove, just trying to throw the Flamer in, but he is not getting the opportunity to get close, and that is going to be a JL cap on to this.
Yeah, JL, they just have a lot of Js that allow them to control the distance. Oh my goodness, LXM is going to get a whisk from TXJ on the Temi, and he gets absolutely deleted. All muskets laser him down, and on that cliffside, GG loses some members there, and they're down to 1 member as we go over to the other Spirit Well. SR has the flag, wants to claim this Spirit Well. Looks like JL, they have their buff already. Don't need to really contest them as they make their way across, looking for a lot of stragglers in this lobby. And like you were saying, the explosiveness of this round, Hiprain, I believe the Fireflies, everyone just went absolutely nuts. A little bit of an overextension from almost all teams. Yeah, look, it is a rubber ducky. I thought I might have been seeing things. We got a lime, got a little coconut with a straw. The Cyrus skin is just very, very festive. 3-3-0 though. Last one left standing of GG is going to get spotted out by the lobby. ASC is going to be the first one onto him though. Velocity's going to be coming out from 3-3-0. Punch, get off of me. 3-3-0 wants to live here. He's going to be catching some of these orbs and meteors dropping from the sky to pick up his ultimate. He does get 1 heal off. Still 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Could possibly find some Hail Mary space, find a kill from other teams fighting, possibly with so many aim depletions running around, but 3-3-0 does get 1 parry. No sap though, is going to get cornered off. Nowhere to go. SR is going to surround him, put another point on the board. We got JL with 16, we got ASC with 14, and we got SR for 13. MVP is still up for grabs for this round.
It's absolutely anybody's game to play for, but do have a couple of clear favorites right now. 3 teams sitting at the top with those kills. Although YZG very much within a position where they could potentially look to try and find the find an MVP, sneak it away from anyone else. Alliance, a much quieter game from them compared to their first game of the day. Only 1 kill and 1 player with the debuff left. 2 minutes left on this lobby. We will have a Spirit Well spawning up fairly soon, so someone will be able to cap that and cleanse their team. But we could also just have a whole bunch of teams just constantly fighting out as Jang, I believe, took a Bane's Breath there off screen. Was going to be A-okay though. Holds on for now. It's really weird where we're in this position where we're kind of looking at the teams who have this debuff on, but they kind of just are forced to play safe, because if you're the one to engage first, you're probably the one who's going to get it turned on to you by the rest of the lobby once they see you've used all your abilities. So it is an awkward game of chess of trying to bait the other players in. There is still a flag to capture, I believe, as well, so maybe we'll see one of the players get that and cleanse himself. Still plenty of ways. Another Forbidden Seal has been popped. I swear, the last couple of weeks, Raven, we've seen so many Forbidden Seals getting popped by the players. Everyone's started to utilize this tool way more. And it is interesting to watch as TXJ has thrown down the Sandstorm here, has that Aurora Burst, jumps into the Forbidden Seal, so no ults available. It's going to be hard to push up with no ults and Aurora Burst coming in. Mist is just firing in from the outside. Really smart placement there from him. His hand desperately trying to hold on. This is probably one of the most awkwardly placed Spirit Walls I've ever seen. You can be attacked from one side, but you cannot cap unless you are standing in a zone where you cannot use your ultimate. As the cap is going back and forth, but YZG look to be the guys to cap and hold this one off as SR take down Jang off screen. OA making their way forwards as well, seeing if there's an opportunity to find a kill onto hand. He's just going to Fu and shove them back, force away, as it looks like the cap came in for YZG.
Now, one of the metas that you can do while teams are capping, we see JL get forced off. They don't ego it and pop ultimates, because as you get forced off, a lot of the times teams are waiting to see if you get all in and invest a little bit too much, and they pick you up on the outside. As we see SR picking up Always Cuckoo, we see YZG on the board picking up ASC's Han, and we see SR now picking up kills onto ASC's Miss. Now JL, no ults to their name, but they're still alive. They get forced off that Realm of Yang, and like Kimberly was saying, super awkward, it being cut in half. By half of it was in the no ult zone, the other half wasn't, so teams were rotating around on the no ult zone, popping the ult and really messing with JL. Even though JL had really good Jades to play on top of it, it ends up going to YZG, but the Nerf Draco Storm not doing super well right now. It looks like SR and JL putting on the range pressure on to the Draco Storm team, but nice Temi ult's gonna be coming down, slowing down the rain pressure. YZG's gonna be able to get this full heal off, threatening the flying knives, but JL, they got tons of Jades to their name. They also got the Red Tomb on waiting in secret for YZG. 3 teams left. Rarely do we see this with these super stacked Nbpl lobbies, but because of the Firefly lobbies, it looks like everyone opt out to just go for timing attacks early game, and that really laid waste to a lot of people's game going to the mid game, and everyone overextended, leaving us with 3 super juiced out teams right now. YZG with the Draco Storm. Oh my goodness! Oh! When Wisp comes down, and Jiao Yu is gonna get crossbowed by TXJ from range, and now SR and JL are gonna make quick work of the remaining members of YZG.
I wasn't looking hot for them there. The cannon shots coming in. They're trying to cover with that dreadful whale, but it's only a blue dagger, and no one's even getting remotely close to letting that happen. So YZG going to be down a player at this point. Again, the Forbidden Seal is popped, which is absolutely chaotic to me to think that's constantly getting popped like that. Sandstorm goes down as well in the middle of all of this. Dunk gets himself battered back there briefly. YCG still trying to fire in a little bit of additional damage off the back of that one. Ultimate finally times out there onto Rico. One Feng does get caught here briefly by the Furen shoves, by the Wisps as well. The CC just starting to layer up a little bit too much. Nice parry into Zen here from 17S into a Furen shove, back into the zone, chunking him down. Gets hit by the Furen shove in response, but Zen, no good way he's going to survive that one. Down he goes as ZXL, the final member now standing for the side of YZG. SR have the man advantage, holding the low ground as JL just going to jump in and see if there's a world where they can take it. But that Aurora burst coming through continues to just hold and control the zone. 17S, Golden Fist weapons jumping up onto the Syra there. Doesn't quite make the connection to turn it into a kill. Some healing comes in as TXJ jumps down onto the low ground still. Aurora burst in his pocket. JL down there to Kada. getting low on HP as they got caught in the zone there. Gonna have to get some healing off as ZXL just jumps off into the zone and is willing to try and reposition onto this low ground as he's still holding fast right now. SR struggling to translate this into a full kill as Rico gets caught by the Wisp into the Aurora Burst coming in from TXJ. Was able to break away briefly with the combo breaker, but that's going to be SR securing the kill onto ZXL and One Feng. JL going down, and the zone doesn't even close this time. That's an easy victory for SR.
SR keeps it simple on the low ground and slowly using range attacks to build up the ultimate. JL tries to use the pillar and high ground to their best ability. TXJ looking for the drop down flanks, but you just see SR's, all their players is releasing one charge. That double charge not able to come out from TXJ, and he's just not throwing out the parry. He's just looking for the double charge Aurora Burst repeatedly. SR denies it. And you see Takeda, the SR's Takeda building his ultimate up and eventually it coming online, and they're able to find the execution just because SR takes the initiative with that Syra ultimate, with the stun, forcing JL into the zone. Now, to JL's credit, they're running a little bit harder of a strategy, scale rushing over and over on top of the tower. They did very, very well with buying time, resetting over and over. It's just SR was just too solid on that low ground. They kept really, really good tabs on TXJ, going for those drop down flanks, and they denied all of that play. That's the problem with the Aurora Burst. It is a very, very predictable pattern to parry on the low ground, and you see SR do super, super well. It's one of the reasons they are one of the new teams to fear, and they did just win EWC recently, so they are still firing on all cylinders, able to take down JL in the mirror matchup. Exciting endgame though. Rarely do we see three super stacked teams kind of slowly work each other out, and we see the Draco Storm team, usually whoever gets that last buff gets to dictate and referee the last endgame, but we see both teams, SR and JL, turn over. They're like, wait, we're gonna die to this team. They just start both lasering them first and get the Draco's team out before they can get going.
Yeah, no, I mean, seeing more of SR's just performing well. We've had, you know, like you said, EWC was all SR because Spider won solos as well. So like that organization had an amazing time there. Coming back into Biweekly too, you know, they had an okay start. They've definitely got a little bit more work to do if they want to, you know, guarantee themselves a spot right at the top. I do believe they're into bi-weekly finals, but maybe I'm just completely yapping, complete nonsense. I need to see the scoreboard again, which we'll get fairly soon. But you know, SR definitely have been one of the teams to watch going into this final split of the year, and a team who I think a lot of people are going to start to keep their eyes on in the run-up to J-Cup, because providing they qualify, I feel like they're going to be a pretty serious contender at J-Cup, which is crazy to say because SR haven't really been that much of a notable team for a while. But anyway, what hero will get higher assists in the winning team in game number 2? Is it Tumult, Takeda, or Syra? That's another very hard question. We've had 2 back-to-back. Normally number 2 is easy. Normally it's like, you know, what's your favorite color? But here we go. Overall points at the end of this one. SR walk away with 29.2 points. A huge game for them. JL 19.5. So a 10-point difference between first and second. That is monumental. And here is your assists. It's not the Syra. It's 17S on the Takeda. Had 12 assists, 7 kills. The MVP actually will be Zhao here. Even though we did less damage, he put in the kills. And that's how it's calculated.
Interesting question. I was thinking it would be the Takeda. Just in Siphon, Takeda ends up being more of a support character than anything else, sitting on the outside and using his shoves to help his teammates out of sticky situations. Also, like if a teammate gets parried or he gets parried, he has to have the vision and game sense to keep his teammates alive. So no surprises here. He usually has the best loot as well, so he's probably going to be alive for the longest time. And Takeda ends up having the most amount of assists, as we see there. Now looking at the overall leaderboards, WBG at 8.5, still a little bit slow. Same thing with BBE and WZ. TE he also have to pick it up, but we see YZG going up to 20, getting the pace going as we go into game 3 for the day. GG on the cusp at 16.5, not at the pacing that we're accustomed to seeing them, but they are still above or going at the current average. SR, massive game, just over the 20 bomb. Definitely going to be climbing up going forward. OUG a little bit above the average, quite a bit actually above the average. And JL, after their dominant performance on their first game on the day 2 trios, keeping up that same pacing. They're already at the halfway point of what they did the first day, almost at 40 with 2 games. We're still going into the third game. We are going to get the highlight coming out from SR. The assist king, Takeda. Nice parry going to be coming out. Nice presence of mind. Temmie looking for the flame. Syra ult's going to be coming down. Big damage is going to come down. And look at that. Triple shove is coming through. Everyone eats a double charge from everyone on SR, and now with everyone on right here, no true support. 70ness does get very low in this instance as he gets double teamed. Looks like he does get taken down, and Nico is up to clutch. He's going to find the clutch with the engraving, jumping R&B with the longsword now. Another round, we're seeing it from 17S. Has an ISO fight versus Temmie. Remember this on the hill. Doesn't get the wake up on even ground. It's not going to matter. Doing his best to crowd control the Takeda, but it's not going to matter with the pole sword. Can't do much versus flying knives with pole sword. Following up the spirit well situation and this endgame. We do push last number on the outside, and we see Takeda. Oh my goodness, parry into the follow-up. He deletes all of his armor here. This is why they won. He immediately takes out his opposition. Oh my goodness, so much damage with that gold fist blades. Taking him out, and then he just easily closes this out. TXJ tries his very best to try to rally his crew back to win this, but it's not going to matter. He just had a strong iron grip in that endgame after taking down the enemy Takeda of JL. Really big play coming out from the 17S.
Oh, there it is, MVP, Zhao. 16,000 damage, 9 kills coming in. A quick charge from Thundercool. Fire arrows and target lock and Juggernaut coming in off the back of that one, but absolutely brilliant performance coming in from the side of SR in game number 2. Obviously, we're moving now over to game number 3. This is where it gets fun for me. This is where we get to the point where we get to see some of the more interesting picks, some of the more spicy stuff where, you know, the mirror matchups, they have their place, they're fun, but now it's all about what the people have been preparing going into these matchups. Now, we're going to throw ourselves over to a quick break, and we're back with the game number 3 in a second, so we'll see you in a moment. I can't hear Raven. I don't know if I'm able to be heard or if it's Raven.
Sorry, my mic was muted.
It was you.
It was me. It was me.
Wasn't me.
Welcome back to NARAKA Pro League Trios. We are on to the second half of the day, as HitBrain just said before we went on break. The exciting part, the new rules change, and my favorite part, a big change to the league and a lot of innovation, a lot of new composition, and for me at least, my favorite part, seeing TXJ, a lot of the inventor of the new compositions. We already saw some exciting things coming out, a lot of things that we normally only see in like ranked NARAKA, even just pub play. A lot of new compositions. We see Tessa coming out with Yodo, something you only really see in ranked. Never have you seen this in Pro League, but because of the point system, because these teams are pushed to the absolute brink, and they don't really know which characters are going to be available depending on the day. We got 4 phases now, and this is that part, HitBrain. The exciting part of the day for me. What new comps are we going to see today?
I have a sneaking suspicion, but we're not going to see much change from yesterday. Oh, I say yesterday, wow, last week. I think we'll probably see more of this Cannibal Ainur comp. We'll definitely see more of the Viper, like lockdown comp that we've been seeing with the Wu Shen. Beyond that, we'll still have some of the standards. We did have a few curveballs last week. Things like some people pulling out Zai. But the problem with Zai right now is Matari is shared in other comps, and under the new like hero select rules, no one has any spare points. You can only pick a hero a maximum of 3 times, and then you just can't pick them again. And things like Syra's already been played once, Zipping's already been played once. So you're then looking at things like Matari is kind of like other supports who are worth playing. It's like, do you want to use the Matari in a Sand Siphon comp? Well, no, sorry, a Siphon comp? Or would you rather use it in like the Viper comp where we're seeing it get a lot of effect out with that Uation? So be interested, but here are our pick orders. Remember, we have 4 pick orders now. It's not 3, it's down to 4. So stuff stays even more exciting off the back of that. Alliance, OUG, and BB are going to be our first group up for selection. I've got a feeling that this is going to be a lot of Viper here. A lot of Viper.
Yeah, it's a big difference when we see the Ditto round Monk and Monk Transformers, the Takeda Siphon, is that those are generally just very, very looted comps, and when they're left uncontested, kind of get to do what they want, and you see them at their absolute maximum power going to endgames. But when we go to a true lobby where everyone's allowed to pick characters, there's a lot of counter strategy with characters, like HitBrain was saying, what we've seen in the league lately is that first round picks have been Viper. Teams like to get out there, get very aggressive, just because we are at a point in the rule set where getting kills secures you the MVP. You don't know whether or not you're going to get a tie for endgame, so you want to get as many kills as possible and then play your endgame very slow. While before, and this is what GG was known for, is they would play very, very slow and get the endgame and secure it. We are going to see that Tessa Yodo, as I was saying before, and we are going to see the new Cannonball. The little bit of a different variation, no Hadi anymore, and Matari coming in with Enor, with Feria for that second round pick. What are we going to be getting for the third round pick? This is where things start getting interesting going into that 4th and 3rd round strategy. It looks like the Yodo Tessa is becoming more of a standard composition. I gotta pay attention to see how these executions kind of go down and how they're really dealing with the other comps. I feel like you're only getting away with this composition because we're not seeing as much Transformers. Now, previously, when we did trios last time, HitBrain, we did see Transformers in the 4th group. Are we going to see it again, or are we going to see some more limit testing with the new compositions? Because remember, these are qualifying rounds. You're taking your 2 best days, and the top 12 will be going to the finals. So you really want to stress test all your compositions on your tournament mode to see whether or not you can run this in grand finals when it's in MVP mode.
I'm not a fan of the Monk side. I feel like you're only going to get a pit monk 2 more times maximum. You might as well run it with Kylin. It is the best. It's the best one you can run it with. Now, you do obviously have the F can get like a big slam in once you get the grab with the meteor. Obviously, you only get 2 Fs. I assume you're running F, or are you running invisibility? You gotta run F, right? Surely. Okay, maybe I'm just talking too much. We'll find out in a second, but I mean, you know, avid monk hater. Morithile, very good map for monk. We do see a lot of people like it here. Obviously, right now, things like this cannonball, the Viper with the Wei Shen kind of really taking over right now in the meta. And it's going to be interesting because we do it by bi-weeklies. So the mirror matchup next week will actually be the most played characters and the most played comps from these last 2 weeks. So I'm curious. I assume that we're going to see Wei Shen Viper in there. I'm curious what the other comp is going to be. The other comp that people think is the go-to comp right now in the meta. But here we are, getting ready to go into game number 3. Let's see what the players put as their loadouts for this game. Big one for me is actually that Zai. I'm curious if it is just Meteor, so you get like grab into Meteor. Makes sense. Where are they? Lost them.
I'm looking for them too.
I actually cannot see the Zai. Oh, there they are. T bottom. Bottom left, pretty much.
We are going to see interesting that Enor is going to be paired with Matari. Probably going to be the same idea of Yushan running the V1 of Matari to refresh cooldowns to run a burst strategy. And it is going to be Meteor, Zai, to try to follow up. And T is only one going to be running this strategy. I'm very curious, what is it about Yodo Tessa that everyone in Pro League sees? Like, I kind of, we saw what Liam Tessa was doing. It's kind of like a mini monk, a very mobile monk where you could capture people in endgame and then grab them to a corner, throw them into a focus tag, followed up by the Tessa ult. Why Yodo Tessa? I'm very curious to see how this plays versus Transformers and versus Cannonball. Darius Mech is very fragile, but Tessa is very, very squishy when it comes to very coordinated play. A lot of the time, her Tessa ult, it has a wind up to it, so you can see her cast it and react to the sound when you're playing at this such low latency. So when your teammates hit confirm off of it, it can be very strong. And definitely off spawn, Yodo is a very strong off spawn character. We'll have to see. Very curious to see what they do. And TXJ has been landing here for 4 years. And Alliance PB is going to be contesting for a TXJ, though, with the jumping longsword. Is going to lock him down right here now, looking for the flank. But one Fong ends up getting executed, and the parry comes out. Ill-advised release, and we spoke too soon. Alliance is going to evict JL from their position and grab the Firefly Cave in the daytime.
Alrighty, well, meanwhile, there is just absolute carnage going on. As Yali does briefly get caught out by the stun, doesn't actually get followed up onto. As you can see that Jinyu, incredibly low HP, as well as Baby Yu, also potentially being hunted here by Yali. Trying to climb up the stairs, trying to find the lockdown onto the 2 players, but do have a bit of a numbers disadvantage. May just try and turn that around anyway, because in comes Cookie, but Cookie getting knocked back already. That's going to be Yali securing himself the kill off the back of that one. Baby Yu goes down. It looks like WBG going to be able to take themselves those little kills.
You are going to see WZ showing up to the party. Yao Yao looking for the flank with the focus attack is going to get smacked away. Get off of me. Looks like WBG is able to react to this. Yodo was going to be coming out. What can you show me? He immediately gets Tessa ulted out of the Yodo, though. Cancels out of it, and their Tessa U is going to get taken down while Uran swings 1 slash, 2 slashes, looking for the kill through the wall, not able to find it. And WZ going to be coming back in. Zhao goes for the cross parry, not going to get it. Gets smacked against the wall with the follow-up parry from WBG. They do get the Wu Chen poured out, though. Yu is going to get res here on the Tessa. Nice teleport position coming out from WZ, but they do get sniffed out right here. WBG is going to surround them on the other side. Uran with the double charge is going to come through the doorway, swinging wildly, comes in, looks for the parry. Tessa F. Tessa ult is going to be coming through. Uran stuck, and the F is going to knock him away, but WZ is going to be the first casualty as we go to the outside, where WZ is going to get ported out on, and WBG is going to be their turn to get a reset.
It's just constant fighting. It's just constant fighting over here. Lots of teams in the area. Looks like Cookie able to break away, although Yoran was thinking about hunting him down. I think the game plan has just called that off for now, though. Not going to go for him. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Yoran, same team. I don't know why I think that. He's going to try and cover for him by chasing Wonk off. Wonk jumping down into that low ground there, into the ravine. It's just going to try and resurface up, but as he clambers up the sides, Yoran could potentially hunt him down, connects him with the urn. Wonk not going to be given the opportunity to get that touch off in time. He's caught by the lockdown and instantly opened up onto the buttery rock. Do him a little bit of favors, but not enough. Yali going to be able to secure that kill, the repeating crossbow. As meanwhile, cut over to JL and TE. Both teams, I think, just posturing at the moment. No one's really willing to commit. They've still got 5 minutes until the Realm of Yang. I don't know why I forgot the name of that there. My brain just completely melted out my ear. But even so, a lot of teams actually have used those revives. It's been quite a bloodthirsty start to this game. As you can see, BBE 4 kills, WBG 4 kills. A lot of teams rocking those 3 kills. It's actually our top end of the table right now. We're a little bit more underwhelming in that factor.
JL, TXJ with the flank, the drop down on the new character. You know, are going to be popping the ultimate. They are going to get Moonbane right here by Alliance, so iTree is going to be involved. PB and Jang trying to lock down TXJ. He's going to go the opposite way of his, actually no, with his team, cover them in the ultimate. JL, very, very strong play, able to avoid Alliance's Moonbane play. Now we're going to go over to SR versus OUG. Xinyu with the kite, trying to get away from the ultimate. Rico trying to keep locking him down, but Xinyu with this fan making the moves, sliding and vibing, way out of there. While his teammates come over, look for a flank right now. SS with the combo break on Temi. He's going to get out of there. And Xinyu turns his defense into offense. Now Zhao in a tough position right now. Going to try to parry his way out of this, but he is getting light attacked. Combo break's going to be coming down. Nice job holding onto the F, lingering it to try to push more people off him. Now he's sending blues on the outside. Zipping's heal is going to be picking up everyone, as OUG, their momentum is going to be stifled down as the stacked SR team is able to survive their counterattack. And now Baby U is going to get sliced and diced by Zhao. Very, very nice play by their Zipping to pick everyone up. Even that was pretty good, valiant effort from OUG. They were in a super scuff situation with white armor fighting off the purple armor. They make the best of that they can, but it's not going to matter. The momentum of the loot of SR, just too much for them to deal with.
Had an amazing game number 2, and it looks like they're not willing to give up on that quite now in this game number 3. 5 kills under their belt. Currently in 10th position, but there's not a lot between 10th and 5th right now. As OA, an exceptionally quiet start to the day from these guys. We, had high expectations coming in after that 88-point game to open up their run here, going into the second bi-weeklies. But this time around, they are struggling to really transition it. So I want to see a little bit more life from OA. Even with that amazing day they had, it was still Bowder who got most of the MVPs last week. It was week 3, day 2. OA got game 1 and 3 MVPs, and they were big MVPs, to be fair. And that's what OA do. If OA pop off, they pop off hard. A lot of numbers go in, but you can see GG and OA both kind of running near each other, but neither actually wants to take a fight, knowing that they've not got long until those Realm of Yang spawn up, and the attention is shifting heavily over towards that first Realm of Yang. Get that revive, get some free kills off the back of that. Also, like you said, start the scaling. If you win that first Realm of Yang, getting into the second Realm of Yang and winning that one is just somewhat easier because of the extra gear you're going to have going into it. So everyone's scattering towards the portals and getting ready and set up for this first Realm of Yang of game number 3.
Interesting that the lobby is favoring this Tessa Yodo. It might be the favorite comp of next week by how many teams are running this. Now we see Muchen back in the league, teleporting teams to safety. We see the slugfest going off spawn. Now, interesting that we're running Matari with Enor instead. YZG's you just healing in front of JL. I don't know if he wants to continue just challenging the range right here, but they're sick of being fried by this range. A little cheeky play from JL.
They go versus each other.
And they get to go in. I'm not gonna lie, when you're doing weird stuff outside the realm of Yang, we're about to go in, you're just being all hostile. It's gonna be a little bit extra fire as TXJ going up, re-grappling, looking for the flank. Not able to find it initially, sends in his F, immediately ulting. It looks like they're targeting Dario right here, juggling him off, already skewering him.
Oh my
But he is gonna be able to pop it. The ultimate come in. It's a mirror matchup right now. Farriers are out. Cannonball slamming down over and over. TXJ though, trying to find the follow. Looks like they're going with a mech fry strategy, trying to demech the Faria, making his way back to the Enor, and ZXL with the combo of junks puts him against the wall and puts him to the ground. But one bomb is going to be falling down. 2v2 situation. Can still, YTG can turn this around right now. Zen is going to be cutting off right here, trying to buy some time. Ooh, TXJ, though, with the movement, is going to cross up that one charge, take him from behind, and with the follow of Feria of Zen looking for the stagger. But TXJ is going to find the jump parry and close it out.
Too good of a parry there from JL, able to win themselves that Realm of Yang. Still got BB and Alliance inside their Realm of Yang. That should be wrapping up fairly soon. But with that, we're going to see the buffs coming in. Wait, I think ASE misclicked. They have Mystic Might. That has to be a misclick, right?
Or
I hope
OA
they know.
clicked it.
That would be really bad if they run in thinking they got a revive. That is rough for ASE, actually. A big mistake, and it slows down their potential to get some extra kills in. It really, really weakens you, so that is that's a real rough one for them off the back of that one, as we are going to see SR be hunting here onto the side of Alliance. Alliance also with that Realm of Yang buff on themselves, just playing away for a second here. Zhang Zhang uses a fair chunk of his armor. We can see ultimate come out from PP. And Zhang playing escape here, as we can see a transform come out from 17S. Zhang Zhang commits the ultimate, just going to look for the lockdown onto people, is going to be able to find a lockdown on to Rico, who gets caught out. 17S though is just going to reposition by jumping down. Maze didn't go for the stun onto the monk, but decided to leave it and chase onto the rest of the team, thinking 17S is going to struggle to keep up. Especially with that grab coming in. Can he find that knockback? He does not get the damage onto PP. Sandstorm immediately breaks out as well off the back of that one, as 17S is already starting to lose a fair amount of his armor. Has the bell, has to use it nice and early here. As BBE jumping in, a massive parry coming out though, and everybody just jumps into the mix. Xiaonan's transform just off in the distance. We're seeing Viper lockdowns potentially coming in, as Xiaonan is going to get himself caught by the stun. He is locked up, and they are just going to open up even more damage in onto Xiaonan. He's trying to heal, trying to reposition, but Dazzle's into Viper Stun. Just leave him with no HP. One more Dazzle makes the connection. Xiaoran pops the bell, but he has no health to speak of as Yuma takes him down with the cannon. Another kill on the books there for the side of Alliance, who have jumped up into 4th place. They've surpassed OA right now, who had such a hot day one. And it's just continued to get worse and worse as YGG transformed here on their Einor. All that electric to work with. See if he can make some sparks. Can't quite find the damage onto anyone serious yet. We do see GG secure a kill onto One Fang. Does look for a potential reposition here. Goes into the F, but not actually going to find too much more right now. I say that. Oh, he's just popped by GG.
GG just surrounds him as he de-transforms and just beams him down with Fogue's attack to just club him as he's stuck in animation. We are going over to WBG. Have 1 minute on their Yang depletion. They are hunting this multi-way fight right here. Have to be careful right here. They do have Wu Chen port though, so I feel like they're trying to pretend that they don't have Yang depletion. And at the last second here, they're gonna make a move for GG right here. Hit the no ult zone, and what a play right here. They go for GG. They pretend GG thinks that they're not one of the Yang depletion teams, and they go to buy safely, but they eat the Folks attack. But LXM goes just outside the zone, gets a Tesla ult off. Yuran is gonna get stunned now by that Tesla ult. Momentum shifts back into GG's favor right here, but Yuran on the outside is gonna throw down triple Yodo slash. XL or LXM is gonna get taken down by Yuran, and now with one person down, WBG does have the advantage, but Cookie is gonna fall now. 2v2 situation. OA is gonna be showing up to the party. GG sits on the cliffside. Parry traps Yuran. We're watching you, son. You can't throw that Folks attack down here. And now WZ is gonna be coming through with the cleanup, finding the shambles. GG. Tough break for GG, trusting the team as they buy, and they are gonna pay dearly for that trust, as OA is gonna close the deal on CJS as well.
Great bait and switch there from the side of WBG. The problem is they also got themselves knocked out there. That third party from OA, absolutely devastating. And the no ult zone just made it even more awkward for them to fight around. So nice third party from OA, able to find the kills, but I'd been saying had been lacking here from OA. I don't think we'd seen quite the solid performance we did on the first day of play. But next round of Realm of Yang spawning up. Our eyes are on Alliance versus ASE. ASE, remember they misclicked. They didn't really get all the bonuses of that first Realm of Yang because they didn't have the Vermilion Birdsmite in their pocket. So let's see if Alliance can make this one work. Got the Matari, got the Viper, got that Syra in pocket immediately. Missed. Going in for the dashes onto Jang. He just needs to play survival right now, but he is getting absolutely juggled around by this Kai Lin. Mist is now just trying to dash away from them in response as the healing comes in. Han gets caught by the Dazzle as now Jang looking for the lockdown. I don't think Han's going to break away in time. He's just perma-CC'd. Healing from the zipping. It's going to keep him somewhat alive, but Jang with a bow shot, getting some extra damage in. Han gets the transform in now onto Alliance's PP. Plucked away by Han, who gets the smash down onto him. Has used up a fair amount of his time, but Jang so low, should be able to get picked up off the back of this one. Has been able to, as another grab comes in from Han, and that is going to be Yuma going down. Double grab into the clap. ASE played around the CC perfectly and turned that fight on its head.
Oh my goodness, we are gonna move over to the heavyweight battle again, a rematch between SR and JL, but Junks going for a ride. 17S with the uppercut Jade, putting him in the Taj, not letting him move. That's SR. After the ults are gone, they got the Jade advantage, they got the teamwork, and they make quick work of JL. Now with the gold armor advantage, unfortunately, you get a gold greatsword right here. They're gonna opt to go for Draco Storm coming out. Now, very different from the previous lobby where everyone was on Transformers. Now, They do have to worry about their big counter in the lobby. Viper, they don't really have a true counter to Viper's ultimate with that E1 long stun. Now, as Transformers kind of goes longer into the match, they get so much hit points and so much threat of how strong their ultimate scale that it's less likely they're able to get jumped on by the Viper teams. We are going to see Xiaowin from ASC catching one of the YZG members now. His corruption's already at half. He does have 4 heals. It doesn't look like he wants to overcommit to going in. Oh, I spoke to students because his teammates are involved with the fight versus TE Peak. Kurumi is going to be coming down. Oh, this is TE with their Zai. It looks like none of their members are alive. It's only their Kurumi. Peak is going to get jumped on by ASC. Poor Kurumi, not able to get out of there. She ends up getting surrounded, grappled on. We are going to catch Alliance BBE. Moving in from the zone, Jang on the Viper, and we are gonna have one of the Viper teams moving in, and immediately Jang's gonna pop that V1. Temion is gonna give BBE some space to maneuver out of this, but now with that, Jang is gonna be going back in. Asbon though on the Viper still has his stun up. Has the cliffside here, is he going to be popping it? Cyril's going to be going out first. Can Alliance weather this storm?
Alliance trying to put some extra damage in. Larami Yang debuff on for the moment here, so you can see the Viper ultimate get thrown out and connected as well. PP going to get stunned out of this. Does try and get a nice position in, but Dofu opens up onto PP. Doesn't really get too much damage out, to be completely honest, off the back of that one. Still plenty of time for Alliance to play with. They're just going to Battle reposition out here for a brief second. Sandstorm breaks down as now PP left on their lonesome inside this Sandstorm, and they're just locked in by the halberds, taken down. And Alliance, it's been a good start to the day, but this game 3 has gone horrendously bad for them as they're eliminated from the lobby. But in comes backup. Looks like JL also looking to join into the fray here. F was used there by TXJ, does have that flamer in his pocket. No Draco Storm, no buffer, I think that's Alho running around with that one, but that's the KSC being chased here by JL into the zone. Not letting them break away from that one as Dufu does go down. I believe it actually might almost just be the end of BBE. That's just the one player. Okay, BBE is still okay for the moment. I thought JL were chasing SE, but they're not. They were chasing Dofu for a kill.
It doesn't look like ASC and JL interested in fighting each other. They find Dofu. Now moving on back into the zone. Multiple teams showing up in front of JL. They have 1 minute and 50 seconds. We saw this before. Teams pretending they're not the team necessarily with Yang depletion. And it looks like ASC is a Transformer team. And JL, we saw this at the store. GG ended up getting jumped at the store. You gotta make a move eventually. We gotta double check to see if JL only has one person with Yang depletion. But for sure, looks like TXJ does. And JL is still moving around hunting for a Soul Bloom. We are going to make our way back to ASC WZ. Looks like SR was engaged on. He ends up getting his Mongol canceled. Multiple teams all posturing, not really hard committing, and it looks like JL's going to reveal their hand. They need to find a kill right now. 1 minute left. TXJ's going to activate his Ignore ult. Goes in on Tutic. Getting juggled right now. Feria ult and Enor ult all over him. But he is able to pop his ultimate out, or they pour it out actually out of a sticky situation. And now OA is going to be jumping into the fray with SR. Multiple teams getting involved right now as Cuckoo is going to get taken down by JL's One Fong in the area ult. Same thing with Tutic. Junks is able to follow up, and TXJ is going to get pushed out of the fight. But now WZ with the Yoda ult coming through, slashing, damaging everyone right there, going for the players on top of the Soul Boon. It looks like Rico, the zipping of SR, does get taken down. They're trying to res right now. Monk's trying to apply some cover, but it's not going to matter. Zhao immediately gets deleted by the Matari of JL. Junks comes flying through, picking up the kill, and now SR's game in shamble as JL is able to cleanse and surround SR, getting their revenge on them outside the realm of Yang.
Very rough here for SR. Had a pretty solid go. 13 kills in this game, but they're going to be taken out momentarily. Still alive right now, but don't foresee it being too long. As OA as well, another one of our teams who've been, you know, coming in today, top form, had a lot of expectations for them. Game 3, not looking much better than game 1 and 2, if I'm completely honest with you. I said that they don't actually have 8 kills, but there they are, eliminated from the lobby. SR also eliminated, and suddenly 2 teams with a fair amount of kills have been taken out of the lobby nice and early. There's only 11 people left in this lobby. Make that 10 after Baby takes down Han. This could be a very quick game here, Raven. I feel like with the fact that we're down to 10 players, we haven't even had, you know, I mean, we had, what, 1 Spirit Well? The Realm Yang Spirit Well spawn up. We still got the flag to cap. There's everyone but, yeah, no, everyone is cleansed as well, which is crazy. Been a very, very fast-paced number 3 in this game, in this lobby. As, ooh, haven't seen the Soul Jade Lotto in a while. I respect it from OUG. Just go in, burn a bunch of money, get yourself some good Soul Jade setups.
Yeah, we very rarely do we see such fast games where everyone's going at each other so aggressively right now, transitioning out of the mid game. Usually teams posture and try to play out this end game. Like, feel like the Yang depletion situation has been a lot trickier. The Yang depletion teams have figured out how to drown one of the other teams trying to play safe with them. And because of that, we're getting these smaller end games transitioning. We do have ASC with 2 members left alive, OUG, full trios left, and now WZ does have Yang depletion with BBE with I believe a singular player left alive. OUG's gonna be taking control of the Ballista as JL tried to take it from them, but you see the juggle coming out. Whoa, 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 One Fog takes almost all of his health load, almost gets one shot juggled off of there, and now the burning is going to be taken away from him as a Draco Storm OUG hunts him down and takes him out. Roy Hehe from BBE sees the massacre, tries to come over to yoink the Soul Bloom, pops the Temi ult, and WZ is getting involved in here as well with 2 minutes on their Yang depletion. Everyone's all in for this last little bit. 8 people left alive. WZ ends up porting out of that sticky situation, but they're going to heal up and make their way back as OUG with the gold armor and all of the momentum jumping back onto them as they find them on top of the other tower. Yao Yao on the Yodo ult, slashing through, and the stun,
the stun
barely misses the teleport. Baby U is able to get the stun on him, but he does pop the F, able to heal against the quarter, but now Young on the Tessa needs a little bit of help from his teammates. Baby U chasing him down at 1 HP. Young just trying to buy time for his team. He does pop the Tessa ult onto Boy. The solo, he does get, tries to get one of the kills right here, but the Temi ult from SS is going to create some space as it looks like OUG is going to be cleaning out this lobby.
Yeah, it feels like this might just be OUG's game here. Right now in 6th spell, although JL still have 2 players left and 10 kills under their belt, so it's going to be a little harder with OUG jumping up to 5 there and securing that kill. Still 4 minutes left in the game, and OUG are just running around the lobby, systematically taking everybody out. Not even fussed by the soul altar there. They just want the kills. They're committing ultimates here from Baby U. Wonk tries to break away, but he is going to get stunned into the zone. Locked down, finished up. Bit of cannon fire coming in from BBE. Trying to steal that kill away. Not going to be enough though, as Junks, last man standing for JL, is briefly going to get caught out here. We're going to see the ultimate get thrown down. There's the rubber duckies you were talking about, actually, and the LimeWire logo on Zinyu, as he's just going to chase onto Junks. That's the end of JL, and it is just dotting I's, it is crossing T's, it is landing the parries, and finalizing this game with a nice pistol shot. There it is. An incredibly fast game on the side of JL. OUG. OUG.
Yeah, OUG ends up clutching up that round. JL, unfortunately, they lose one of their members.
No way!
Hey, SR is going to take up the MVP, though, from kills. I was curious to see how Roy Hihi was able to navigate that endgame. Usually we don't see solos able to secure that second place, but whatever he did, he appealed to the overlords of OUG in that endgame, promising he wouldn't attack, and they wipe out the rest of the lobby, leaving him to clutch up a little bit more placement points for his team.
Yeah.
Curious enough. Faster games, as you pointed out, Hiprain. Way faster games. But I always think that when there are more Vipers in the lobby, the games are going to be faster since the end game scenario, you don't really have as much strength. But it looks like even the Yodo Tessa composition is very ooga booga. Like they want to get in, they want to trade as much as possible. And because of that, so many teams are getting picked apart. And like I pointed out before, Yang depletion situation going into the second, after the second Yangs, these teams are being very, very tricky. We saw GG betrayed at the store early after first Yang, and then in second Yang, JL being very sneaky, looking very looted up, doesn't really attack anyone, and with 1 minute left, just all in triple ults and creates a quite mess of everyone in the lobby.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was a bizarre game, to be honest. Like, OUG being the last team standing, taking out the whole lobby, but SR just did the groundwork. And it's one of those situations where even after kill multipliers, SR still were able to put more points on the board. A very, very bizarre game. A very quick tempo game as well, because Trios very rarely doesn't go to Final Circle not closing. Like, normally it comes down to everyone fighting in this last couple of seconds after the circle is closed, but this time around that wasn't the case. SR were able to put enough kills together that they made it work. And I kind of dumped on OA a little bit in this game because I felt like they're not performing anywhere near to the level, but like they still walked out with 8 kills. It's not like it actually was that bad of a performance from them. It's just one of those ones where like I feel like the expectation is so high right now for me when it comes to OA that even an 8 kill and an early exit is a pretty tragically bad performance from them in my head. But maybe I need to be a little bit nicer because, you know, they were consistently scoring when they did their big day last Friday. So, you know, there's a world where they can continue that trend going into today. We're only halfway through the day as well, so there's still way more NARAKA to come. There's still way more chances for teams to climb up and down the ladder, and the overall standings are going to be very interesting going forwards. I'm sure Bowder might be shivering in their timbers a little bit because there are some teams who I think could catch up with Bowder at the top.
Yeah, like you said, there's still a lot on NARAKA to play. This is only game 3, and 8 points, like you said, Hiprain, is nothing to scoff at. If you think 6 rounds, 8 times 6, you have 42 points. And the qualifying point, if you're at around 80 to 90 points, that's going to punch you the ticket to get to the Nbpl.
Oh my word!
This bi-weekly finals, and looking at the overall scores, so close between the teams. SR just barely clinches it out by 0.4, taking it away from OUG. And you see how much ranking points does make a difference. OUG gets 8 kills, but that 4 points from getting first puts them at 13.6. But SR, with the amount of horsepower they have from their early and mid game, end up getting 13 kills. We see JL and BBE doing very well. BBE, shout out to BBE and Roy Hihi clutching up a little bit more placement points for his team. Looking at the overall stats though, Rico with the 21k healing, Zhao, okay damage on the Kylan, 17s, 15k, and damage not really reflective of just how much kills these guys get. I always say that damage is a misleading stat because let's say you get 30 kills, but you don't do that much damage. The reason why you get 30 kills though is once you connect on someone, they instantly die. There's no fighting back, there's no re-heal, you don't even get the defensive ult, you just instantly delete them. You're gonna have less damage overall, but it doesn't really reflect how efficient your team is. Now, we are gonna look at the overall leaderboards. WBG still a little bit slow, but they picked up a little bit of pace going to that game. BBE as well, finally picking up, heating up. Hoping they can keep it up. They have 3 more games to try to make it way past this threshold, which currently is held by GG at 79 points. And now it might be even harder. It might be a 90-point game in order to punch your ticket into the bi-weekly finals. We'll have to see how other teams keep performing. If GG and SR keep climbing right now and other teams outside the top 12 keep climbing, it might be a 90-point average in order to get to finals. That's way higher than normal, and especially with the new point system, right now it's way harder to score a lot of points because you already see today how many ties that go off. It's very hard to MVP the round, secure that multiplier, and everyone's playing this aggro playstyle with all these new compositions. There really isn't a consistent meta that we're seeing yet, and a lot of teams are struggling to find their footing while other teams are soaring, and SR is keeping up their momentum since EWC.
Have a look at the replays from this previous game. It's SR. Starting off here. No, they're near Sunwings. They're not actually at Sunwings. Off the drop there. Really nice. And this will put a fair few kills together as we opened up. They're just continuing that momentum they gained from the previous game. And their target selection's so smart. The way they play, you know, they make sure that they group up perfectly and make sure that people get isolated. I can't remember who they were fighting in this round, Yang, but they were fighting someone in this round. Double grab comes in as well. Honestly, it just like we last week. I think it was Bowder, right? We were listening to Bowder's MVP, and it was just VVV yelling at the top of his lungs. Like, it was so chaotic. Listen to how calm and collected SR's comms are. This is a team who are just very in control. There's no chaos. It's calm, concise calls. And it leads into them finding themselves some good fights and some good victories, and this is why they're performing well. I'm not surprised listening to these comms.
You hear a little bit more hypeness as we're going towards the end game for SR. Unfortunately, they get eliminated by JL. This was the chaos that I said JL at the last second triple ulted and everyone jumped in. SR thought JL was a different team, not a team with Yang depletion. They end up paying for that small mistake, but it doesn't matter. They end up taking the MVP anyway. We're looking at 17S, 3-time MVP on the Tien high. Choosing Boon, Health Jades with damage reduction. Very, very tanky Monk here. 15k damage. Opts out to use the Hong Sword in this game with not really a Hong Sword Jade at all. Just personal preference. Very rare do we see Hong Sword in trios without a critical Jade that gives it a huge advantage. Usually with Rampage, usually with Aurora Burst, you'll see a lot more Hong Sword, but just a raw Hong Sword, very interesting. But he's able to take the MVP down with the Monk, and I'm wondering if we're going to see this general trend moving forward, Hiprain, where the lobby is just going to play hyper aggressive, and we're not going to see stacked end games.
I mean, we'll have to find out because we've still got 3 more games to go. But before that, we're going to pass over to our interview. So over to that, and I'll be back with game 4 and 5 in a bit.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Alliance 酱酱 come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也请酱酱先跟我们大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是酱酱。
Welcome! So Zhang Zhang is our new player for this season. Wow, so you guys did a really good job in the first game, which is like mock combinations, mirror match. So does mock combinations is the best you can play so far? 那其实尤其是在今天第一把，你们用张佛在镜像对局里面拿下了一个非常好的成绩。首先想要问一下，你觉得对于你们对我来说，张佛阵容是你们目前能够玩的最好的阵容吗？
不是，我们是最好的阵容是红兵席。
Okay, I think not really. I think our best combinations is Justina, Viper, and Syra. Well, but you guys did a really good job. So I want to know, like, does the mirror matches affecting your maybe training plan in our competition？ 那其实确实在第一把的这个表现是无法让人忽视的。那就想问一下，是否是比如说像我们的镜像对局，对于你们的训练计划产生了一些影响和改变呢？
镜像因为他现在这个常规赛只有0分嘛，只能玩一把红叶，所以其他阵容也得跟上。
哦。Okay, so because of the hero points, for me, I only can use you only can use Viper one time. So I think we also have to practice other combinations as well. So, you know, like as everyone know, you are a pretty popular streamer in Chinese TikTok. So, and also your Viper as no like very famous. Do you think your Viper show like 100% in the competition？ 那其实我们很多人都知道，酱酱已经是我们在中国抖音上面非常有名的一名主播，并且是一名宁红叶绝活哥。你觉得在比赛里面，你的宁红叶有100%展现出来吗？
差不多吧。就是我玩红叶的常规分都拿的挺多的，就10分左右，10分以上吧。
Okay, I think almost. So for me, my average points of the Viper, like more than 10 points in the competition. Wow, that's pretty good. Let's move on to our answer for Treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did Alliance Jiang use in Game 3? A Yudo, B Viper, C Matari, D Syra。 那这次我们的问题是，酱酱在第3把用了哪一个英雄呢？ A 是妖刀， B 是宁红叶， C 是迦南， D 是希拉。 Please count down time， 也是请酱酱给我们倒计时一下先。
3, 2, 1。
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么呢？
红叶。
Yes, the answer is B Viper. Well, so you mentioned about like your best combinations is Justina, Viper, and Sarah. But in Game 3, we saw you like change Justina into Matari. Why is that? 那其实你刚刚也有提到，你们的最好的阵容是冰红系，但是第3把其实是有英雄上面的转换去用到了迦南，这个是为什么呢？
因为我们就稳进周决了嘛，所以在尝试其他阵容。
Oh, because we think we can get into the bi-weekly final pretty sure. So we want to like try some new combination in the regular game. Wow, that's so smart. Well, also, like we mentioned about you are a like successful streamer so far already. So I really want to know why you still choose to be an esport player.Like in Nbpl， 那其实我们刚刚也有提到，酱酱已经是一个我们可以说是做的非常成功的一个主播了。为什么还会去选择想要去来打职业呢？
再过几年就打不动了，是尝试一下吧。就再不来就没有机会了。
I think maybe because of the age problem, I think if like I want to be a pro after several years.I may not have the opportunity at that time. So I think for now, I still have these chances to do that in the competition to be a pro. Well, and also for this time, you said you can get into the bi-weekly final pretty sure. So what's your target for this time? 那其实刚刚有提到觉得稳进周决了，目标是什么呢？
目标肯定都是冠军嘛。
Okay, I think our target is the championship. Well, I agree.But you know, for this time, Alliance, you are like all new players this time. So we also really looking forward for your performance in the bi-weekly final. Well, that's all for the interview. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second half of the day. Crazy to say, actually. Very, very fast tempo day. Game 3 was our first game we've had with the, first game of the day we've had with the new Hero Select rules where no one's on the mirror matchup. And it was surprising, actually. We, a lot of this new Cannibal with the Ainur, but also a lot of the Yoto comp showing up as well off the back of that one. So it's an interesting set of comps coming around right now. I am excited to see what Game 4 has in store for us, because remember, some teams do still get to pick the Decader and that Monk one more time if they want. It's just down to them if they're actually going to go for that angle. So far, everyone steers clear of Decader entirely. Like, that comp is not getting played at all right now, but the Monk at least seems to be like a round 4 selection and people want to pick it up there.
Yeah, we saw that in an interview with Jang, one of the best Vipers in the world, that you really limited it of which characters you get to pick. And he even revealed that a lot of these teams are stress testing. They're testing out compositions once they actually get qualified for the bi-weekly finals. So I'm hoping to see a couple of new compositions moving forward. It looks like after seeing how Yoto and Tessa performed, you're looking for like an off-spawn fight where Wu Chen, Yoto, and Tessa all have good combo breaks, all have really fast. And with the combo breaks, they have the Wu Chen sustainability with his daggers and his shield heal. So this team can take an early fight and have an advantage over the other compositions. If you ever fight against Yoda's F3, it's extremely oppressive and practically unwinnable when you fight inside buildings. We saw a ton of these Yodos operating inside of Celestia. Now, for Game 4, we're at that halfway point of the day. We are going to be going back to Perdoria, where Hitbrain brought it up. We've mainly seen a Monk meta on Perdoria, but with a lot of teams going Monk, we're always going to see their counterpart Vipers coming out. Are we going to see different Viper compositions? Like Jang said that his favorite variation right now is with Tessa, or not Tessa, Syra and Justina paired with Viper. So very, very heavy rushdown. I am very curious how Cannonball deals with Viper compositions, as we saw like the likes of JL running the Ainur Matari Feria. Now Matari is invisible, really, really good counter to Viper, and it looks like this new variation of Cannonball utilizes the Feria mech a lot more. Unlike Yueshan, Ainur seems to be able to stick to his target a lot easier, and with Feria covering any type of double jump options where you're trying to get away, try to grapple away, she just snipes you right out of the air. Ainur seems to be able to rush players down. So I'm very curious to see what these teams are going to be playing on Perdoria. We did see the Transformer Zai experiment from TE not really pan out. Are we going to see other Monk variations? Are we even going to see like true traditional comeback with Yueshan? I personally would like to see how Ainur kind of plays against traditional Kebab with Matari and Yueshan going against it. But it looks like Ainur just pumps out so much damage with Feria that it's very hard to survive.
We saw it in Aroma Yang, right? Like, it's got a lot of burst on it, that comp. It's genuinely quite terrifying to go up against. And yeah, I feel like the big problem again is the Matari. It's a bit like the same thing as a Syra, really, where like this character is shared between multiple comps, and you can only play each hero like 3 times. Because once you play a hero twice, you get to play every hero twice. Like, can you play it 3 times? I don't think you can play it 3 times. I need to double check now. I've confused myself on the rules. We're still learning them, guys. They're new. But you're very limited in the amount of times you can play something like a Matari or a Syra. So what that ultimately means is you have to be playing them in the comps where you deem them to be best, right? Like, you have to say, I think Matari suits the Kebab comp more than it suits a different comp from where it's getting shown up in. So like, it's one of those ones where same with Syra, it's like, do you want to run Syra in Sand Siphon, or would you rather run her with like a Viper comp or what, really? Like, it's very up to you. The one I'm surprised about was we didn't see any, like you said, any Wu Shen in the last, not Wu Shen, sorry, Yue Shen in that last match. Nor did we see any Justinas either. Justina's been quite a staple go-to here at Trios for a bit now, so I'm surprised to see that no one actually decided to lock that one in going in. But here we are, game number 4 underway. Hero select, here we go. See what these players have got cooked up for this game. I assume it's probably more Vipers in this first round.
You know, a lot of the time is Justina is run on games where there are fireflies, because that's where you get the true value of rushdown. Looks like JL really believes in the old school Wombo Temmie Viper. It's been so long since I've seen Temmie really being paired with Viper. I mean, in ranked, you see this is one of the first compositions you end up running. It looks like WZ is going to agree with this. Temmie Viper Syra is just too hard to deal with. And all in from that, you just can't get away from the stun. Syra's going to be staggering you as well, so there's very little counterplay as the Temmie all comes down and sucks all of your stamina out. Can't really dodge. And looks like we're going to be seeing more Cannonball coming out from OA. And GG popping out the old school Xiphon, which was a decent counter to Viper. Zai and Matari able to put a ton of pressure, while Kurumi's able to kind of keep the train on the railroads, as you have to deal with a ton of CC and bursts from Viper compositions. Now this is where things get a lot more interesting. That phase 3 and 4, where a lot of teams are going to be stress testing to check out and test what really works. And oh my
word,
I know Duncan's going crazy. SR is gonna go with a Tarka, Wuchen, Kurumi. We're getting a ranged composition. This is the double support Tarka. I didn't think I would ever see this within the league. Now, there are a ton of really insane Chinese Tarka on the Immortal War server that they do run this composition. It's one of the ways that Tarka is very viable, because his one weakness is he needs a ton of support, since in his ultimate it's very easy to stagger him, and there are so many characters with Transformer ultimates that basically get to go around and run unpunished. So Tarka has a really hard time of dealing with all these things. But paired with Kurumi, where he's going to be able to set the Kurumi circle on fire, and Wuchen to bail him out of sticky situations, they're able to blow through some cooldowns and possibly run multiple ults. Especially he's going to be running that V2, where as he does more damage, he's going to be able to build up that ult charge again. We have been seeing in phase 4, it seems that we have one pattern with this new meta. It seems like phase 2, Fairy Mech's coming out. Phase 1, Viper's coming out. Phase 4, the Transformers coming out. And we are seeing a different composition coming out from Alliance. Now, we did hear from Jang Jang that they are experimenting with some ideas. So instead of Monk, we're getting a Yue Shan with Kylan. Another ranked composition, but this one is from like 2023. Kylan was somehow back in those days. Yue Shan, one of the old school damage padding characters. So I'm very curious to see how he kind of does with such a strange lobby being put together. But this is exciting times. 4 years of NARAKA, Hip Rain. It's very rare that I get surprised by things thrown out in competition. But with this new set, teams are forced to kind of invent new things. They can't stick to the tried and true strongest heroes in the game. Now they have to mix and match, and we're seeing a bright day of some interesting counterplay. I'm very excited to go into this bi-weekly finals to see what everyone deems as the strongest, but I still see this meta going on for a while. Probably not even going to be figured out before this J-Cup. A lot of stuff is still going to be up in the air. With even a new weapon on the line, a new character, new Jade still coming out, there's still a lot of things that are going to be figured out all the way to this J-Cup. It's an exciting time for this fall season and for NARAKA in the future. New names, SR, showing the league that it wasn't a fluke that they won EWC. They came back home to the mainland and are dominating in China right now, even versus the likes of these veterans. And are we going to finally see a change of guard in trios, which has been dominated by the same players for the past 4 years? New names finally coming up and making a name for themselves. We've seen it in solos. Verse coming in with Shen Yuan making a name for himself. Will we see it in trios as well?
Well, the thing I'm most excited about is 17S's loadout. I'm curious what type of Tarka we got. I've got a feeling it's not going to be Fireball Tarka, which is my favorite, but I know for a while we did, when he first came around and when he got his rework, we saw a few people rocking him in solos, and there was some people who like committed to the bit and went full Fireball, and some people went, nah, it's not the way. So no, it's not the way. 17S is going to avoid Fireball Tarka at all costs. F1v2 off the back of that one. I'm not overly surprised, if I'm completely honest with you, Raven. There was just a little part of me that wanted to see Fireball Tarka. Not today, unfortunately. I mean, it's easier to get grabbed out. I think we saw, last time we saw it was last season, right? We saw a monk with Fireball Tarka. So he had grabbed them into the Fireball from Tarka. In theory, great idea. In practice, it didn't work. it was horrendous, but
the
it was a good
animation
concept.
is just too long. I think that's the bad part about Fireball. They added gold focus onto it, so it can be tricky. You can like input it to get to trick people to thinking that they can follow up an untrue combo, but it's still so slow, and all these players are so fast that it ends up not giving us much value. Versus the F in Ultimate. Gives you more stamina back and allows you kind of slow down, take things down. And they also made it differently that Tarka now has two variations when he goes into that F trap. He can right click, he can left click, and it gives him a different reaction in order to follow up combo or create space for his team. But I'm curious to see, I know Duncan's going to be out there foaming at the mouth to see whether or not 17S can pop off, because if double healer Tarka ends up being a viable composition, we might be seeing the first time in Pro League that a ton of just for fun gaming is actually working at the highest level.
It would be very fun if we could get that. Right now, though, GG and BBE have dropped on top of each other, both just scrambling to put the gear together. Roy he has got purple weapons, but CGS also does have a purple fist weapon to work with. So both actually got some pretty high damage right now, but CGS only rocking that grey armor. Does mean he's a lot more squishy, a lot easier to pick off. Here is in the jump, goes for the F. CGS goes a little bit wide off the back of that one and gets parried. That's going to be him dropping his nice purple fist weapons off the back, and he has to switch to the grey fan. Roy he puts some damage down on the 3-3-0. That parry just cost GG the entire drop fight there. Losing those purple weapons was devastated, as LXM also losing a purple weapon. That's 3 purple weapons over to BB off the bat.
We got Alliance versus SR. The Tarka, 17S holding it up in the center, but immediately getting jungled and deleted. Rico, 17S, both taken down by OUG, getting quickly diced up by Alliance and OUG. Yuma double charge really coming out, looks for the skill rush, trying to get back up to his teammate to POPP, desperately trying to get away. He is going to get hunted down and taken down by SS, but Yuma with the revenge uppercut combo sends SS flying into the ground. He's not able to find the heal, and Yuma going to pop the Kylan ult, now making his way to the third party to fight them off. Jang and Yuma with the Kylan ult, zipping ult combo coming through. Baby, you gonna get juggled right here. Double charge to be coming through with the slash two, trying to find the follow-up with Jang doing the damage, but nice job by Baby U to break up a lot of the damage that Yuma was trying to set up. 17S though, we're back with the blue armor. Immediately salty run back. Very, very rare in Alliance. Jang is going to be taken down now. OUG Shinyu going to pop the ultimate. 17S going to the top row with 96%. He does have Kurumi ult left online, but the Monk ult and SS, not the best terrain for them, but Rico is going to get rapid here and immediately deleted. SS with the pole sword. Slam is going to come down, but the Wuchen port at max range. Can they get the res off? They are from long range. Shinyu trying to get another re-grab, but he's not able to get it. The Kurumi also going to be coming down, and now Tarka ult's going to be coming through. Great sword Tarka inside. Nbpl coming through. Shinyu with the Kylan ult is going to get uppercutted into the follow-up. RMB Mortal defines proc of that. Kylan ult is going to get proc right here. 17S going to make his way in. Still has 35% rage ready to go with this Tarka ult coming through, but the Kylan ult again staggering him out. He has to get a little bit more value here, a little bit more damage if you want to get something going here, but Alliance is going to be coming back. Shinyu is going to fall. 17S gets some value off the Targa, but Rico is going to fall. His Kurumi is down, but 2v, looks like it's a 2v2 situation with SR. 17S able to get enough damage off. He's still in the Targa ultimate. Kylan also been coming out from Alliance. Yuma, but 2v3 situation. He is able to find another kill onto Jang. Wait a second. 17S, the Targa hero of Nbpl, going through right now. Now Yuma trying to get his way out of here, but 17S staying hot on his heels, trying to fight his way out. He comes cutting through. PP on the Yushan, comes over, peels with 2 slams, letting Yuma get out of there. And the Tarka ult on Poultry is going to be running out. But PP is going to run back in. 17S. OUG coming back, and SR desperately trying to fight off this 2v1 situation with multiple teams putting them down. SR cannot win though. They are gonna fall. The Tarka double healer comp does go down with the Lion showing up with a Moonbane.
I mean, that was a pretty honourable start there for the side of SR. They've still got the revive, so they're able to get 17S off the bat. But getting double Kylan ulted during that extended fight, just like, that's unplayable for any character. Don't care who you're playing. Constantly being staggered a lot by that. Right now, cutting over to OA. Again, quiet day from them. Have been able to get themselves that 3 kills. They've broken into the triple digits now, 109 points. As here we are in game 4. But can they actually make a good game happen? Because so far it's just been consistent, but nothing special, nothing major. I want to see more from these guys because they are one of those teams who had such a tremendous performance during our previous days that, you know, the expectation is high of them. As here we are actually seeing Baby U getting himself in a fight versus PP. PP getting broken away onto, getting knocked back by these charges as Baby U continues just to fire off. Kylan's really dictating the tempo of today's games. They've been so aggressive as Tutik gets grabbed out here by Zinyu. Zinyu does get the smash down onto him, but Zinyu needs to reposition and join up, but OA not giving up. They are persistent onto him. The transform ends. Zinyu pops the bell. No defensive to speak of, and is just swarmed by OA. Taken down so quickly, so efficiently. As Alliance, they were just trying to get a couple of sneaky shots in off on the side, but they weren't ever going to full send it into OA like that.
OA showing up with the new Enor Cannonball. Everyone's transitioning into the first, transitioning to the middle game, where first Round Liang is going to be coming up. It's like JL with their Wombo Viper composition, Syra Temi Viper. Hunting around. Looks like BB is going to be using a Moonbane. As the dinner bell is going to be hit, everyone can see the Moonbane across the map. First Round Liang is going to be coming up. Alliance trying to recover their game with their white armor. GG doing the GG things that they always do. Working nice and slow for that first Round Liang. Blue armor, but probably full Jace. We are going to catch away. Matari Dash is coming through, trying to close out this Alliance member. Yuma desperately trying to get away, not able to get off these buttery rocks. Alliance is able to close out the kill. He does have a second life though, so Alliance still has a chance to bring this back with their Yueishan Kylan composition. First Rumble Yang is coming out. I do want to see if SR was able to recover their game. Will they go Rumble Yang? Let's look at the overall mini map. Looks like OUG is to the north inside the zone, recovering their game. On the left, BB is going to get into the Rumble Yang, and it looks like SR is coming from the center here, messing around with JL. Now, double healer compositions have existed before, and they generally have the most amount of strength off spawn, because as you imagine, you have the backup heal off spawn, so you're able to sustain and fight multi-way a lot. We are going to see SR's 70S fly across the map, and in order to recover the game, they're going to opt to stay out, get the Spirit Wall, and we'll see some more traditional Rumble Yangs coming in. GG has to be careful here. JL, not the friendliest when it comes to waiting to go into Rumble Yang. They will opt to pepper you in. We are going to get the Viper Wombo versus its counter. GG is running Matari Zai, the old school Xiphon. So is the new school Viper able to beat this old meta? We'll have to see. JL versus GG.
DXJ already opening on that F, has the ultimate's going to commit it here at this point. Sandstorm gets broken out. They are going to be able to find the lockdown on the 2-1, and AXM being heavily punished here. The Karumi ultimate does go down, but it's too little, too damn late. JL just able to get a massive advantage over this one. Trying their hardest to put some extra damage in. Junks is getting a lot of work done on the CJS off the side of the screen, but GG 3-3-0 being juggled around by the fan, finished up. It's only one left standing. JL, this just looked easy. They just picked their target so effectively. Meanwhile, YZG and OA going toe-to-toe. You can see a parry landed into a scale rush onto ZXL. And OA opening up this game for the second half of the day a lot more effectively. Another scale rush makes a connection with the pole sword there from AB. They find themselves the victory. Nice win there for OA.
Yeah, JL catches the Matari off guard, and this is the problem when you don't fight against Vipers in the Realm of Yang a lot. Rarely in the past couple years since Realm of Yang's existence have we ever seen Vipers go into the Realm of Yang. Usually it plays a hit and run playstyle on the outside, but you cannot underestimate a Viper inside of Realm of Yang, just because you can't take it for granted that Matari is the counter to Viper. If Viper is able to close the distance and blindside you, get a silence on the Matari, you are still dead because you cannot pop any of your abilities. And the combination of Temi and Syra for sure makes you dead, because there is no counterplay to stop the CC coming your way as it comes out. And with the Syra change, you basically have two Viper ults. So basically playing V2 Viper with a V1 Viper, kind of wombo combo. Now, first hold the thought, we are going to get WBG versus OA, the viewpoint of Tudyk on Enor, doing massive damage, cutting through with these lightning bolts. Fairy ult's going to be coming out delayed. Now moving to the other side, Fairy is putting a ton of pressure on to Uran on the mirror. Enor, Uran's doing his best to stagger his way out of here. Fairy mech is going to get fried out, but OA's Cuckoo is going to get taken down by Uran as AB's Hesperia is going to find a kill. Now, they do have Vermilion spell, so Tudyk's going to end up slowing down and letting himself get taken down. AB trying to find one more kill, but it's not going to continue to get him out much, because JL and YZE show up to the party. They end up just being another point for JL on the board. Look at the overall leaderboards. OUG with 6, Alliance with 6, SR with 3, E with 3, as WZ and GG join the party with an ult going down from Xiao Yao.
No one actually got hit by that one though. Everyone else just re-engaged. WZ have already lost a player. 37 seconds left on their buff as SR here in the fight now. Pop the urn, make sure that 17S doesn't get juggled around too much. Has that staff to work with. Ultimate still ticking away for a brief second here. He's able to take down one. Actually, it's TE who secured the kill onto Young. As SR, remember they don't have the buff, so they need to play a little bit more careful off the back of this one. Wu Chen ultimate is still available if 17S finds himself in a major danger. He's now just looking for a kill onto Xiao Yao, but that's another kill stolen away from them. SR, every kill is just not enough to someone. Steals it from underneath them as they just blink out into safety and they can reset. But I think they lost 3 kills to just other people sniping them from them. That is rough for SR.
Yeah, unlucky for them. And you see just how oppressive the Syra ult coming in from the third party of JL. Syra ult plus Temi ult, or Viper ult plus Temi ult. Very, very dangerous. You get staggered in those two, you are going to get deleted as a team. Now we are going to see GG. 48 seconds left for them on the Xiphon. They did get picked apart inside Realm of Yang by JL. Only 45 seconds, so they have to make a play for a team here. They're really cutting it close. It looks like, though, their Zai did get cleansed. Looking at their actual money, he doesn't have enough money to buy all of them back, though. Only had 1,700. curious stuff. It looks like Rico, the Kurumi of SR, did get taken down. So now 17S and Zhao trying to make their way across the map, see if they can find a quest to buy him back. They're pretty close though. They're already at 10K.
Yeah, they were pretty close. I for a second there, I didn't realize they had enough because I saw Roy Hihi buy a rebirth charm, and I thought he bought the last one, but I think he was just a little shy. So yeah, see 330 fall to the debuff. Unfortunately, we'll take him out. Yang depletion finishes up then as Roy Hihi comes back. We see Zhao get himself the rebirth charm, and everyone's just going to be cycling through the rebirths now as Jang inside the realm of Yang, making his way over. The problem right now for SR is yeah, they got their Kurumi back, but like they're going to need to gear this Kurumi up real quick because next realm of Yangs are coming up. And I don't even know if they were interested in the last realm of Yang, to be honest. It looks like they didn't have the debuff on. They just joined into the fights towards the end and tried to tidy up, but every kill got stolen away from them. Not the performance they wanted in that final circle.
Yeah, Alliance keeping up the momentum. 8 kills on this funky comp. Yue Shan, Kylan. We are going to go back to the realm of Yang. This time we are going to get JL versus OA. Not sure what OA's compositions are. It might be a mirror comp, but we are going to get the perspective of TXJ as he sneakily looks for the flank play. Remember, he silenced V1 Viper. He comes in, gets the silence on to Tudik. Looks like they're really going against Cannonball. Tudik, though, putting the pressure on to TXJ. TXJ's like, whoa, is this a prank? We just wanted to find a silence on him. Nah, he's not giving any room for TXJ to breathe, but Cyber ultimately coming down, able to peel off the pressure. Tudik comes back, able to dodge through, but AB on the Matari gets executed, and again the wombo combo strikes through. Now TXJ is in a tough position though, as he comes, Tudik comes out of ultimate though. They do find the stun off him, a nice peel coming out from Cuckoo, but TXJ does get the silence off onto him, and JL, 3 people left alive. Fairy ult just gonna be used. Oh no, and this is the one part of the new Cannonball. I always say, it's like, I feel like so many of the new school compositions in 2025 don't really address the issue of an F1 Viper. I feel like everyone's become so complacent to that V2 Viper that isn't as dangerous as the silenced 5-second stun Viper. We are going to move over to WBG versus WZ. Looks like WZ was winning this, but at the end, WBG with the 1 HP able to turn it around and wipe out WZ.
Massive turnaround. Meanwhile, we got outside the realm of Yang. We've got GG, who I believe have realm of Yang debuff on them right now. No, they don't. They're just getting absolutely rolled by Alliance, apparently. So nothing to fight for here. Quick F out from CGS, but crashes straight back down to the ground as LXM able to find a rebirth charm onto 330, but they do not have enough money to pick up CJS, so they're just going to be down a player for that one as SR. Not entirely sure what they're doing here. I know they're baiting on the edge of the zone because Rico standing in. I think he was just grabbing some goodies actually. His TE were looking to hunt onto him, but just going to rejoin the rest of his team as LXM is being chased by Jang. Has that rebirth charm, but if you go down here, you're not going to be able to get your teammate up, and it'll be absolutely over for the side of GG. There is a world where Alliance could also let the revive come through and grab an extra kill off the back of it as well. We'll have to see what they decide to do, if they even know that this is going on.
It looks like JL does have the Mystic Might. You don't want to be chilling on the store with a V1, F1 V1 Viper coming out. The wombo combo with the silence is coming through, plus Dreadful Whale. Oh my goodness. Alliance BB just gets taken down, can't play the game, just silence and just put into the blender. And TXJ, he does miss the second silence, so Yuma does gonna have some counterplay here. He is gonna get the Kylan off the combo break. Cutting through over and over. Temiolt's gonna be coming down, but he is one of the last left standing. Jang gets immediately deleted. What an awful feeling for Alliance. They were fine at the store. Didn't have a lookout watching as the Mystic Might JL wombo combo attack on Titan just comes flying through. Yuma gets parried, put out of his misery as Junks with that nunchuck kick is gonna find the kill. Now WZ is on the outside. This is a good part about Mystic Might. You know if anyone's sneaking up on you. Now WZ is a Viper team. Are they going to do a cheeky play as they did see JL use their abilities? Looks like they are going to opt to follow JL around, see if they can snag some kills from them. As we look at the overall leaderboard, WZ does have Yang Depletion right now, still needs to find a kill, but they are up to 7 kills now. OUG with 6, SR with 3, WBG on the Cannonball leading the lobby right now with 8. It's gonna be interesting as I really want to see if Tarka can do something in this end game. It's also one of his weaknesses that he doesn't really get much value. And speaking of which, we are going to get Tarka versus Viper.
Well, everyone's got to start looking to get these cleanses off, and SR could just be that target for them. Looking for the shots, not going to quite hit it. Sorry, 17S. Answers his ultimate early. Waiting for that to come back. He's just going to get the reset in, but WZ, they do not want to give up here. 17S very low, gets some of the wind walls coming in, does have backup of his ultimate from his Wu Shen to port the weight. That got way too heated, way too quick there for 17S. He's just going to hide behind the door and pop back up as everyone else looks to hunt him down. Is he even going to look to pot? I think the whole group has just moved on without him. But the problem is SR are heavily split up now. Zhao has found himself a hiding spot. He's going to get hunted around, but WZJL looking to chase each other. Best thing that SR can do here is just hope that the attention gets turned otherwise, and it's not going to be enough as Zhao looks to knock them back and just plays escape. I don't know why they broke up. They go for a bit of damage there from the spike trap. It doesn't quite hit onto anyone, but Zhao does go down. He is picked up. He is picked apart. And WZ get yet another cleanse. I honestly think that was a horrendous mistake from SR, just to split up.
Well, 17S was very, very low, so he cut noise. There's no way he can make it past that line of sight. Yeah. Nowhere to kite. And his 2 Viper teams working together to wipe them out. It's not really much counterplay they can do. Unfortunately, it's surprising, though. TXJ and JL, they had Mystic Mike, so they can really spot where everyone is. But because there's so many people on their screen, it's pretty easy to lose track of who is who as you're chasing a target. Really, really cool play from 17S to cut noise and hide in that corner. Now they can play for the res here, which they are. It looks like we're going to go back. Tarka with Karumi, 17S trying to fight out. It looks like WZ right now. Tarka, Staff, trying to find a kill onto, who is this? Wonk? WZ's
Wonk, but I don't know, man.
Wonk with the gold pulsar. 2v3 though, very hard order for the Dragon Slayer's gonna be coming out. Not much he can do. Wait,
he healed.
We got a dream left alive, 42% though. Triple hold dodge, almost out of stamina. Does the double charge. Parry's coming up.
Oh, the
chopping now.
Too big.
Doesn't matter. Xiao Yao does finally find the release and the parry, and Young's gonna put him down with his gold pole sword.
Silence as well, man. He didn't have range to ult, but no F available. That was absolutely brutal. Was Baby You jumping down onto the low ground here into all of this action, trying to get some dashes through some of these players. Get some pretty significant damage down. We're seeing transforms break out from both Cuckoo and Jinyu. Mech up, Monk up, looking for grabs. Jinyu hasn't been able to find a single one as he's just taking some fire from behind him. The bow shots coming in and Cuckoo's just free firing away. Cannon fire shots as well, knocks him back into the zone briefly, but Xinyu's gonna drop down and immediately get finished up by Tutik from the side of OA. OA 13 kills in right now. All of their players left standing as Baby You is gonna get hit here. Needs to break away from the tether, but doesn't get the earn off. He's taking a lot of tick damage. No one capitalizing on a very, very weak Baby U. As meanwhile, TXJ raining down, finds two people. Tutik is one of them who gets stunned, but the attention gets turned otherwise. As Junk's getting heavily chunked out here. Yoran is going to try and make an escape for it, but Baby U goes down away. He's able to secure the kill as everyone just continues to fight here. You can see One Fang with the ultimate on, desperately looking for the burst, doesn't quite find all of the damage they need. Yoran has been able to reposition his way away from all of this. That was an incredibly explosive fight, as TE are going to cleanse himself of the Realm of Yang deep. No, they're not. They're going to give up. Okay. Oh, no, they got the flag. Okay, they cleanse themselves. TE are back in the game.
16 people left alive. This Wombo, this double... I see what we're doing here now. JL just has the double Wombo. Either Temi Syra or Viper Temi. Just so oppressive. TXA airwalks his way to a drop down Viper stun. Unfortunately, the cliffside, a lot of these teams were able to hug the cliffside, even though he gets one of the stuns. He's not really able to capitalize because all of the teammates don't get stunned and are watching for the drop down focus attack. Now, as we transition to this final end game, both WZ and GG have people with Yang depletion, so someone's going to have to make a move here. It'll take JL. TXJ going to find the Dreadful Well. He's been a menace with his dagger this entire endgame. One Fang gets taken down very, very low. OA with the cannonball come wrecking through right here. Tudik on the Enor makes quick work of One Fang with the help of his Matari. Tudik happy to find this one kill. The V3 comes flying down with the mech summon as well. And now OA has slowed down their main competition. On the split side though, the Spirit Well fight is going down with WVG and I believe, who is this? WZ. Yoran looked for the Scare Watch, not able to find it, but it was a bluff. WBG ends up still being able to control the center here. With 16 people left alive, though, a lot of eyes are going to be moving towards here. JL, they managed to pick up their teammate, though. A little bit of a misplay. This might end up costing the MVP of this round, as JL is not a team you want to let them get back into their game. As on the opposite side, though, it looks like WBG on the cannonball is going to get this Draco's Storm, as Euron is looking to get some value off this free ultimate.
Yoran trying to find the shots off, doesn't quite make them connect, but does still have their ultimate available to themselves. Uses the F as TXJ jumps down. Big Viper stun, actually he could hit multiple people off the back of this one as LXM caught inside the zone. Xiaonan from TE is actually able to slide in and secure that kill off the back of this, but looks like here JL is not done chasing yet. One Fang continuing to throw those microwaves out. People the beams too thick, doesn't get caught by Dazzle, does get knocked back there as One Fang's ultimate finally times out as Yoran jumping into the mix here, trying to pump some extra bits of damage out, but OA staying remarkably quiet right now. 16 kills in. This could be their moments to try and snipe and jump into a couple of kills, but they're going to give that one over as Tutik jumps inside the mech and is just going to fire some shots into Junk. Ultimate's heavily burnt here from the side of JL, as that's just going to be Tutik securing the kill onto Junk's. JL losing a key player there. Heavily will handicap them into this late game. TE, one of the only teams with their whole team left standing, and they've got the Yoto, they've got the Tessa combo. Once that zone closes, that combo will pop off. Question is there's 10 people left. Are they going to be able to get that window? Are they going to get that opportunity? Especially with Xiaonan taking flamers, taking cannon shots, taking way too much HP. Is going to be able to sustain back up as we do see a Tessa make the connection there with the orb onto Cookie. Cookie's being zoned onto. Xiaonan's going to commit ultimate and try and get some shots in onto Cookie. Able to do a fair amount of damage there with those dashes. But Yali breaking away. Remember, Yoto goes through to range. He's going to be able to get some shots off. Nothing too major though. Xiaonan doesn't make the most of that combo.
It looks like TE is able to use Xiaonan's ultimate to secure a nice little high ground perch. They aren't as looted as the rest of the lobby, so they're hoping out of sight, out of mind. Unfortunately for them, WBG, you're not out of their crosshairs yet. They see you up there, but they have the Draco Storm. They only have a couple more seconds with it, but they are going to pull TE's youth out into the open. He is going to get executed with that white armor. Not much he can do. BBE's Roy Hehe. Again, we've seen him all day in these end games. Now, TE's peak does have those gold dummies and the Dragon Roar, keeping everyone off of him as OA is just annihilating everyone on this low ground. Uran going for a ride right here as the follow-up knives juggling him in the air over and over. Now Tudik is going to activate that Enor Orb, comes slamming in, looks for that skewer, not able to get it. Always AB laying down the mortar fire, the covering fire with the barrier. Now Tudik gonna make his way to the tie ground, evict TE from the safety of their spot. They don't see TE's peak though, hiding in a little bit of a corner. Now WBG as well gonna activate, take advantage of this situation, see if they can steal some kills away from OA. Cuckoo doesn't see the barrier on the low ground, ends up getting exploited as Kuki now goes to the high ground trying to evict TE, but not. TE with those gold nunnies ends up holding this high ground as WBG is forced to pop their Matario, and we see Roy Hehe again surviving in the corner, living out this endgame with 2 teams left and a solo Roy Hehe, who's gonna take this game 4 on Perdoria.
Crazy, but 2 times in a row, BBE have been able to just hold on and hope the attention doesn't get shifted onto them. Roy Hehe holding the high ground, reduces the Tessa charm, make the connection onto Yali. Most of that is wasted by them falling down, so they're able to break free a bit. But Peak is getting bullied out, and WBG able to secure that kill. Roy Hehe zoned into the Shadow Corruption. He's going to lose a fair amount of HP, but in comes Xiaonan now with the Yoto ultimate. Roy Hehe has transformed. He's inside the zone. Can they get the damage down from the Yoto? OA are finally finished up. That's going to be the end of all of them. But Duran's transformed, launching into the zone as much as to hold as long as possible. Catches on to Xiaonan. The burst is there. TE go down, and WBG will be the last team standing.
Wow. WBG has had a very slow first half of the day, and they have a massive game here. And with that final kill, they're like, no ties. We need this multiplier if we're hoping to qualify today. Very big round coming out for WBG, as I believe that's going to be a 20 bomb for them. We'll have to see how the overall leaderboard kind of shows up, but that's going to definitely skyrocket them back in the contention to dig themselves out of this. And we still have a game 5 and a game 6, and for these guys, definitely a championship round coming out. Now, interesting stuff from day out. I get it now after seeing the general, the Emperor strategy, TXJ, why that Temi, Syra, Viper is just so strong. Just the amount of easy to execute burst control damage, especially when teams are sitting, being complacent on stores. We've seen it time and time. Today, a lot of teams have taken for granted that when you're super looted, other teams generally do not want to fight with you. They'd rather pick off the weaker opponents first. But if you get caught lacking, we've seen teams do some tricky plays and take advantage of anyone just not really watching their back. So new rules and just how competitive the league is, everyone is trying to squeeze every droplet of points they can out of these hard lobbies.
They are so dicey, these lobbies. They've been really fun to watch so far. Man, WBG caught me off guard in this final game. Game 4. We still got 2 games left to go, but I had all my eyes on OA. That game looked like it was set up for OA to take over, but I was wrong. I was very wrong. WBG pulled out a miraculous victory there. Some serious kills on the board, and like you said, you've been saying this for a couple of weeks actually, but I say a couple of weeks, all year to be honest. The level of the Nbpl has just jumped up so much, but any team is capable of dropping a 21. Where before there were certain teams who you just would be surprised if they ever got a 20 bomb. It'd be such a rare occurrence, but I feel like every team who are playing today are very capable of getting that 20 bomb. Some are probably a little bit more capable than others. Some are probably, you know, a bit more consistent in their scoreline. But like where the ceiling sits for a lot of these teams are all roughly around the same place. I think what separates these teams is actually where their floor is, because some seem to start on a much higher standing than others and just, you know, have a better grip hold of like what they're doing. And right now, we have a weird place where, because everything's up in the air and we don't know what the meta looks like, there's a lot of experimenting going on. And here's a good point of the experimentation. How many players chose Einor Wan in game number 4? Was it 2, 3, 4, or 5? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, guys. Let us know what you think. Winner will be whispered with some goodies, which I believe is the hat, if I remember right. The Nbpl hat. Wow, I can say the show I'm working on his name. OA were just shy of that 20 bomb, but WBG 15 kills for themselves, making that into a 22-point game for them. 20 points for OA, 13 points for JL, 11 points for WZ. Alliance walk out with 9.5 points. Like, everyone scored something there, and a lot of people scored something pretty big there. As Yaran walks away, 8 kills, 13,000 healing actually coming in from him. So I'm curious what the damage was, but good performance from the side of WBG.
It's surprised how much damage Matari is able to pump out in this competition. I guess she has a ton of cover. Generally uses her dash as utility to help her teammates to secure kills. But if she ever gets caught out, she instantly dies. Now, I guess with Enor and Feria watching her back, she really gets to have good looks and find kills. Now, looking at the overall leaderboards, with that 20-plus point game, WBG is going to finally make a dent in the right direction, jumping up to 54 points. BBE as well, picking up a little bit more momentum, but still they have a long way to go. I believe the cutoff is probably going to be around 90 points so far. So 30 points in the next 2 games. They need to have back-to-back 15 to 20-point games. Totally possible. FPX not playing today at 81, but the cutoff around that 80-point mark. But it may be pushed a little bit higher as GG, SR, and ASC. Man, you look at the teams on the cusp, it's definitely does not make you feel very comfortable if GG is on the cusp being your gatekeeper moving forward, especially with 2 games to go. At the top, Bout is still holding onto their 148, but JL is getting very close at 145. Same thing with OA at 126. Both these teams have been having massive games. OUG has slowed down a little bit for the day, but still having way above average. Now we are going to take a look at the highlights with Yeren leading the charge on the Enor. They do find the kill onto, I believe it's YZG. Nice flank going to be coming down as Cookie laying down the staggers over and over. F's going to be coming through. This is the hype part of this SR17S fighting this double team Fiend Alliance, and OUG doesn't want the Tarka to live, but 17S just keeps this fight going, gains so much ult charge off that uppercut combo, keeps this going, looks for the F, gets the kill onto the zipping, 24% on this ultimate, trying to find more kills, finds the Soul Blue, unfortunately can't keep it going. Now WBG, boy, he makes his way to this endgame, tries to find some scoops, but not on the watch of Yali. He's just chopping at these legs with these gold pole swords, and almost we get a tie here. They almost don't secure the multiplier, and Geonan's able to survive just a little bit longer, but the Enor damage plus the combo of that gold pole sword is just too much to deal with. Now, touching on what you were saying before, Hitbrain, you said like a lot of these teams have that ceiling, they have those pop-off games, but it's really their floor. I always try to tell people that when you're trying to get better at competitions, it's not really about your best games that matter. It matters what your overall average is. And in order to increase your average, a lot of the times you got to take a hard look in the mirror and check out where you're doing very poorly. Because if you're getting 0-point games or really low point games in certain compositions, if you can just get that game to 5 or 6, your overall average is going to be coming up significantly. And when you get the opportunities with your good compositions that you're very comfortable with, you need to leverage and take more risks, because it isn't very common that you're going to come off spawn with good armor, good loot, and the 50-50s are going to go your way. So you really need to capitalize when things go your way.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with that. It really boils down to, you know, the consistency is key. I know anyone who's watched this broadcast for a long time knows that saying is overused and overdone, but it genuinely is, you know, important. You know, I'm trying to think of like teams who had really, really high highs. Like, I'm thinking of like old Wolves. Do you remember like early day Wolves where like they would score like 15, 16 kills, but be out before, well, Roma Yang didn't exist then, but like before Roma Yang would have even existed, they would have just been knocked out of the game. Like, they would consistently get a lot of points just through those kills. And on one hand, it was great because they typically would make it to bi-weekly finals because they would get like enough kills. But remember, this is also back when everyone had kill multipliers as well, so points totals were always higher than they are currently. But the problem is like they would never consistently make it to the final circle, so they'd never get good placement points. They'd never actually get a good kill multiplier on the kills they got. So mechanically, they were great and they looked very flashy, but it didn't translate well into the game. And you know, while the game is a dramatically different game than then, like someone getting like 15 kills in the beginning of the game would be almost unheard of nowadays. It still kind of proves the point of like, you know, while the way in which you play the game is very different, you still need to be very consistent, and like you need to have your kind of base fundamentals down moving into these games. And you know, I think we see a lot of teams. Last game I can't remember what team it was, but we saw them take a very risky fight right before Roma Yang's, and then they were playing on the back foot. They couldn't go into Roma Yang. Actually, it might be an SR, to be honest. I think it was SR. They lost a player right before Roma Yang, right? And then they had to spend the next couple of moments just gathering gear. And while the first Roma Yang isn't the be-all, end-all, it does dramatically improve how the rest of the game goes for you. You have, you know, you go into that first Roma Yang, sure, if you lose it, it sucks, but you still have the debuff to kind of like cleanse, and there's loads of teams fighting, so the odds of finding a cleanse is relatively high. But, you know, you win it, you run out with Vermilion Bird's Might, you get the respawn, you get a bunch of extra kills, you get all the loot. As long as you don't get parried and lose the golden weapon, you then respawn back onto the map, set up, repositioned as you want, jump into the next Roma Yang, and kind of look to carry that momentum forwards. So yeah, I don't really know where that point was going. I was waffling for the sake of waffling there. But going into game 5, you know, I've got my eyes on OA. We haven't seen him pop off yet today. So I want to see a good performance from OA, because that game was as close as it's got so far to them today, and they almost got a 20 bomb. They were just shy of a 20 bomb on the kills, and they went out a little bit too early. If they got the 20 bomb on the multiplier, that would have been that OA game, and Bowder would have been ever so closer to them in the sights. I don't know if we've seen the overall scoreboards yet, but they are closing in on Bowder at the top. So it's within the possibility, but they have 2 games, and I think both of these games need to be big if OA want to go into bi-weekly finals in first place.
The initial point that you were talking about was the streakiness of teams.
Oh, and thank you for saving me.
the new man, I was following. I was with you. Wolves definitely, as they were growing in strength, they used to be a very, very passive team, and then they would randomly have a very strong team. They just were so focused on getting the end game, they never capitalized. I would say a very inconsistent team that had a lot of moments of glory was Alliance, and their Viper composition. I literally heard from Frostivus when he was part of Alliance that the coach said like their strategy was just who cares about endgame? Let's just play for kills, catch people's hesitations, and really force a lot of situations. Just play to fight. And because of that, they had a lot of inconsistent results. But also, they've innovated and found a lot of situations that people just kind of took for granted, that people were not taking aggressive lines here. And we see the fruits of that. That Alliance now, after they worked on their consistency to endgame, they're a lot more well-rounded team. Now, unfortunately, they lost their main position 1, NY7. He's now on Bowda. And Bowda's basically 3 position 1s all playing together now. They're doing extremely well. But yeah, yeah, the streakiness and the floor of these teams in the league. I believe because of the changes of characters and now with the changes of rules, this just gives a lot of opportunity where as teams are gathering themselves and trying to find some type of consistency and this chaos, you really get to see which teams have the highest skill of learning. So like certain teams have definitely a ton of mechanical skill, but they lack strategy. But other teams with old school leaders like OUG with SS, like JL with TXJ, and even VVV now with Bauda, him leading his team over there, that's where the experience doesn't matter as much as the hunger of the newer teams that we're seeing like SR and OA. They want to make a name for themselves, and now finally the old guard has to reinvent themselves. What they were good at, they can no longer do. And you pointed out earlier that 330 usually was on Monk. And I'm not gonna lie, like being in the league for 4 years, and even for me, after doing the same thing over and over for so long, you do kind of want to see how the other roles play in order to improve your game and contribute to the team more. Even Baby You talked about it before. Like he was so used to being position 3. He was a very humble dude when I first met him. And I was very curious that his new resolution was he needs to play off his teams more. He kind of took for granted being position 1, where everyone's playing off of him, and he's getting a lot more value now looking back to his teammates to play off of them. And I think we're at the point, as I heard from other coaches during EWC, the game is mainly about teamwork and execution and how much practice you put in as a team. Now with the roster shakeups and then the rules shakeups, there's a lot of opportunities to come through and make a name for themselves, but they still have to get through the likes of GG, who've been around together and dominating for 2 years, and even DRG, veterans of the league who've been around and haven't changed their rosters. So which is the most competitive strategy that's going to win? I think that's what makes it so exciting leading to J-Cup, that there isn't really true favorites this year that we normally have seen, at least within trios. A lot of these teams are making new headway and kind of blazing a trail of new meta ideas, considering this the end game of NARAKA now is just so volatile. Everyone gets forced into decisions. You can't really sit back and just hold a position and use range to keep everyone at bay. The Yang depletion with the Spirit Well, you either go for the Spirit Well or you deal with having to cure your Yang depletion in this end game where other people are very strong, and you can't really sit back and wait. You have to seize your destiny in order to be the best team in NARAKA now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I also do think, you know, right now, the teams who are a bit more inventive and find the initiative to build interesting and new comps are the ones who are going to take over the meta as it starts to get defined, right? They'll have a bit more time to figure out counters, and I feel like there are some teams who kind of just conform to what everyone else does. They decide, okay, right now we're in a Monk meta, or right now we're in a Taka meta, or whatever. Regardless of the meta, it's always the people who move first are the ones who find the biggest opening. Like, that's why I respect SR. Like, you know, did the Taka work? No, not really. It like, I can see the theory in it, and I don't think it was horrendous, but I think there's too much in the meta right now which shuts Taka down, and Taka doesn't really have enough answers, and his comp don't have enough answers to dealing with it, that, you know, unfortunately it didn't work. But I feel like them at least trying it and figuring out, you know, the strengths and weaknesses of these comps, because there is a world where that comp could be useful. Like, they might have to play a comp that they, you know, otherwise wouldn't want to be playing, and having a comp like that in the back pocket in case you need it is always good, because it's better to have a comp ready than, you know, not have a comp ready, right? So right now we're in a period of kind of innovation and adaptation. So it's fun seeing what these guys have got pulling out. It does feel like there's a rough meta starting to fall into place. Certain comps seem to be showing up a little bit more than others, and, you know, higher priority than others. But all in all, still plenty of time for these players, and a couple of weeks until we get towards playoffs. You know, from now until playoffs, I want to see these teams adapting and changing and figuring out what exactly they are going to be playing during playoffs. Even if it's what they initially thought, it's worth testing stuff and getting your head around it.
Yeah, I mean, if your team already qualified, that's also the advantage of coming in very prepared and getting ahead. You're investing in your future to see what you can get away with for finals. So you're also hiding a lot of strategies and looking at overall scores. You see Bauda, JL, normal players getting really far ahead, but OA, SS1, newer teams making a name for himself. OUG, previous bi-weekly champs, still doing very, very solid. Anyone above 100 points is definitely one of the strongest teams, and it's just that day, is it gonna go your way? Did you figure out some type of gimmick that no one else has thought of? And it's just like the timings, like you see just how contested a lot of these zones are. We never get the same high yield locations, so even if you favor a certain part of the map, if it's not high yield, you're not gonna get the best loot that you would normally like.
You know how we're talking about like adapting and being a bit more innovative? GG are not Imperial. This is the second time today they've not dropped at a normal GG spot.
And no high yield on the northern side. Now, I mean
where they not much where they are, to be honest. Like Matab is the hot drop. Everyone has dropped down there. I am shocked to see that GG are obviously testing, you know, some new spots and changing up their game plan a little bit. They've played the same game plan for like 2 years. So it's good that they are changing things around. But it's not good for WBG, but they get absolutely shredded by AASE here. The fans, the Katana, just doing so much work. 2 people go down, but Ballista in play. Han goes down, 3-3-0, finds the shot. Doesn't get enough damage onto Zhao Wen though. Does throw a dazzle out, jumps back onto the Ballista, and looks for some shots off. Can he find another kill? Oh, Han is low. One more shot is all he's going to need to finish him up. There's going to be the shot they needed to get that one on the board. Not bad.
Well, now you know GG. That was definitely a scouted play. They know those 2 teams were landing there, and they opt to let them fight first. It looks like certain compositions want to land on the same square. They don't even bother loot. They just immediately dive them. We are going to see OA claiming down Matab versus BBE. Now, BBE has been landing in Matab forever. Haven't really changed their strategy. They've always liked the southern side of Holoroth. We are going to see SR super looted up, and they are going to be going with the hottie version of Cannibal, with Enor filling that Yueishan spot instead. JL gonna opt for their Transformers on Holoroth. Not really, JL's not really testing things though.
OA are 20.1 points off first base right now. So 2 10-pointers will put them tied with Bowder. It is a very, very close one on that front, but right now they're able to grab themselves another kill. That's going to slowly lower the deficit between them and Bowder. As Dayu trying to break away, is losing a lot of HP. Ult's getting quite low. The dazzle connects, and all of that ground he bought is lost. Lovely pick up there for the side of OA. Looks like YCG actually are able to get a pickup off and make an escape away. As OA 6 kills in now. They were on 0 kills, right, earlier. They were so far off, and now they're just slowly reeling it in. Explosive start for OA.
Yeah, 2 team wipes off spawn. Pretty ideal from the amount of money that you get. YCG tries to make his way out of here into no man's land. Not really anywhere else he can hide. He can't really do anything tricky, cutting left or right. It's just pure open desert back there. We are going to go over to a no ult zone fight with WBG and SR. Yao going to drop down with the hottie. Forces out the TemEF now. He is going to pop the hottie. I'll pop the cube. WBG a little bit of a mistake to come out of the no ult zone. They are going to pop the Temi ult though. One of the Temis is going to make his way back into the zone. Cyber ult's going to be coming out. And no more ults from SR. They're in an awkward position being inside the no ult zone. Zhao is going to get parried right here. Yaron's going to try to connect to her, but he does get pushed off. And now ASC's Han is going to be showing up to the party as Yali, the Temi of WBG, does get taken down. This third party fiercely coming out of nowhere as Alliance is going to be scooping up some kills, giving SR chance to recover, get back to full. And now they're actually not going to fight off here. Good riddance of the Viper team. SR happy to move on to the next fight. But the Viper squad in the no ult zone, WBG, just gets eliminated right there. I believe, though, they do have a res moving forward. But remember, WBG needs 30 points. They need to keep up a 15-point game to stay on pace if they hope to get to this week 2 bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, they got some work to do. ZFX is the cutoff spot right now, though, so it is within their grasp, but it's a lot. It's a big grasp they have to make, though. See if they can put some kills together. They got a good comp for putting kills together. Monk traditionally quite explosive, especially in endgames. The problem is the endgames have been so quick and so little players left, where Monk normally finds his kills. You're going to struggle to do so on a Monk comp right now, as Xiaoyu unable to defend one of his players. His nice parry comes in from Xiaonan onto him. Xiaoyu holding on as best as he can, but Xiaonan looking for him. A second parry. 2 parries back to back. TE also playing for a higher position. Actually, I don't even think TE are that high up on the ladder. I think they're lower down, so they got some work to do themselves if they want to go for that climb. As GG right now actually playing to hold on to their position in the bi-weekly finals, which is a crazy sentence for me to say. With 2 games left to go before bi-weekly finals, and GG currently in 11th place. They're the last flexible spot, but if they can get themselves this game above 5-2-1, they're probably sitting comfortable, and they should have qualified, because I don't think you're going to see more than 2 teams break out in these last 2 games.
Yeah, there's about like a 16-point deficit, 17-point deficit for YZG to overcome. 81.5 is a pretty big drop-off for everyone in the top 12, all the way to the 13. But, I mean, 16 points is totally doable for these guys. 8-point game is a solid game. So back-to-back solid games clutches you up, gets you across the finish line. GG can't feel that comfortable, but it's basically a slugfest between TE, WZ, and YZG. All these teams need to show up this game, get above 10 points, just so their game 6 does matter. Ideally, they want to drop a 20 bomb here and just get themselves across, so game 6 isn't so stressful. That's why I always say, like, game 5 is definitely the championship round in this type of format. You got to clutch up here, or else your game 6 is just going to be too crazy. A lot of the teams in desperation mode who need a Hail Mary, who need like 30 or 40 points, they need to go absolutely crazy. They're going to take fights that they normally wouldn't take, and because of that, the strongest teams are going to wait, sit back, take advantage of everyone overextending, and try to capitalize on some free kills that they normally wouldn't get. So right now, game 5 is where you need to make it happen. We do have Alliance pacing down GG here. I don't believe first Rumble Yang is up right now, but GG wants nothing to do with it. They do want to set up for their first Rumble Yang. Alliance, though, Akos, Tessa, Wu Chen, a little bit of a weird composition here. But BBE is going to swerve over, and you're getting very close to the ballista here. It's going to be a weird fighting location, and GG is able to grapple their way out of that situation as looks like they make their way to this first Rumble Yang.
That was KJ toss as well, right? That was like lock you in cage. I mean, I love seeing this in ACOS. You know, typically people take the Tiger version, at least in solos, but we have seen last week that saw someone take, it might have been Alliance as well, so I remember that exact cosmetic setup as, wait, the whole lobby just decided to take the same portal in. GG going up versus OA inside this Rumble Yang. OA looking to secure themselves first place in the overall lobby 4 bi-weekly finals. As LXM opens up by popping the ultimate. OA just going to try and break away, but AB also looking for it. I don't think anybody got caught in the stuns there at all, as 2tix getting jumped onto. Has the Justina freezes. Nice catch onto LXM there. They do find a little bit of damage. The silence is actually just going to eat up most of 2tix ultimate here. That is really rough for him. Finally going to be timing out. He does have one more dash. I believe he was able to make a connection with it as he jumps him with the staff. Gets a bit of damage off, but he will be going down in the middle of all of that. The silence from these Vipers is just ripping apart teams right now. Time and time again. People pay the price of going up versus Silence Viper. It is too oppressive.
Yeah, the Justina mirror right there. CGS gets the most value out of his Justina. On the outside, we see SR and JL finding kills. Looking back at the Sweaty crossing the line for that 80 points. Looks like YZG was able to pick up 5 kills as well. But right now, OA is MVPing this lobby. They did lose their Realm of Yang, though. They had to find a cleanse here. Looks like BBE lost as well. Looking around for a... Wait, no, didn't lose. They just have a White Tigers buff. What the... White Tigers buff? I've seen White Tigers buff, Vermilion's buff teams just turn and be like, wait a second. You just chose a buff that, 1, we know you have good loot, and 2, it doesn't matter if you kill us because you're not going to take our loot. So they just get full all-in by the red buff teams to gamble taking their loot. Now, I don't know. I don't think BBE actually went into
no, they didn't.
Yang. I think they got the buff from the Spirit Well. So they didn't really get to choose.
They're a Spirit Well team. Because we got 4 teams with Vermilion, so adds up. The maths is mapping right now.
Math is mapping.
As AEG just playing away right now. Do they have any buffs or anything? No, they're just like a full-on vanilla team, to be honest. Just being chased into the zone by ASE, who are not a vanilla team, who have the Fleecian on and are going to want to cleanse it. As Han commits the ultimate, gets a little bit of burst out. The damage here from the Ainur is absolutely brutal. Chasing in onto the OUG members, SXJ is blasted by Han. Easy pickup. ASE now looking for the members of SR inside the zone as well. Is everyone just jumping into the zone for a zone fight? Because SR getting eliminated so fast. Have the revives though, so it's not the end of the world for them. Rico will be going down as well. OA able to secure themselves these kills, and just like that, we were saying OA needed a good game. That is a damn good game. Already up to, I believe that's 12 kills. My maths is absolutely horrendous right now. But able to put some serious kills on the board. Get themselves cleansed up as well, most crucially. And ASE being run down by GG, who are able to secure themselves the kill there. It is just a full zone fight for the lobby. I love it. ASE are knocked out of the lobby here by OUG. As AB now chasing onto the members of OUG, looking for Cuckoo, who's left alone, and that's the end of OUG. That was an absolutely bonkers sequence of play.
Yeah, the aggression and temperature of the lobby is just blazing hot right now. As we see the Akos all come out, what is this? Alliance Yuma does find the kill right here, throwing out those katana-focused attacks like hotcakes. Engraving on TXJ, jumping in the center of this, slowing them down. Alliance PB is going to get taken down while Yuma is slowed down by Junks. The pole sword R&B cuts him in half, and JL with the Vermilion's buff fearlessly take them on. Now, unfortunately for JL, the Vermilion's buff is running out, and if TE is very observant, they are going to catch them at the end of it. Now they do have Yang depletion, so it makes sense for them to go on to them. Multiple teams though involved here, as now WZ is going to get involved here. Airmex is going to be coming out. TXA is going to be going out with the monk called Enor of Youth, trying to lock someone down right here with the Fairy. It looks like they're going to be blowing up TXJ, cooking his legs right now, but TXA is going to use his jump, get behind the rock as Youth goes swinging. Or I believe this is YGG and Zen. JL trying to make their way out of there still, but Youth desperate to cure this Yang depletion right now. Kylan ult's gonna be coming down, peeling him off. No more Enor ult for Youth. He's in a tough position right now. No armor to his name, and the Kylan ult is gonna land on top of them. Junks able to slice him down, turning that defense into offense as JL is able to stabilize and get a heal up.
It just continues to be an action fest though, doesn't it? ZXL looking for some grabs here, getting kind of bullied around a little bit. A lot of damage getting taken out of him, but oh no, Peak! He's able to break away, got that invisibility, but grab just about clips him. Able to break away, but Peak not going to be much longer. Unfortunately, that's the end of TE. But I don't think we're fully done. I mean, we've got another Realm of Yang spawning up soon. I don't think these teams really want to be going toe-to-toe right now. We are just going to be waiting for the teams to jump into the next Realm of Yang. Only 4 spots available. 2 Realm of Yangs total. Could be a big decider. Looks like SR going to try and get their hands on. I really want to see SR inside a Realm of Yang with this ACOS. I think this is going to be an incredibly fun... Oh, no, they're not the ACOS team. I still think this is a fun team to watch with the Hardy and the Ainur. So see if they can get their hands on this Realm of Yang. Not the most set up on the Soul Jade front, to be honest. Still got a couple of Greys, but SR able to get in. They'll be going up versus GG inside this Realm of Yang. See what the other Realm of Yang looks like. Go see it from GG's perspective. LXM here with a golden Soul Jade. Don't know what that's on, but it might actually be the Moonshot actually coming out from him. We'll have a look. Right now, just playing nice and high. Dropping down, playing the pillars for the moment. Looking for an opportunity. SR already getting himself caught out by the parry. Throwing out a little bit of damage with those flying knives here from LXM, but he loses a lot of his armor already. Got some healing to come in as 17S is blitzed by GG. They make very quick work of him. LXM now committing the ultimate out. Just looking for the lockdown. Is going to be able to find it onto Zhao. Throwing out some damage here. It's 3-3-0. Oh, it's the fist weapon. That's the Soul Jade he's got. Able to get some serious damage off. And honestly, I do feel like these guys messed up a little bit too late, but LXM, he's going down. Rico able to somewhat bring some of the score back here. He's just going to put the damage into 3-3-0. Try and trip through this armor as quick as possible. Cannon Fire comes in. 3-3-0 is able to get some healing out as Rico's about to lose the mech. 1 versus 2, 58 seconds to hold on here. Can he do so? Looking for a potential parry, looking for an opening here with the fan. No armor to speak of, and no, he is blitzed. GG. Another Realm of Yang victory for them.
And we see the power of Viper when there's just not a hard counter on the enemy team. Really good execution though from GG. The Viper makes her way around the pillar, keeps kiting, and when finally someone locks down their priority target, Viper comes flying in, finds a silence, and not even following up with an immediate ult, just gets maximum value of his teammates, capitalizing off of the silence. Now on the outside here, we have JL. 4 minutes, 22 seconds. Looks like they did lose their Transformers fight versus someone. Have BBE in front of them, WBG in front of them. Who are they going to choose to fight? Looks like they're going to find Dooku of BBE. TXJ with that engraving, jumping with that longsword over and over. And the Kylan ult is going to juggle Dooku and hold him in place. But the Rooch Import creating a lot of space for them as they get ahead of Alliance and BBE. You don't have to worry about getting away from a bear as long as you run faster than the person next to you. And that's looks like what BBE is able to do. They're able to get ahead of Alliance and offer Alliance instead of the same. And the Akos ult is going to be coming out. And JL's is like, what the? 2 Chains comes out. Ends up being just like a little bit of a speed bump, basically.
I mean, it's not the end of the world. It got him a good breakaway. But yeah, nice. Just slam the whole team in a box and let them deal with it as OA being hunted here by GG. Although, are they? OA may also just be running away. OA did win their Realm of Yang as well. They were versus, and I cannot remember now, but OA, I really want to see the top side of the scoreboard because this bottom side is, yeah, it's exciting, but like, there's a solid chance for OA, who here we are, could actually overtake first place in this game, and then the next game is just bonus points. It's more stuff they can put towards the potential big victories. AB opens up. This is the weakness of Monk versus the Viper comps. Actually evaded getting caught by the ultimate because last minute threw a grab at the perfect time, but stuns were too much from that dazzle and the explosion, and silence was loaded up and ready there for AB. That was an absolutely devastating victory for OA, completely crushing JL here. And yeah, I actually just felt like JL didn't have a hope in hell. As soon as that Syra ult burst and just hit 2 people, JL just absolutely cut through.
I don't feel like the line of Transformers versus Viper inside Yang has been figured out. A little bit different variation right there with the Viper Syra, but the concept is still the same. They do find the zipping ult, or the zipping, and isolate her out. I feel like the only person who can create some space for them is TXJ has to hold his ult to try to iframe ult one of the stuns, but the problem is he can get stunned by either Syra or Viper, and I feel like Kylan has to trade out his ult early. Kylan normally has the last ult paired with zipping, but I feel like they have to lead versus that team and really create an opportunity earlier as that team executes and disrupts it at least a little bit. Because the current line just isn't working. We're seeing every Monk team get picked apart by the Vipers. We are going to see WZ pop their ultimates here as Yuran out of nowhere comes down with a drop down Viper stun, and Yao on the Monk is going to get shredded from multiple sides of the lobby. Tesla ult's going to be coming down. His zipping keeps him alive with a nice max range F1. Tesla ult is going to stagger him though on the low ground, and oh no! YGG is going to surround him and pick up this kill. Jiaoyu gonna hit the bell. Check out who else is around. We got SR with Yang depletion. We got JL with Yang depletion. Both of these teams need to make a move, and it looks like Alliance is that move to make. Alliance Yuma is gonna get taken down by one Fang, but TXJ is gonna get surrounded by WBG. But TXJ with the Monk ultimate able to get his health back to full. Unfortunately for him, he is inside the zone. And even though Monk has a ton of health, inside zone, you take a percentage of your health, not just a numerical value, so it still chunks Monk's health pool down. Now, TXA detransforms, goes back, gets the kill, or Junks gets the kill onto Alliance PP, and TXJ is able to cleanse, but as they move in, they are going to be running into a team WZ. Doesn't look like WZ wants the smoke necessary with them. Wait, I might have spoke too soon. Some cannon shots are coming up. But YZG and GG posting up for the next Spirit Well. And we've seen this all today. GG getting to these Spirit Well situations, not always winning it, but showing up with these endgames. Are they going to be able to keep up their momentum? Normally we see GG dominate these endgames. They are up to 12 kills, but their competition OA is at 17. We are looking at SR though, 3 seconds left on SR's Rico's Yang depletion. He is gonna die from that Yang depletion, but Roy He gets that last and then takes it away. WBG a little bit ambitious, being triple blue armor, even contesting GG. GG can just turn and take them down, and they're tired of the shenanigans. GG ends up popping their ultimates and taking them on. About to see whether or not they're in the kill feed, but first we're gonna get Zhao getting slammed on by 2Dick with that Justina dash.
I mean, SR are actually able to take down one of the members of OA, so they now need to find a way to pick them back up, but incredibly tall ask right now for OA. 18 kills for OA. JL have actually surpassed Bowder and moved into first place on 157 points. Both of these teams are popping off right now. The big problem for OA is they're down a player and they also have the depletion on. So they somehow need to get their Justina back and then translate this into a bigger win. It is going to be an incredibly hard ask because they do get the rebirth charm onto 2Tick. So they're going to be able to bring someone back from the side of OA. But again, it's down to gear. Like they get Cuckoo back, but they've got someone with depletion on and someone who is severely undergeared right now. A very, very easy kill for the lobby. As GG, they can see in their lines the person who just got revived running around with grey armor. It's an easy kill when you're rocking gold gear. You're going to be absolutely able to pop them. So it's on our way to kind of protect right now. And it looks like they have been able to for the moment. GG have actually had their attention turned towards SR and GBE. It's a perfect opportunity for OA to jump back down and potentially just pluck some of the goodies off. gets in gear back onto one of their players as LXM looking to put some serious hurt in on to Esbon as they're able to jump away. BBE disengage from the fight as GG grabs some moment of reset.
Are seeing 21 players left alive here. Moonbane's coming, 80% Moonbane's coming out. All the teams are fighting inside of this. GG does have Mrs. Smite. They're able to kind of cherry pick who they want to finish off here. BBE, Avon is very, very low. AB wants to pick off the kill, but instead he becomes the kill for BBE. No. Cuckoo does find a kill onto BBE. He's Asbon. The Justina ends up getting out, but AB does fall on the Viper. 2 minutes and 24 seconds on the Yang depletion as Junks from JL is going to be cutting through, finding the kill on the Cuckoo. Fighting inside this Moonbane in Endgame, very, very dicey as WZ tries to cannibalize and pick up some of these kills. YGG comes out of nowhere with the Tesla ultimate with that flank. BBE scrambles to try to get out of there, but now Junks finds Doofu. Trying to run away here, gets that blistering off, but YZG's Dayu in the Kylan ult is able to steal that kill. Now we move over to YZG's ZXL on the Monk, getting some of his loot off. Now we are down to 17 players as GG tries to control this high ground, finds another kill here onto what it looks like JL's Junks. Gold armor on all of GG. I believe they're running away with this lobby. Their main competition is OA. I think OA did get picked off here.
Got eliminated.
Yeah, and WBG is going to be able to grab this speed where they have blue armor right here. So they were piggybacking off the back of the other strong Viper team, I believe GG. Finally, they're able to get some loot here. They pop the Syra ultimate and they put the gold armor onto Yeran. Their work's kind of cut out for them though. WBG only had 0 kills. And remember, they have to get up to the threshold of 80 points. They need to find at least 15 points here. And I don't even think that's possible with how many people are left.
It's an incredibly tall ask for them. This has to be one hell of a turnaround. The problem is you've got JL who are sitting at the top of the tables right now. A lot of kills under their belt. GG with 14 kills as well. But these guys could easily take this lobby as there's going to be the grab from WZ on to Roy Hehe. Roy Hehe's going to get blasted. That's the elimination. 1 free kill for WZ. But unfortunately for Shaya, they are taking so much damage from the bows. Some healing comes in. Quick swap into the gold armor. They have purple as they are healing back up thanks to their zip, but immediately GG just decided to pull the trap. Lots of damage coming out from there. We do see a Viper stun from Yaran get committed just to try and find the lockdowns as WZ. Young is cooked. Yaran's going to be able to finish him up with a fan. Switch into gold armor and WBG able to put that kill on the board. Some serious work for them to do. WZ down a player. My eyes are on JL and GG for this final circle. 14 players left in the game.
Yeah, GG already up to 15 kills. We are going to see TXJ and JL. Somehow they're able to salvage and bring back their game. Junks with blue armor at this point. Ult's going to be coming down from GG. They're in full momentum to snowball this lobby. They are going to find the stagger and stun on the ZXL and the Monk ultimate, but they do get peeled off right here. They have to be careful. CGS is already really low. Syra ult's coming down to them. They are on the low ground. It looks like they have group heal, advanced heal though. They're able to pick up their health very quickly. Flamethrower from the high ground, pressuring them out. Now, they have to be careful. They use all their ults into there and not able to find soul booms, but they are going to find TXJ kind of caught out. Freeze is going to be coming through. But TXJ, nice job finding his space. Goes for the drop down fuse, but not able to get it. Instead, he's going to get Cloud Weavered in the back by 330. Nice stagger going to be coming out. And GG is able to capitalize, taking down one of the main threats down. Now, stun is going to be coming out. Wombo from Uran now with his Syra. But Kylan ult's going to be coming through, pushing them into zone. Oh my goodness, they got knocked so far into zone. Now, the Monk of WZ is able to pop it, but he's still into zone right now. Has the bird to jump, coming back in, but immediately he finds a grab onto GG CGS and a grab onto LXM. Kablowie, Big Sam's going to be coming down, but they're so stacked. They only take down half of their health. They have Groovy advanced, so almost has them back to full health. And immediately he is going to get staggered. Yao with a stellar double grab. It's not going to matter as TXJ now and the Monk looking to see if he can repeat that same thing. He needs to grab it in order to heal himself up, but all the teams are concentrating on dodging him right now as WBG and GG, the two Viper teams, sitting on the outside, looking to close this out versus the Monk teams. TXJ getting crossbowed right now. There's nothing he can do. He can't find the grab, and he is gonna fall with JL's 1-5, the last one standing up for his side. What's going on for WBG? They need to find a couple kills right here if they hope to set up their 6th round, but it's tough for them. WZ's gonna find that next kill onto GG, but that opens up the door for them to secure this round. Yearman's gonna come in with this Viper ult, gets the stagger onto One Fang inside the zone, but Yearman is really, really low, and he is gonna fall.
WBG looking for the victory here, looking to try and potentially hold a spot in those bi-weekly finals. The points are slowly but surely coming back for them. Jiao does find himself caught out by the Dazzle. Sandstorm's thrown out. Young battered back into the zone as well off the back of all of this, as Yali secures yet another kill under their belt. WBG Cookie just evading Jiao on the Monk right now. It's a 1 versus 2 to close it out, but he's in the zone, and WBG, they're going to take the victory here.
That's massive. They get the ranking points, and I was saying they need to get around 10 points at minimum. And they get close to the 15-point mark. We'll have to look at the points. I don't think they MVP the round, but they get the 4 placement points there at 9 kills, so 13 points sets them up in striking distance. They need to have a slightly better round. Owe is going to steal that away. But really good stuff from WBG, because they rolled into that endgame with not much going for them, with 0 kills, and they're able to survive, claim a spirit wall while the rest of the lobby was like erupting in pure chaos, and they're able to clutch up that round. It's a really, really big clutch coming out from WBG, but Owe keeping up the momentum, and like you were saying before, Hipperain, in striking distance to take first place away from Bauda and take a lot of points going into this bi-weekly finals.
I am very excited about the JL versus LA ending in this game number 6. It is all to play for as we head back to Morris Isle for the final game of the day. And either one of these teams can go in first place on Sunday's bi-weekly finals. It is exceptionally close between the pair of them, but OA, that big victory just brought them so much space, so much breathing room going into this final game. I believe they should have overtaken Bowder now off the back of this game. So Bowder have been jumped from 1st into 3rd off this one, and now it is all for 1st place up for grabs. Remember, the most you take your points through into bi-weekly finals. It's like 12.5% or 13%. I can't remember what number we're at yet. You take a small percentage of your points through into those bi-weekly finals. They'll be your starting points. And it makes the potential victory a lot quicker. So, you know, the more work you do here during these regular weeks, the easier and the quicker you can make your bi-weekly finals go live.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen match points go down just because in qualifying rounds, it's 6 rounds. You're just trying to get as many points as possible. But when it comes to the actual bi-weekly finals where you're playing 8 rounds, so a lot longer, you have to meet a match point threshold, and we've seen teams where literally decimal places like 0.2, 0.5, just being shy of match point, and they MVP the next round, and because they weren't at match point, they don't just take the tournament. So every inch really does matter going into the bi-weekly finals. I think this is a great system that really incentivizes the teams to really put their best foot forward. You still see a little bit of limit testing just because the percentage of points going into bi-weekly finals isn't as big as it used to be, but still enough that it's worthwhile. So you can kind of decide, do I want to try new compositions or do I want to get as many points as possible? But first, we are going to have a question for you guys in the chat. Which player secured the first kill in Game 5? Was it A, GG330, B, GG's LXM, C, ASC's Han, or D, ASC's Miss? Now, you do get a first blood, a little bit of money for getting first blood of the lobby. I'm not gonna lie, I definitely don't pay attention to who did this.
That's a hard question.
It's a hard question.
Not been
I think it's the
today.
first time I've ever seen that one.
Yeah, whoever's doing the questions today is, you know, out for blood, man. They want to make sure you earn those rewards. Because I don't know the answer. Genuinely, I have no idea what the answer to that question was. because, you know, I pay attention, but that's the kind of thing you miss when there's a lot of players in the lobby, a lot of fighting, because they immediately go into action mode. It's like, grab what's on the floor and go find someone and fight. Like, that is how NARAKA is played in the pro scene. But yeah, we got one more game coming up, the final game of the day. A lot up for grab. There's WZ and WBG are playing for just a spot in those bi-weekly finals. JL and OA are playing for top dog going into the bi-weekly finals. It's going to be a fun one. I feel like GG did enough work in that last lobby that they could probably goose egg it and still be safe going into bi-weekly finals. So that's probably a massive weight off the GG guys' heads, shoulders. They might even use this as a chance to play around and see what they could lock in for bi-weekly finals, because, you know, right now it's safe to say it's not particularly working for GG. They're not having, you know, as good a performance as we've seen previously from this team here at Nbpl. I mean, they won last year. They won every split domestically. They were the favorites going into Worlds, and ever since then they've fallen a little short. So it's a tall ask now for GG, but you've got to adapt. You've got to overcome the changes.
Yeah, GG definitely is struggling because most of their strategy has to do with being just very, very solid. Now, they do take risks being a Yang team. So they're extremely skilled, but they don't take a lot of risk off spawn. It's a huge risk going into the Realm of Yang. They're really good at salvaging their game too when they don't win the Realm of Yang. The big part is Endgame navigating the multi-way fight. They mainly like to hold a position and kind of keep everyone out, and as the lobby kind of gets forced into bad positions, they stay like ultimate low ground, where they pick off a ton of like solos and duos who get pushed into their grasp. But they're not really the team to take initiation and kind of referee the lobby, looking for a cheeky backstab plays onto the other looted team, or even looking to be the first one to initiate. Now, generally, the rule of thumb for Endgame is first to ult, first to lose. But we see a lot of tricky situations and a lot of like scrappiness where teams get put into these awkward positions or create them, and they're able to capitalize on it. Just like I was saying that JL earlier on Morris today, they had 50 seconds on their Yang depletion, but they waited. They pretended to be one of the teams comfortable, didn't really show their hand as far as we're looking desperate to find a kill, and the last second, as the other teams around them thought this is another team, this is not the Yang depletion team, they flip the script, pop a triple ult, and they're able to capitalize and take down one of the strongest teams in the lobby. And it just goes to show that there's still a lot of holes you can poke in this current meta of NARAKA.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was just terrific acting as well, to be honest. Like, no one should have, well, no way I wouldn't have fallen for that myself. Anyway, here's the scoreboard at the end of game number 5. OA walk away with 20 points. It's 0.5 between GG on 19.5 points, 16 onto WBG. JL walk away with 15. I mean, everyone scored. We've had very little goose eggs today. It has been a bloodbath of a day. We'll see our MVP is going to be Cuckoo here. 9 kills coming out from them, 16,000 damage. It'd be interesting what the damage is from the Syra. I mean, Syra, very much a character who is a bit of everything. Bit of damage, bit of crowd control, bit of healing.
Yeah, especially with the new V2 change, a lot more shielding and healing coming from that with the stagger. Now looking at the overall leaderboards, we see such a difference. Remember, WBG was struggle busing throughout the day, but now they're in striking distance of getting over that top 12 spot. Nice little Cinderella story for them. The gatekeepers right now, 521 and FPX, both not playing today. FPX at 81.5, so definitely doable by WBG if they can keep this going. And we'll have to see where their phasing shows up. Now, GG keeping up to their pacings. Anyone who's doing 45 points to 50 points a day is definitely one of the top 12 teams, and it gets you past that threshold of the 100 points, where I would say the elite teams are at. Alliance at 113, OUG at 118, SS1 at 121, not playing today, but OA 58 points for the day at 146. Still trailing though Bauda and JL, letting his former teammate know, nah, rank 1 is still up to me. We are going to go back to what Hipbrain pointed out, GG, taking a little bit of a different route here with a nice timing attack of a Ballista flank onto Alliance and ASC. These two teams all in each other, same square, off spawn, no loot to their name, just immediately get in there, and ooh, they do get flanked by GG. Going over to Alliance and OA, you see Tudik fighting this weirdo Akos ult with the chain. Their Thyra ends up picking them out of that and bailing them out of that really sticky situation. Now going to the realm of Yang, we see JL just get absolutely picked apart by the nice execution coming out from OA's AB. Tudik and Cuckoo, they drop all the cooldowns early, able to slow down JL before they even start going. Cookie with the gold spear doing big damage, throwing out these RMBs for over 1,000 damage over and over. He finds Wonk in the Temio, shoves him off, and this is where WBG is able to clutch up so many points here on the back of these gold spears, just flinging these out like hotcakes. Cookie finally gets a 2v1 and a clinch up, getting those 4 extra points as well. OA though cannot be slowed down. They still have a stellar performance and the MVP for this game 5.
And they've got a bit of work to do if they want to make sure they lock down that first place. Here we are, MVP on the Syra Cuckoo, 15,000 damage, 9 kills, 16,000 healing. Surprisingly, not like, you know, the most damage dealt there. Very low damage, actually relatively low healing. Was just sticking the landing for the team who were, you know, doing a lot of the work. And that's the thing with these teams is like, you don't have a dedicated damage dealer. So do you remember last Friday where we had a Kylin do 42,000 damage? That's because they're basically the dedicated damage dealer. Like, sure, Monk does damage, but like you are building around your Kylin, bursting and taking people out. Where in that particular comp where you're running the Viper Syra comp and the Justina, that is just all crowd control. It's about locking people down. Other people will do the damage as well, and you can just steal them away. And that's exactly what we saw out from OA. They were just very good at timing when they went for third parties and when they attacked. That they didn't have to overexert themselves for those kills. They instead translated them nicely from the work that other people had done.
And one of the things I noticed for at least Holoroth, we didn't see as much Tessa Yodo in the lobby and not a lot of success. And then even when the first day we started casting the new rule set, we haven't seen the Liam Tessa come back out. The weird gimmick where in Endgame you throw the ball out, kidnap one person from another team, and then you take them over to the Tessa ult and you just kind of murder them in the corner.
Yeah,
I was hoping to see if that strategy kind of developed even further, but it looks like we're moving towards more of like a very heavy rush down composition, abusing the changes with the Syra ultimate and the fact that people are not used to fighting against F1 V1 Viper, a long stun with the silence. Everyone's used to like the new V2 Viper where Viper gets to kind of run around and stagger you. Not as skilled, easier to execute. But when a team is very tricky and very disciplined, as we saw JL and GG today, you still can get a ton of value off the old school F1v1 Viper.
Yeah, absolutely. Having a quick look at the scores one last time before we get ready to go into game number 6. Seeing where we are all standing. JL. This is hard for OA. Like, JL have to absolutely fumble the bag here, and OA have to pop off at the same time. Like, this is a hard ask. Realistically, they probably can aim for second. And maybe if they can figure out where JL's drop and they try and just focus them out early, that's the only avenue I can see for OA. JL being so consistent though. 85 day to 75 so far in day 3. And like, we're just going straight into game 6. There's no break here. We're just going straight into the action for game number 6. I personally am very happy about that because I don't have to wait for a break. I just want to get into the action and see how our final game is going to break down. I'd love to talk about BBE, but unfortunately these guys are kind of a 3 points team at the moment. They don't really offer much more. Although I'll give it to Roy Hehe. He does well in the final circle at surviving. Can't full smack talk. Can't full smack talk there.
OUG, baby U. They won the first bi-weekly. Now, at EWC, SR did win. Both these teams are very, very dominant. It looks like a lot of the teams, it's kind of a copycat league. It's very hard to hide your strategies once you show them on the big stage. And now we're under a new rule set, new patch, new character. So everyone has to kind of scramble to reinvent what they have already established. But it still looks like before there used to be 5 teams in the league who really dominated everyone. Now we're seeing more of like 8 teams who are just absolute crushers in the lobby. Like Hibbering was saying, have crazy ceilings. It's just slightly their floor is a little bit different, and that really makes the difference in the top 3 standings, the top 5 standings. But I mean, it may change as things get added to the game. I saw a bunch of new Jades going to be added with the fan, Gold Jade being added with dual blades, and those type of Jades really affect trios just because dodging over and over. It's something similar to Nether Step back in the day, and you put that on your support. A lot of the times, as we've seen, the Viper compositions are diving the support, and Zipping can't really get away because she doesn't have Matari giving her invis. She doesn't have a U-Shot giving her a buff to resist the stun. So it's really on her to use her movement and her scale rushing to really get out of that sticky situation inside the realm of Yang. Even worse if she's caught out in the open without anything in the line of sight out in the world. So with the new Jades coming in, I still see there's so much to be pushed in this next up-and-coming meta as we are on the road to Worlds. The fall season's kind of kicking off. The global scene is going to be starting their tournaments to see who qualifies to go to Worlds. We're going to have new places. That World is going to be held. Plus the new studio, the old studio that Nbpl was at for the last 2 years, finally moved away from it, and now we're at this current studio that you see right now. Now looking at the pick bans, we've kind of seen this all day so far. First round, the different Viper variants, the different Attack on Titan. Second round, the different Cannonball variations where we've seen Matari coming in. Alliance again.
Oh my word, Alliance.
They're double running this Akos idea.
I don't know if that's it, buddy. I don't know if this is the solution to the meta.
Kind of sus G, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's a bit of a it's a weird one. I mean, this is the 3rd time they've tried it, so there's obviously some tech that they trust and they believe works. I just think it's in a transitional phase where they're trying to figure it out, and there you go. You've been asking for a Raven. We got the Liam, we got the Tessa, Yota. This is a very varied. We got Zai, Yuashen over there. That was an incredibly varied hero select. Last round. So round 3 is personality pick. Round 4 is monk, is what I assume. From looking at this. Oh no! A bit of Takeda coming in. Bit of a weird Sand Siphon, weird Xiphon, but with a Yuashen coming in for WBG. And then GG going Sand Siphon. Very bizarre. Very, very bizarre.
I think we saw last time we cast together, GG run the Cicada variation of Monk.
Oh, it's the Monk one, isn't it? Yeah. You're correct.
This comp is always like hard to play. Again, like when you're running against Vipers, as we've seen is like the first round meta pick, you don't really have a true counter to it. So you're just hoping that the Viper doesn't silence your Takeda, and then your Monk can like defend everyone as he ults and iframes the actual Viper stun. It's just very, very dicey. Also your Kurumi. But if anyone messes up that execution at all, there is no safety net at that point. Very easy to get messed up and die. One of the things you can definitely do is control terrain, but the problem is if you have line of sight terrain versus Viper and your Monk composition, it ends up being very sussy. Like on one end you're able to defend yourself, but you're also not able to get any value off your ult because immediately the Viper team can disengage. Now it used to be worse back when Attack on Titan had Wu Chen because they had the wind wall plus the teleport, so it's very hard to get value out of pressuring him. Now in the past, we've seen compositions do very, very well versus a Viper idea if you have Temmie and Yuation. Now, we're not probably going to see Yuation come back as a Viper cannon, but we might. I always thought it was very weird that no one really experiments with hard countering a Viper, because she's one of the easiest characters to counter in a day, but she is kind of paired up with V2 Syra right now, so you have a more durable Viper plus is still the same glass cannon Viper. I do think that's probably where the meta is going to head in the future. Somebody's going to figure out a way to slow down this current first pick Viper meta that we're seeing. Very rare in the league though. There have been other times in the league where Viper was the main strategy that everyone liked to do and take advantage of as much as possible. I'm still kind of weirded out by the fact that Alliance is running Akos with Tessa, but Jang did say in the interview they are limit testing, they're trying out some new stuff, so I'm all here for the innovation. I was hoping SI would run the Tarka one more time for Duncan, and we were going to see whether or not double healer was going to work. It's probably one of the strongest variation Tarka can play, but it's still struggling against the multiple transformers that can stagger him. Kylan has such an easy job of locking him down, but if Tarka ever gets going and you don't have abilities, he definitely can shred teams if he's not controlled.
Yeah, I think the big issue with Tarka right now is, I mean, it's kind of the issue that's existed for a while. There's a lot of answers, and right now especially, I feel like we're in the most heavy crowd control meta I think we've ever seen. You know, you got Kylan, who can just be a mixture of both slippery, but also stagger lock you basically consistently. Syra, you know, it's not peak Syra where what we had at the beginning of the year where she's just constantly throwing the orbs out, and if you were off cooldown on it, you just got dazzled. But that plus Viper plus, you know, Temmie wisps and everything. There's so many tools to lock people down. Justina, I could keep going on and on. There's a lot of crowd control right now. And yeah, I think that's what makes it very hard. But Jang here finds WZG's Jiaoyu, gets caught by the parry, and YZG just jumping, finishing up that ACOS off the bat, instantly blown apart here as Yuma also finding himself caught out as Jiaoyu tries to find the opening there with the halberd, doesn't quite get it, but Yuma just being battered about, played with like a ping pong ball. And YZG are just making quick works of anyone to go near them. They've even got the ultimate available here on the Lien. Catching onto Yoran, looking to throw him out into double halberd. They somehow fumble the bag there and don't find him. As Jiaoyu still has another couple of balls to throw out if he needs to. Looks for the cap onto Yali or potentially someone else, but Yali gonna go a little bit low here. Nice cap onto the ball here. Gets the knockback, throws him out. No more ult charge available to Jiaoyu though, so he is on his lonesome and down he goes. WBG secure that kill and step closer towards FPX on 51.5 points. FPX probably sweating a little bit here. This is probably the highest I've ever seen a bi-weekly final threshold cutoff be.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing right now, that 80 to 90 points is really, really high for a cutoff. You have to have two 45-point games or 45-point days in order to feel comfortable. That's really, really high average. We're seeing the drama kind of unfold though. YZG, WBG, and WZ all on the cusp right here. Alliance, you're not going to find a parry right here. And against Alliance being cheeky with the Ballista play. Now this is just out of range. WBG knows the range here of the Ballista shooting out here. We are going to move over to OUG versus away to the north. Really, also going to be invested. Baby U is going to be on that Enor, putting up the pressure right now, and do have a Moonbane going down, and it looks like the Moonbane does belong to OUG. Tudik is trying to get away from this chaos right now. Moonbane blowing up around him. Fairyall's launching artillery into him, but Shinyu is going to find the kill onto him. And OA runs into just this stack, well, not even a stacked OUG team, but a Moonbane OUG team with triple ult. They just get full all in here. moving all their money around, and they're going to be sitting pretty going into this next Rumble Yang. But the drama really is between WZ, WBG, and YZG, because they are going to have to pass that 81 point, which all three of these teams are going to be able to do. But then they're going to be head-to-head with each other, because unless one of them makes it past 90, or two of them make it past 90 points, they are each other's competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, right now, JL, down by Shipwreck. It is, honestly, this game is so exciting. We've got such a tight ending to our second bi-weekly. You know, we're coming fresh out EWC. SR should have qualified unless some absolutely bonkers shenanigans go on. You know, they just won EWC. They're looking to try and reclaim their spot at the top. As EXJ is on here, goes for the Meteor Slam, hits onto Yaran off that. Yaran's going to transform because he went down low. But he hasn't really got particularly great armor right now, so actually a little bit squishier on this UA in the Terracotta Warrior form. Also criminal that no one's running the Gundam skin, but you know, I'll save our conversation for another day. And trying to fight the slams down, but not getting it right now. It's just being knocked back, losing a amount of HP in response. Is able to just about evade away as his ultimate time's out. Is Junk's going to be able to find him? No, Junk's also times out at the same time. Very, very extended fight with all the healing coming in. And Duran gets a lot of HP lost off the back of that one. Loses some of his armor, but fires back onto Junk. Misses the halberd focus check onto him, but Junks just re-engages in, strips away that armor now. And at this point, the halberds do hit with a focus, but into the parry. Double parry from Junks. What a beautiful turnaround as it all goes wrong for WBG. Cookie eats a third parry. Junks is just unparryable right now, landing every one. Beautiful play.
JL Junks does a really good job using that jumping staff to bait out the focus attack and following up with the parry. A little bit tricky uppercut situation with both of them. Uneven terrain not allowing them to. Baby you drop down parry onto two of them. Can he bring this back? He does have Dagger Jade. Assassin Sludge not able to though. He's surrounded. Wayne is able to cut through him with that R&B. Doesn't matter if you're armoring through this. The R&B just does so much damage, even though it's a light attack. With Pole Sword and Great Sword, it practically is a focus attack of a lot of weapons. Just slightly a little bit less damage. But looking at the overall leaderboard, will JL make it to 200 points? I mean, if they can get to a 30-point game, they can do it. I've seen them do it before, back when points were easier to gain. The fact that they're able to still do it under these circumstances is absolutely insane. We are going to get GG over here. Fighting ASC, but ASC, the wombo combo, just the stun, the stagger, Justina, Viper, Syra, just giving them the pain. As GG, they like to play these early games nice and slow, loot it up, but unfortunately, the Vipers find them in their loot path and hunt them down. Alex M is going to make his way out of here as Han, I don't believe Han has max grapple distance. Alex M definitely does. He is moving right now, getting maximum distance from Han, and at 0 grapples, there's no way ASC is going to be able to keep eyes on him.
Yeah, he is slipped into the ether at this point, completely disappeared from line of sight. It's cool seeing though GG are looking to change things up. I talked about it last game, but again, not dropping at Secret Tunnel, kind of going to a different route towards Shadow J Mines and testing out some new waters. This team has been kind of too predictable for too long, and I think they finally realized it's caught up with them. Now, I talk about these kind of circles quite a lot on Morrisile, but they are my favorite circles on this map. Because if you have a look, a large chunk of the circle actually isn't playable's area. So you're actually in a significantly smaller zone right now. So coming out of the realm of Yang, everyone is going to be running around with, you know, less loot to share between them. So there's less grapples, there's less pots, there's less everything to work around with. And then everyone's going to be in a much closer, more condensed area. It really does accelerate the game when you have, like, part of the zone being off the map and unplayable. And it was a fair chunk on this one. I've had bigger. We've seen some pretty big ones where a massive amount of the circle is just totally unplayable zone. But This could be a very, very explosive couple of moments once we get out of the realm of Yang. For now, it is breathing room. Everyone just chills, catches their breath, and then once that realm of Yang is done, it is going to be all go for everyone.
Well, WBG, they are running an interesting competition with UA shot. I wonder if they are running V2 for the anti-Viper. I believe JL is running the same thing as well. Wait a minute, they're going to get a mirror matchup versus each other. These two uncommon composition. We do get a mirror matchup. Now, JL definitely has the loot advantage here. TXA, Bandit, going to the sky, looking for the flank place right here. Uran, same thing right here. Oh my goodness, parried in midair though. Wait a second. A little bit of a bug out here. He is going to pop his gold after he lands. Looks for the stagger's not able to do it. He is going to immediately just get absolutely juggled by the meteor and everything. Now Cookie is going to be the victim of that. He does manage to get the Krumi ult off as the slam's coming down, trying to lift him out of this armor circle, but he is going to be able to stabilize slightly. He has to be in a very uncomfortable position as his health, the actual health, is very low, with the Zai ult leaning in, ready to come out and burn him right now, but Cookie able to get a little bit of his white health back up right now, but TXA didn't keep up the pressure as Uran desperately trying to peel for it. Oh! Dunks! Jumping LMB again. Just don't throw focus attacks if this guy's jumping aerials. It's a trap. He again gets another parry off. Now Cookie going for a ride. He survived it last time. Uran with a peel, pulling Junks out.
Oh my!
But Junks and Fong, that parry, just so much damage, ends up getting dumped out. What a parry beast Junks is right now with all of his different tricky traps.
Junks is too clean with it, man. He is so clean. So many parries have come out of this guy. So much work has been done for his team, but meanwhile, everyone else now with the Realm of Yang, well, with the Vermilion Birds might done and in their pocket, are just looking to fight each other. Although YCG, with that Draco Storm, you know, Vermilion Birds might gives you a safety net. It doesn't actually give you any extra damage, but YCG, this Draco Storm is going to significantly boost their capabilities in the fight. And they don't care if they don't have the revive. They don't care if double people get parried. They just have to run away. They've captured Asbon inside, and it's going to be hard to break away from the Draco Storm, but that Matari invisibility is going to buy him a little bit of breathing room, and he is able to escape YZG, who just take a cheeky pot and look to re-engage back into the fight. It is an absolute bloodbath. JL 12 kills under their belt. OA have been able to surpass Bowder, but I don't think they're going to be doing better than that. I think this is just going to be JL's day going into those bi-weekly finals. And Raven, you're talking about them hitting that 200 mark. I don't think that's impossible. I think they're closing in on it. Like you said, it's 30 points, I believe, at the beginning of this game they needed. They're already on to 15. Let's see if they can keep this going. They've got that first might. A couple of extra kills is going to be all they need. His hand is going to be looking for a big lockdown, but missed. With the ultimate on, looking to lock down onto TXJ. He is going low. That's going to be the Bird's Might pop for him as Junks launches into Mist's pocket here. ODG also coming in as that third-party potential with Hands losing a lot of HP. Junks is trying to find that opening onto them, but Mist is incredibly low. He's going to get taken down by ADG, though, who steal away these kills. Han also falling as JL are denied by ODG. The third party was just brutal for them as ASE. They did a lot of work and it just got turned onto them. Third party beautifully executed by the members of OUG. One thing, the last man standing for them to finish up.
Wow, wow, wow. OUG keeping up the momentum. Will JL be able to drop the 200 bomb? Not really incentivized to do it, but they have a ton of momentum going in. Is the real drama though, WBG. All the way from last, all the way to qual? Can we do it? We got 2 minutes left. Freeze is gonna be coming through. They do have TE in front of them. Youth looking for the heal. He does get one of them. Justina, not one of the best targets, still trying to lock down right here, but Karumi also can be coming down from Cookie right here. Doesn't want to take any risks. A little bit early, though. He could have definitely got a little more value on it, but now he's got under a ton of pressure. Not able to get the silence off. Euron is going to pop the ultimate, but it's a little bit too late. Two team players are very low. Yali's doing his best to try to follow up. He is going to find one of the kills, but not another one. Now in a 2v3 situation, the Soul Bloom ready to play. Euron's gonna knock the first one off. Peek's gonna get a knife shot in the back, but the hopes and dreams of WG is in this 1v2 right now. Overhaul's gonna be coming through. He releases the Dragon Slayer, and Youth is gonna find the stagger, and WVG's Cinderella run is gonna end. But this opens the door for WZ, TE, and YZG. TE coming out from the depths as well at 68 points, but 8 frags for them. If they happen to get a multiplier in first place, that could carry them over the line for 80 points. If not, they have to play the Yang depletion situations coming up in this mid game perfectly. There is still 30 people left in the lobby, though, so all of these teams on the cusp still have a lot of room and a lot of chances to kind of secure their qual spot going into the week 2.
Look at the zone. It's off the map again. These players are just going to get forced closer and closer and closer to one another. Oh, I love these circles. These are so much fun for me. We are going to see the Realm of Yang spawning up as well. This is our second Realm of Yang for this game. And this could genuinely be definitive. JL need to get inside. I mean, they don't need to. Like, OA are not going to contest them. There's no way that JL lose top spot. But 200 points, you take 12% of those points over. That's a pretty significant start to your bi-weekly finals if they can do it. We'll have to keep our eyes on it. For now, Realm of Yang spawn up. It looks like WZ and YZG are somewhat interested in it, but we got 2 members of JL versus 3 members of ASE. Oh, TXJ, not like this. Get in the portal. He's got 3 seconds to pot. That is heartbreaking there for them, but he was able to break away. The nuisance didn't cost them too heavily. Everyone else is just fighting for the spirit while it's so tight outside the Realm of Yangs as well as inside them.
Oh my goodness, this is absolute violence here on the Spirit Well.
Oh, absolute carnage, man. It's a beacon of just menace. Most of the time we follow the Realm of Yangs, but this time around we are following WZ getting absolutely rolled here. Roy Hehe just keeping Jayao locked in place. He's got to be on single-digit health right now, just desperately trying to break away. Is Dofu keeping Young away, looking for the parry, doesn't quite find it. Looks like from the inside of the Realm of Yang, Ham's been able to take out Junk, so... Oh, JL losing their Realm of Yang, that's rough for them. Meanwhile, everyone is still fighting for the soul well here. Out jumped WZ, that got a little bit too heated for them, they're just going to move on.
Yeah, everyone, normally Spirit Well is pretty cordial, not really highly contested. But not when everyone is so close to qualifying right now. Everyone needs every little bit of points. And as viewers and as casters, we have the privilege of seeing the points right here, but it's very hard to really know where you are relative to your competition, especially when we got like 5 teams within contention to make it past this 81 point threshold. And that's only the initial part too. You ideally want a pop-off game, and no one could have expected that TE is going to have a crazy pop-off game, climbing up the leaderboards from the depths the same way that WBG did. Unfortunately for WBG, their weekly chance is over, but the dream is still alive for WZ and 2 other teams. We are going to go into the Realm of Yang versus JLASC with the Justina Syra Viper composition. Miss being cheeky right here, dodging a lot of this low gram carnage with the Yushans and Zai being there, and he's looking for the flank right now. And finally they unleash the Justina ult, but Miss quickly shows himself to the fight, and as JL swaps over to him, he immediately starts kiting right here, buys a little bit of time, but the delay ult from ASC's Han looks like it's gonna be enough for JL. Jumps over on the U-Shot, tries to come over with the jump parries. It's not gonna matter. They're able to find and thread the needle, get that focus attack through, and what a clutch play from ASC to take down JL and ending that 200-point run that they're gonna have, but they are still a mile ahead of the rest of the lobby.
It's not completely over for JL, but they are gonna need probably another like 6-7 kills, and they also need to cleanse themselves. But I mean, one of those things is solved by doing the other, so the kills shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. But it is going to be a tall ask. They got the pressure building up on them right now. TE also with that Romy Yang debuff on. 11 minutes left in the game. There are 26 players left in this game as well, Raven. It is a very, very tight final game.
Yeah, it's funny that the first 2 or 3 games, like we ended up down to 16 super fast going into this last leg.
I think once the Yang Spirit Well spawns up, that's where these games typically explode, right? Like that's where these guys get a lot more aggressive with one another. So right now it is probably the most amount of downtime I think we've had in a late game in a long time. As JL are potentially hunting YZG here. Dayu, I believe it's been spotted out. Actually, looks like he's spotted out onto JL. Goes in, massive Tessa charm. Lands onto multiple people. Dayu just playing the breakaway for the moment. Is just going to try and get a bit of damage off onto Junks, but Junks not really too fussed about that here on the Yueishen. Looking for some damage onto these members of YZG. He's just chasing on to one member. Quick blink out there with the portal, but Junks, did he see where they went is the real question. Is they got some low health bars on YZG. It looks like JL have spotted them out. Dayu gets caught while he's trying to go in for a repair. Does have his ultimate available, so can go for the grab as one thing. They're going to try and go forwards here. In jumps Dayu. He's just letting his team get the resets coming out. Junks, can he find those key parries, those big ones we've seen so many times? This Dayu looks to try and find a cap off, doesn't actually get one with the first ball. Junks looking to put some extra damage in himself here, gets the slam down with the F onto a couple of members. There's the parry coming out from Junks. He doesn't miss, he always seems to find them as he gets even more damage out for his team. Jen, incredibly low HP. The dream is not done for JL. YZG are cut to ribbons by them. An absolutely beautiful fight as WZ jump in as a third party looking to finish up Junks. Junks is going to have to transform in the middle of this. Did JL get the cleanses out is the real question, because TXJ, he's bleeding out. He doesn't quite make it. Yes, he does. He's inside the zone, but can he get the pots off in time as Young hunting for blood here?
It's coming down to the wire. 23 people left alive. WZ, 10 points. YZG is eliminated. They're just short 3 points. That has to be brutal for them. Sales Junks is going to get Tessa ult from WZ right here. Junks tries to make his way, but he is going to get parried right here. And they are going to find the kill onto him and a ton of loot. And Xiao Yao is gonna get geared up going into this endgame, but everyone is dropping right now like flies. ASC coming in with the Wombo, Cybro ult, Viper ult, trying to find it onto LXM, but LXM does a really good job of line of sighting, but out of nowhere, ASC with their Yang depletion comes in with the B1 stun, ends up catching LXM, stuck on these rocks. Can he get some value off? Good job by his teammate, GG's. CDS on the Takeda comes in with the F1 coverage to slam anyone who throws a focus attack at him. It's not going to matter that they are going to fall and lose one of their members. 3-3-0 now, trying to back off here, but SR is coming through like a wrecking ball, picking apart the shambles. But now OUG showing up to the party, but out in the open, Zhao is gonna find a nice Viper stun coming out. find BBE's Dofu caught out into the open, but Furion's going to be next to him. Really good job by his teammates to peel for him. Rico is going to fall for SR, not able to find his two teammates to get that peel for him with no combo break. But now we are down to 16 players, and WZ's game is still alive, but they do need, what's it, 8.5 points to get across, with TE needing 11.5. Can they do it, or is it over for them? And we have our top 12 locked for the trios finals this weekend.
All to play for right now. 14 players left in the lobby. 7 minutes really left in the game. I don't think we're going to need all 6. These guys are playing complete chaos style. Han eats a parry here, and that's going to be WZ securing themselves a kill. Ever closer they creep towards that qualification spot. Ever closer do they creep towards FBX, as FBX right now probably incredibly nervous watching this game, knowing there's nothing they can do. And if WZ pop off hard enough, they will lose their spot. WZ do have the Realm of Yang depletion on. They need to find those cleanses. They've got 2 minutes to do so. And JL could actually just be their gift out of here, as Onefeng is getting focused out, is able to reposition away, but Junks is down. Onefeng will be next up on the menu here for WZ. I don't think that Onefeng has the Junks in him. That's the end of JL. They will not be going to 200 points, but WZ are so close to FBX right now. Just 4 points separating the two teams.
What do you do as WZ in this position with only 8 players left? You're not the most stacked team in the lobby, so you have to find a way to get ASC to fall here. But it looks like all you can do is hope to take this straight up duel right here with a couple of duos or solos going, but ASC is going to get the better engage out in the open. Mist comes out of nowhere, finding the stun right here, and you tries to max range from here. It's not going to matter though. The crossbow is going to seal the deal, and WZ is going to be painful. They're going to fall just short of qualifying, as well as the last remaining players of TE is going to be there. Yao Yao doing his best. Triple parry with the sap. He's gonna go for Viper right here, but Viper with the slap for the flying knife, looking for it. F2 is gonna come out to try to create some space, but it's not gonna matter. ASC is 2 stack, and their dream of qualifying, they fall 3 points short, just like YZG. And now TE's last remaining player, Justina, just a formality right here, looking for the Spirit Well, is going to just throw out some focus attacks, fades out, but he's surrounded by the stacked ASC, and he's getting it absolutely shredded, as ASC is going to MVP the last round of the game, or the last round of the day, with 19 kills.
That was very close, I think, for WZ. I think they overgreeded on the fight. I think they should have waited and just gone for as late as possible placements. They greeded. They saw a lot of people at the lobby. They attempted the fight, and they were not geared up. They were not set up for it. ASE. They were already in playoffs. Well, sorry, they're already in bi-weekly finals, but they didn't just shoot up the ladder with that. A lot more placement points, a lot more starting points is going to be the big thing off the back of that one. A great victory for them. They're right away to end the day. That was such a tight game. You know, normally you talk a lot about how like game 5 is the most important, but there was so much on the line in this game 6. Multiple teams could qualify or not. Multiple teams could jump into even better, grander standings. What a storyline for that final game. And ultimately, you know, if I'm FBX, that was probably the most nervous I've ever been. Those guys are probably going to need to just have a shower to get the sweat off them after that game, because that was an unbelievably close game for them. They almost, without even being here to defend it, they almost got knocked out by WZ, and WZ just got caught by their own greed.
Yeah, it really goes to show how much the league has improved and how these teams just keep fighting until the very end. The bottom half of the standings, like all these guys started out very, very slow today, probably pretty disheartened, but they just kept on fighting. And I think because of all the different compositions, there's just always a way to come back. Especially with how volatile the day was. We saw a mixture of a lot of different type of lobbies. Firefly days kind of went by very, very fast. We kind of got our very slow compositions out of the way. Normally we see Transformers and Siphon on daytime days, but it was very cool to see all these different strategies being executed and to see that the bottom half of the league, they don't just give up. They keep on fighting all the way to the bitter end. And it's unfortunate, 3 teams literally just short by 3 or 4 points where they were having a ton of momentum. And it's just really disheartening that you kind of run into that brick wall that you need to win Yang, you need to win these Spirit Wall situations. And I really think the key to success in the future, we saw when Spirit Well first was introduced to the league, Wolves dominated, abused the White Tigers buff, and took a bunch of games from the rest of the league. But now the Spirit Well putting all these teams in dicey situations, I feel like everyone's going to go back and kind of figure out the best way to play these Yang depletion situations. We saw some tricky play from JL today, waiting to the last 50 seconds, kind of blending into the strong crowd and then all-inning other teams. Normally we look at teams as having a lot of durability to play these end games out, to secure kills under a safe fashion. But we saw a ton of rush down composition, a lot of wombo combos, meaning like 2 ultimates where you lock someone down. That Syra 1-2 punch with the Viper was just a menace to deal with today. And I feel like people are going to adjust moving forward and try to find an answer to this going into this bi-weekly finals.
Well, here's our final scores at the end of that game. 20 kills and a first place gives ASC that 28. Absolutely huge performance from them. Again, no one scored 0, but JL walk away with 17. So close to glory. They had 16 kills. If they hadn't, honestly, they hadn't got griefed by WZ. They obviously weren't deliberately griefing. They were trying to get themselves into playoffs. Could have been huge, but unfortunately for them, not enough. Zhao Wen, though, 9 kills, 25,000 damage here on that Justina. A monster performance from them. Really, really impressive stuff.
Really, really cool day for trios. And this kind of concludes the qualifying round, though. As we look at the final leaderboards of the overall standings, heartbreaking stuff for YZG, WZ, and WBG and TE. Really, really cool that they kept fighting to the very end. They saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and they just kind of just came up short, but it really sets up for later. Can they improve their game going into the 3rd and 4th bi-weekly finals? Now, securing the top 12, we are going to have FPX and 521. They hold the line from the previous days. The same with Wolves. So one of the global teams at 521 making their way to this final world stage for this 2nd bi-weekly. SS1, OUG, ASC, Bauta, Away, and JL, though, standing at the very top of this mountain with the very peak JL's TXJ. And that's what I was wondering today as a fan, as a commentator, who was going to be the tippy top, JL's TXJ or Bauta's BBV. Both of these guys have been the top of trios forever. And it turns out that TXJ still has it in him, still is hungry to prove himself and take his teammates to the very top. We are going to get a nice replay of the final stellar run from ASC to close out the day.
Really, really nice stuff coming in from ASC. What a day. JL, 23 points though is not bad. I believe it's what? How many points is it? It's 60 points or 70 points. Match point threshold. Final 70. It's 70 points. It might be 74 now. It might have but like starting with 24, that's really a lot of points to start your bi-weekly finals off with. You could hit that match point threshold really quick. And the quicker you hit it, the more chances you have before other people have that chance. So a tremendous performance from them. And I'm sure JL, you know, probably missed that they didn't get that 200. We haven't seen anyone hit 200 points in a very, very long time. Not since we changed the way the skill multipliers and the point system works. Yeah. But ASE, this is their moment. They played a very patient game, a very good game. Freak of the parry goes in. Oh, that was so funny. There it is. ASE closing it out. One last player and a very earned win for ASE. Genuinely, everyone had golden armor. Everyone was geared up. 20 bomb game from them. I remember 20 bombs were a bit more of like a legendary thing. Now we're seeing at least 220 bombs a day. Crazy how much the kind of level of the game's gone up. 15k with a longsword. Oh my word. Oh, he had Phoenix Blast. There you go. Damn, that's a lot of damage.
Well, you know what they say, Hipper, when you do the most damage, that's how you get the kills. And when you get the most kills, that's how you win these games. Okay. And like you were saying, the 20 bombs are bombing right now with all these players. I really think with the changes to Rumble Yang in the middle of the game, 4 of them being out there, and with the Spirit Well, everyone's just forced to play a bit more aggressive style, a more kill-heavy play style. And because of that, a lot of these teams are coming out of their shell, and they're realizing like the top of the league, the way they dominated before, very slow and methodical, very safe, has a lot of holes in it, and there's a lot more meat and potatoes on the table that everyone can kind of feast from. And you see it from game to game. There's a lot of teams are within like the 7 to 12 kill range. It's just getting that multiplier, securing that end game is just very, very hard with the current Spirit Well situation and the new character. A lot of these guys, they're used to playing 2 or 3 characters, and now they're forced to 5 or 6 now going into this bi-weekly finals. And it's only going to be looking up as more teams become more skilled, or maybe rosters deepen and we see those 4-man rotations being utilized more instead of just having a dedicated 3 with that 4th in. There's a lot of ways that this can go about, but if anything, it's really cool because it increases the skill ceiling and skill expression of the league, and it makes it more exciting moving forward.
Well, we have an interview ready after this, so we're going to pass over to that, and then we'll be rounding the day up briefly after that. So stick around and see what these players have to say.
Hi guys, welcome back to our post-game interview. So before the interview start, I heard a lot of people is calling his name. So we have, ta-da!
Is it me? Yeah.
Okay, so we have WVG Cookie this time. So say hello to our audience first.
Hello everyone, I'm Cookie from WVG.
Welcome. So I know, so before the interview, I already said a lot of people really want to see you in this interview. What do you want to say to everyone? 那其实在这一次的采访之前，我也跟你说了，我们有非常非常多的观众朋友们很期待在这一次的采访当中见到你。你有什么话想对大家说呢？
Yeah, I'm missing you.
Continue.
Yeah, I'm missing you. And
Okay.
有点忘了，等会儿稍等一下。
Okay, you can say in Chinese. I can translate for you.
I'm really missing you, and long time
no
see.
Yeah, good
I will say
English.
this.
Wow. So you study English before, right? 那你其实这段时间也一直在学习英语，是不是？
Yeah, I want to say English to my guys 嘛。
So you want to say English in the interview to everyone. Wow, that's so sweet. So back to our competition. I'm so sorry that you didn't qualify to the bi-weekly final, but your team got the first MVP for this whole season. So it's such a huge improvement for this time. How do you think about your team so far? 那其实我们今天也是非常的可惜没有进入到这个周，就差一点点，但是也拿到了这一个赛季以来的第一个 MVP， 其实也是很大的一个进步了。对于目前来说，整个队伍的状态是什么样的呢？你觉得
？I think our team need some 情绪怎么说呢
？need some mood.
Need some happy and 冲劲儿嘛，就是
motivation.
Motivation.
Oh,
mood.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you need high mood to face our competition. Wow, good English. You're the first one, first player in our English interview can answer my question in English. Wow, I'm so surprised a lot. Well, okay. So about like today's competition, like why you think you can have this improvement today? 那你觉得为什么会在今天能够达到这样的进步呢
？Because our 在第3把嘛，就是 in 3 toilets toilets we 我们就不管那么多，就是冲就完了。
OK，
就是有我们在第3把的时候有这冲劲跟开心的心，就大家其实觉得无所谓了。如果我们不进的话，也就进不了了嘛，因为第3把是个转折点。就如果我们打第3把开始打得好了，我们就可以进这个周决。所以说我们就想就奋力冲吧，就大家打好各自的，所以说我们就把各自的能力发挥出来了。
Okay, so I think like for today's competition, like game 3 is a turning corner. So we just don't want to think that much. So we just do ourselves in the game. Okay, and see. Let's move on to our answer for Treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did WBG Cookie use in game 6? A Kurumi, B Zay, C Matari, D 月山。那这次我们的问题是，饼干在第6把选择了哪一个英雄呢 ？A 是胡桃 ，B 是季影印 ，C 是迦南 ，D 是月山。Please count down the time. 我们到底谁猜
？Exactly. I want to play B, but I play A. You know. Next season I play B very well, but this season my 队友嘛，就
partner, your teammate.
My partner only can play B, so I need to play A 嘛。
Yeah, okay. Count down time first. 现在倒计时，好吧？OK， 来。3、2、1，倒计时。
A。
倒计时，我不是 count the time first。倒计时，你先来，来，你要说。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. That's a really long. Well, so I gonna translate what you said before. So you want to play Zay because you can play Zay really well in the last seasons, but you play Kurumi because your teammate only can play Zay, right? Yeah. Okay, so because of you play Kurumi in game 6, and like if I ask you to cheer up for your teammate in Kurumi's way, what you gonna do? 那其实也提到了第6把，其实你是使用了胡桃这个英雄。那如果让你用胡桃的方式给你的队友们去加油的话，你打算去怎么做呢
？I want dance.
Oh, you want dance?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. 开始吧。
其实我想说一句 ，My clothes, beautiful. You know, my clothes beautiful. Look.
Okay, so you're gonna wear this beautiful clothes and do the dance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Together?
Yeah.
Me? Can we together?
Okay, you're fine. Let's go. Which one you wanna go?
Huh?
Okay. You go first. 3, 2, 1.
We do this, you know?
Yeah. I got you.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Kinchana, bing 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 bing. Kinchana, bing 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 bing. Yeah, this dance can make me happy.
Okay, so why you choose this dance? Like why you want to do this to your teammate?
I think this dance very interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah. Look, this dance we can happy.
So you think like this dance can make you and your teammate happy so that you can have a high mood to face the matches, right?
Sure.
Wow, that's so sweet. You're so nice. Okay, thank you, Cookie. Thank you for coming to our interview. We really like to interview you. Hope I can see you again, okay? And hope you can, like, next time, like, qualify the bi-weekly final. I know you can do it. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Shake hands?
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
I mean, that's straight up one of the best interviews we've ever had on Nbpl, to be honest. Cookie, what a good personality. He's a funny guy. I want to dance for Cookie now. That was sick.
At Jacob, he made his rise to stardom by showing exactly what he tells his teammates when he gets monk grabs, and he did this whole monk grab spiel. So now Cookie's one of the favorites of the league. Really cool for him to dance out there too. We've definitely seen a lot more Nbpl dancing. It's mainly in solos though. Will we see that same dancing in trios? We'll have to see. That's some more exciting things in the future. Trios players going on. I always felt like there could be more banter between players when it comes to this level. Like someday where almost proximity chat, that would be very cool. It's somewhat in on the CM server, not on the NA server, but it would definitely be cool to see the players interact, or even having mixed teams to see how all these personalities kind of mash together. But an exciting day so far, and very exciting future for NARAKA moving forward, as we have our bi-weekly lineup set up with the new rule set. So it's going to be a lot of new stuff, and it's really going to set up for the global scene's final qualifiers as well, for solos and trios, for the lineups that are going to be solidified for this Worlds. Now, Nbpl isn't really decided for Worlds till the very end for Nbpl Pro League. The top 8 kind of gets decided, while the other 4 spots are filled up by the global teams. But this week is going to be the last little bit of information for the global scene to kind of take note and utilize under this new rule set. Now, it's not really announced whether or not the global scene will be following this rule set. I hope it does, just because it's very exciting, and I feel like it's actually more competitive for the actual players. I competed for a very long time, and I'm not gonna lie, looking at the new rule set did almost tempt me to go back into competition again, but just how exciting it is to fight mirror matchups and have those really stacked end games, while still having the really cool new composition. So it's not as stale that everyone's running the same thing over and over, and it's a little bit of like a box of chocolates that you don't really know which phase you're going to be in, and there's a lot of wiggle room to find advantages just by picking right characters and being skilled by multiple characters.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks like we're in for a really, really good second half of the season. It's crazy that we're actually coming to the end of like the first half of the regular season, at least. So it's a lot to play for. I'm really, really excited. The bi-weeklies will be kicking off tomorrow. That'll be solos, and then trios will be kicking off on Sunday. So please make sure you do swing by for that, because they're going to be absolute bangers. Anyway, we are going to sign off here. So thank you very much for watching. Good night, and we will see you tomorrow for more NARAKA action. See you then.